Everyone, and welcome to the final day of Nasty playoffs. We have three teams remaining. We're gonna have the losers finals and then the grand finals. And I'm here with Weston to bring you the first series here. It's Cyberswipe versus Galactic Space Cows, and this is gonna be a bit of an interesting matchup here.
Yeah, we have a rematch of winners semifinals from last week. So Cyberswipe came in as the 6 seed, upset the 2 seed Galactic Space Cows, and now they're matching up again. So a great run for Cyberswipe so far, who had a shaky regular season, but enough to make the playoffs. And now they've showed up in playoffs enough to be in the top three. So now they have a chance to get a rematch with Polar Cortex and Galactic Space Cows, hoping to live up at least to that 2 seed that they got in the regular season and make it to grand finals.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy playoffs for Cyberswipe, right? Barely made it into playoffs, tied in record with Corpse Control, but won the tiebreak. And wow, 6 seed all the way here, kind of reminding me of some other great teams that arrived in some late seeds and made it all the way. But the main difference here is that Cyberswipe did fall to Polar Cortex in winner's side. It was a 3 game series, but Cyberswipe is going to have to win this one to make it all the way back. It's going to be tough because Galactic Space Cows, of course, making it all the way here. They're definitely a team to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, and they have Tempo Melon coming in at least for this first game, who has been winning games in NASA as well. So, playing for a few different leagues and going to be in there for that first game, which is Cyberswipe's pick of Clarion Test Chamber. I believe we had the draft. I'm not sure. Oh, we do have it on the bottom there. So you can see there Monumentalist and Might of the Colossus for the starts, and Galactic Space Cows going to steal the rune away from Expo Chan, which is a first move that makes a lot of sense, going with the Atlas and the X. So pretty a comp my own team would have seen a lot. And then the other side, you see Luna, Kai, and Rasmus rounding it out. So going more for that damage, more for that size.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting start. Monumentalist by the Colossus. This is something that does favor the Monu a little bit more. Might of the Colossus is not what it used to be. It's a bit of an awkward awakening to take, but of course, great on the X as usual. So I'm a bit confused at the Rasmus Luna Kai comp coming out from the side of Cyberswipe, but I trust that they will be able to get it done here, even on a bit of an awkward start.
Yeah, I think just going for comfort over anything else is what they went for. So we'll see if that works out for them, and they'll definitely need to scale with the awakenings because they didn't get too much to start. But we are getting into game here, and yeah, we'll see who can make it to face up with Polar Cortex.
Right. First of all, the first barrier taken by Cyberswipe here, as Zoe is playing very comfortably on this. Rasmus Expo is winning Strike Wars in the midfield, and it's looking quite dominant here, but you can't forget about tempo. Lots of brawl and prowess, but the pillars from Kaliel are interrupted by the Giga Blast, and it really feels like in the early stages of this game that it's all Cyberswipe. They have all the control, all of the Strike War wins, and they really know what they're doing on this map.
Yeah, playing a lot of defense here, but doing so extremely comfortably and really no scares yet. Not a lot of damage going on either side, so it seems like a game where potentially all three players are going to be alive for most of it as another barrier gets returned, so we're in an even game state here. Expo looking to push ahead with the ult, but Cyberswipe gets their goal open first.
Yeah, not quite able to make the save on the barrier, but tempo very low. KO here would be huge, but the course be a little bit scary. The shot's not quite made, though. It is once again Galactic Space Cows pushing in, but there's the KO found onto Tempo, who falls. And now it's a power play coming out for Cyberswipe. The Whiplash sends it backwards. And wow, a perfect expanse from Victory Bacon secures the first goal in the favor of the Cows.
Yeah, that Monumentalist giving so much size on that expanse, and when that Luna dashes in, if the expanse is up, it's going to be so hard for Expo Chan to get done what she wants to. So definitely something to watch for. Something like a twin drive can go on the side of Victory Bacon. That would be huge. But so far, it gets them the goal in that first point as Zoe and Expo look to answer.
Yeah, and this Atlas goalie is one of those picks that is under a lot of talk recently, right? Bit of an easy pick to pilot, a bit of a consistent pick as well, and with Atlas's power at the moment, and Victory Bacon piloting it well, those barriers are being locked down. Assertive, though, with the great Giga Blast save to extend the point a little bit, but it's going to be hard to get past Victory Bacon, who also has that flip available.
Yeah, and just not a lot of pressure, able to hold onto this flip for so long. Seems like he's at it the whole time, but he saves it a little bit too long there, and now both goals get open. Zoe with the hook and finds the spot. Expo the kill as well. A great conversion by Cyberswipe.
Yeah, unfortunately, Victory Bacon might have been a bit of a caster's curse for me. Got a bit greedy with the flip there, and unfortunately paid for it with their life. Of course, it's a bit of a net gain in energy after the KO because they had none after the flip, but that's really minor in the overall game state. Tempo, though, plenty of energy available. Flip available in front of the barriers and perfectly played to close out that point in just 13 seconds.
Yeah, dominant point. You saw Khalil using the banish on the middle with the Monumentalist Pillar to confirm that. Really interesting, but it ended up not mattering much as Tempo kind of just soloed Cyber Swipe, and they're going to need to find more of what they found in that second point to respond here.
Expo with a great boost, opening up, but a great expanse from Victory Bacon will make sure the barrier stays alive still. Crater combined with the Death's Touch takes the barrier though. Big opportunity here for Cyber Swipe, but Zoe the Witch is low. A KO could be found soon, and Rune great at putting down that last hit with the pillar, and exactly there Zoe bounces, but not quite find the KO as a bumper saver for just a second.
Yeah, so many cooldowns used and still no KO found, but now it is. The X Maximus gets it into the corner. Now this is a chance for Galactic Space Cows to convert this first set if they can get the power play, but a good job of stalling by Cyberswipe so far.
Tempo looking forward to strikes here. Zoe pushing forward on the bottom side, taking a ton of damage. These KOs could be a huge factor for the Cows. Victory Bacon in a dangerous situation, but gets it out of the corner. And now as another KO comes to another power play, another strike war win for Tempo. As Expo rushes forward, but a well-timed flip from Victory Bacon, but the trajectory is a little bit awkward. The flip should be good here, but Assertive has the reactions on lock, and another KO's found, this time on the Luna. Another power play for the Galactic Space Cows, but Zoe the Witch has core control, dribbling to the top side, looking for an opportunity, but not quite.
Yeah, just not able to convert yet. Not quite finding the passes they need to. They almost do there, and the banish comes in, but well evaded. Zoe still holding on, and they finally have all three members alive, so maybe they can keep it alive, but no, the pillar right in front of Assertive. And the first set goes to the side of Galactic Space Cows.
That's a 1-0 set lead already. Khalil with the first pick. That rune could scale so hard here. And my eyes are on quite a few awakenings here, but Castellas could have the greatest impact. Of course, Primetime great as well. Perfect form, a huge opportunity, and that is indeed what is taken here. I'm wondering why that wasn't passed down to the X, but Specialized Training is great as well here.
Yeah, I might have waited to see if the Rasmus denied the perfect form from the X. I agree there, but Atlas getting Primetime, Specialized Training on the X. Really strong draft for Galactic Space Cows. The Twin Drive on Luna will give a little bit more pressure, and it's important to deny it from the Monumentalist Atlas, but still all around, I think, a great draft for Cows.
All right, Khalil in the corner looking to try and stall out the play, and Tempo with that spec training will secure that first KO here. And the damage pressure, the knockback pressure has been overwhelmingly in the favor of the Cows here. And that is something that Cyber Swipe's going to have to weather, but right now the power plays are proving to be quite the obstacle.
Yeah, just not able to convert consistently, and if there's any saving grace for Cyber, that they've been able to play that defense on the back foot, so if they can find themselves staying alive for longer, getting more offense of their own, they're still staying in these points, but still, they just can't seem to get it around that Atlas.
A lot of meter built up for Tempo here. Big opportunity if that barrier is taken into an instant flip into the goal, perhaps. A lot of energy in the corner, and Zoe's got to watch out in those lanes. Those side streets could be devastating, and the flips used for the KO on to the midfielder instead. And with the Luna down with so much damage on both remaining members of Cyber Swipe, it's going to be a difficult defense here.
What a great hook from Zoe, but then a missed strike, unfortunate. So it does end up going down, and then a bounce off of the side street goes right to Tempo. Unfortunate for that first point to go that way. It's Cows just continuing the momentum that they've been building. It seems like Cyberswipe just isn't able to stay on offense too many KOs, even if Cows are not converting the power plays every single time.
Unfortunate bounces here. Cyberswipe trying to find some consistency, and with that KO, they might be able to find the scoring opportunities. But Victory Bacon notably still has that flip available. Still has basically every cooldown available here, so the Atlas is going to be sitting comfortable in those artificial lanes made by this map.
Yeah, and even though the perfect form may have been better suited on the X, it's still extremely powerful for the Rune, who just blocks off these sides on this map so well. So Cyberswipe's pick, but the fact they weren't able to get the Rune for themselves is proving to be an obstacle, and just so much area control is being found as Expo tries to find the second barrier, sort of pushing forward with the core flip against all three, and a KO found by Zoe the Witch.
A lot of damage onto Victory Bacon, but of course the Celestial Intervention will make sure the Atlas is healthy. The Pillars continuing to be quite an obstacle here as Assertive tries to push up, gets the barrage, and Victory Bacon caught a little bit lacking on the clear. Big opportunity for Cyberswipe as they continue the power of plays. Tempo Melon helping defend, but for how much longer is the question, but the Strike Wars are being won, but a great boost into re-angling from Zoe the Witch to even up this set, and Cyberswipe not out of it.
Yeah, great pass by Zoe up to set herself up from Expo. Great job there, and maybe Kai pushing forward with this eject button is going to be what they need to find consistency on offense. Sort of going for it again, it almost loses a barrier, but staying alive. But that might be what they need, because getting around all these pillars with just Zoe and Expo might prove too difficult.
A lot of damage onto Zoe yet again. This variant can be quite violent when that chip damage accumulates, and Zoe's taking a lot of the pillars right now. It's going to be difficult to survive as the healing comes in for Tempo. A Bull Rush KOs Expo as well, and now it's once again the cows approaching. Zoe taking so much chip damage, but able to core control around everyone. Gets banished, but it's Assertive's turn to send the core forward, and the power play is successfully stalled out.
Expo dashes in but doesn't quite find it. Those expanses, if you're not able to keep the offense up, if those are up, just going to win against the Luna every single time. And once again, Zoe gets KO'd, so they find themselves in the reverse power play. A great save by Expo, though, and they're just staying alive somehow in these points. But now the goal gets open. Tempo dashes in. The pillars with support not quite finding it, and they do survive another power play.
But for how much longer? Because Tempo has flipped a triple banish, found the pillar, sending Assertive to Narnia right now. Zoe with an amazing death touch save, but it's looking even more difficult by the second. Victory Bacon sends it forward. Tempo flip available and will not even use it to secure the goal.
Yeah, two flips stay on the side of Cows, who just greeted them for so long, ended up not biting them. There's some great defense by Cyberswipe, but it's just not enough. So many reverse power plays they're having to play, and they can't score if this is what's happening every time. They can't get around the Rune Pillars and the expanses, and once again, another member of Cyberswipe goes down.
The Spec Training providing tons of value on the relatively narrow variants of Clarion right now, and Tempo looking huge, but the banish a little bit counterproductive as the power play stalled out. A great barrage by Assertive to make sure the barrier still stands, but Tempo is off KOing Expo. Looking low is the Luna, not long for this world as Zoe takes a barrier on the other side. Overall, a fine play for Cyberswipe, especially if they can advance the core forwards, but these Rune Pillars are making it so difficult.
They are able to get the center. Luna almost as big as X with the center, but ends up getting KO'd. Still the size coming back to bite her just a little bit there. They're still keeping these alive, and they're evading the banishes when they need to, but it's just so impossible. Zoe having to play way too much defense for them to find anything consistently. Assertive with a nice save there. Expo pushing ahead, but those expanses just shut down any offensive opportunity they have.
The core going flying now. It's overtime. Assertive's going to have a difficult job to defend this open net as Expo's dash does not connect. It's once again, I feel like the overall control in the hands of Cows is too much to overcome. The flip in front of the net, the bull rush to double KO. And Galactic Space Cows looking to make this series a bit of a different one from their last meeting.
Yeah, just dominance so far. That last meeting was a 2-0 in the side of Cyberswipe, and now they're looking in great position to find another map. No size found here for the Might of the Colossus on X, but still other things to look for. Potentially spark scaling in case you do fall behind. It'll be interesting to see what they go for. But Hotshot either going to Atlas or Rune is going to be really strong and just keep those cooldowns up once again.
Yeah, I really like the picks on the side of the Galactic Space Cows. Like you mentioned, the Hotshot Atlas makes the game so much easier, and what makes the game harder for Cyberswipe is that extra special on the Rune. The banish is going to be so difficult to deal with, and it is really a tough set now.
Yeah, I think Cyberswipe a team better than most at evading banishes in my experience playing them, but between all the KOs and now the extra special, they're just going to be running out of energy, and you can't be expected to do it every single time. Good defense on the net there. They don't find a barrier in return, but they do finally find themselves in offensive position. They get Tempo Melon low, but once again, the Atlas ultimate just keeping her alive, and Cyberswipe Now Assertive down, and sorry, Zoe the Witch down, but who was playing goalie, and now once again in the reverse power play.
Power play still continuing here. Tempo Melon looking massive with the strikes, but so far unable to score. Expo, though, taking way too much damage. One more hit might do it. The banish perfect. The core actually interrupting, and that's a barrier taken in favor of Cyberswipe thanks to the rune pillar. Big opportunity if Cyber can get across the field. Assertive trying to do so, trying to be the hero, but the core ricochets off of the terrain of Victory Bacon, a great expanse. And unfortunately, that wasn't Cyberswipe's point.
Yeah, I think they felt they just had to go for it. Expo was about to get KO'd, and Assertive, the eject button went away, but still went for the score. They were really close to getting it, but just like it's been all game, not quite enough. Even though they're fighting on their back foot and doing a great job on defense, just it's never quite enough for them to consistently find these points.
Zoe up to Expo, looking for a turnaround here, but unable to read the core flip. And wow, what a combo by Tempo Melon. The spec training putting in so much work, but 2 barriers down now. Cyberswipe on the offense despite the power play on the other end. A flip through to center though. Victory Bacon ready for that one as Assertive and Zoe push forward, looking for the barrage, looking for the strikes, but there's no coverage there. And Victory Bacon with an easy defense, but that's the expanse gone. Big opportunity for Cyberswipe, but they can't move the core forward fast enough.
Yeah, and if Zoe can stay in this bouncy castle, it's so hard for Rasmus, for you to defend Rasmus, and once again, just the simple secondary right through the midfielder. So they do get a goal back. They find one, and they were able to find a little bit of consistency on offense with Assertive pushing up with Zoe there.
Assertive looking for some early offense though, and this is exactly what Cyberswipe needs. They need to get these barriers, they need to get the early push before the pillars can be set up, before Tempo can start wreaking havoc on the other end, and that's exactly what they're doing in this point. Looking to make it a 2-1 lead here. Zoe looking massive. Pendulum swing already used though, and unable to get it so far as Assertive runs forward as well, but the cooldowns are all burned, and Galactic Space Cows has, for now, defended.
Yeah, and Zoe goes down in the corner. Another great combo by Tempo Melon. Hasn't been able to find the size for the power, but it still doesn't matter. Just too much to deal with. And like you said, it feels like there's a clock where they have to get the goals before these pillars and all the damage from the side of Space Cows can be set up. They found the barriers this time, but they haven't found the goal. But now Expo does with the dash. The strike shot from Victory Bacon just a little bit too late and holds on to flip. 2 points and now a chance to finally get a set for Cyberswipe.
But the meter situation is still pretty good for the Galactic Space Cows. Victory Bacon notably having flip right now for the defense. If used right, that could make that Atlas seem like an impenetrable fortress. And with those primaries in the lanes, this is a great variant to play Atlas on. Taliel also working on that flip in the midfield, looking to plug up those lanes with those pillars at the moment. Expo Chad looking incredibly low here. Good elusive by Tempo to avoid the knockback. And a flip now from Kaliel, a creative angle, a little too creative, unfortunately. And Cyberswipe will maintain their barrier.
Yeah, almost a disastrous bounce, but they do stay alive there. Cyberswipe just having to play so much defense, and that's a 10 KO streak for Tempo Melon. Expo goes down on the side street again, and like you said, this variant just so strong for both the Atlas, the Rune, and the X. They just punish you every time you go into those corners. But still, Assertive and Zoe are able to hold on to these barriers again. A missed flip is going to turn the energy around, force Galactic Space Cows once again, and the heal. So they find the goal open, and now Assertive trying to make it happen all on her own.
But Tempo in the 1v1, and there's only so much Aluna with no cooldowns can do. It's now match point for the Galactic Space Cows. One more goal will give them a 1-0 lead here. And on this particular variant, the Rune and Atlas are so powerful.
Yeah, it's just going to be so hard to go through. Like we said, I think it's going to have to, if they win this point, it's going to have to be quickly, and those Rune Pillars just already coming and shutting down the sides so far. They're holding on and strike layering incredibly well, so they're keeping themselves in this point, but just every time they get it up to Expo, that pillar is there. There's nothing you can do. Now Zoe looking for the offensive opportunity, dribbling with the middle. They're going for the double, but they end up finding neither instead.
A little bit too greedy on the offense there. They could have gone for an angle up or down to try and get one barrier, but instead, like you said, they find none. And now they're back on the defense, pushing forward is Assertive, but there's no one there to follow up. The rotations are a little bit too defensive from Cyberswipe. They have to be to stay alive, but they're not really finding too much offense. Finally, a drifting core for one barrier, and Tempo brought low, but Tempo's still a threat, has the stacks, has the speed, and right now it's just Assertive dancing around trying to save both barriers, but a great banish will make it so difficult. A great strike from Expo to hit it at the perfect angle, and Assertive finishes the KO. A big opportunity now for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, Tempo used so much energy and cooldowns trying to kill Zoe, but wasn't able to find it. Ended up costing her her life. So now, Cyber Swipe with a chance to convert this, but oh no, it gets past Assertive, who didn't use the flip to score. Now uses it, but sends it right back at Khalil, and map one goes to the side of Galactic Space Cows.
It was almost a comeback at the end, but most of the game was dominated by the Galactic Space Cows. They kept it on offense so efficiently. Khalil, in particular, played very, very well. And of course, Tempo performing as expected, as the brawler that you expect to come in and give a good performance like that.
Yeah, and I think for both Khalil and Expo, Rune is such a priority pick that whoever is blue side each of these maps, it's going to be an interesting cat and mouse of do you let it through if you're the red team, or do you just ban it and make your own midfielders pool smaller. But you saw there, like you said, Khalil just dominating in redirects there, found a few KOs as well, and just making it so difficult for Cyberswipe to ever feel comfortable on the offensive end. I mean, the Rune going forward, I think through potentially one or two more maps is just going to be kind of the focal point of the drafts.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very, very important. We might even see it get banned in the next game. And the next map is, yeah, I gotta check. My bad. The next map
Cotton City.
is Auten City. So the Rune, not going to be as much of a threat, no lanes to play with on that map, but that's an interesting one. Auten City, not a map we see in map pools too often.
Yeah, still in the nasty map pool. And this was that Clarion was Cyberswipe's map pool. So now we'll be going to Cows where they are apparently comfortable on the Auden City. But like you said, just not something that's played a whole lot. I don't know if Cyberswipe expected to play it here. So, I mean, if they have picks like Kai, and I know Assertive plays Juno as well, I think those can do well here. If you're more melee goalie focused, it can be a struggle. So I think they certainly will have a chance, but yeah, different map to draft on. And the Rune was so important last game, but like you said, not exactly a priority pick typically on Auden City.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the draft goes. But again, Auten City, really open map. We'll see what the brawlers pick up as well. And of course, Auten. Um, this is Galactic Space Cows pick, right?
Yep.
That gets me a little bit confused because I feel like they would do better on the more cramped maps as a team with the picks that they've shown, with the picks that they've shown in the past, and also the playstyle of their goalie. I'm really surprised that they're going to Auten here. I know that they have seen success on it in the past, but it does seem a little bit anti-synergy.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I was just talking about how it's good that Assertive isn't a melee goalie player, but Victory Bacon is. They're the team that picked it. So yeah, I think that is interesting. Not sure if we'll see Victory Bacon go over to something like a Kai, but I'm not sure how much he has played it. So yeah, I my guess is as good as yours as to what their plan is on Auden City, especially in the goalie role. But it makes it really interesting. You see, as we get into the draft, Big Fish and Spark of Focus for the starts, which is interesting. I think Victory Bacon does have a bit of a Luna, so it makes sense for Cyberswipe to go for that, and that might honestly be the only pick that Victory Bacon was super comfortable on this map. So may have thrown a wrench into their plan there with the ban.
Yeah, definitely like the ban here. Spark of Focus starts also very, very interesting. I expect a lot of Sparks of Focus here, leading to a lot of scaling in the draft. But Big Fish, the size option, also a possibility, especially on that first pick, Kazan, most likely for Zoe the almost definitely for Zoe the Witch, who has always been good on both the Rasmus and the Kazan. And the Kazan here is what's going to be picked up on the other end. Galactic Space Cows picking up the Mako goalie. And that's kind of as predicted, right? Like melee goalie player, but like it still got me thinking that this team on Authen City is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I think as far as melee goalies go, Mako is probably the best and also just a good matchup into Kazan specifically. But that being said, it is still definitely suboptimal for Auden City. So even though it's kind of the best of a maybe bad situation, yeah, once again, like a bit of a puzzling pick to go for the Auden City. They also get the rune, which is once again not really a super common pick on this map. But they do round out their draft with the Rasmus, who is fantastic on here. So yeah, interesting draft, and you see the Juno goalie and the Estelle midfield, assuming for Cyberswipe. I definitely like the draft a lot for Cyberswipe, getting on comfort and just picks that match the map better, and especially getting a size start on Kazan for Zoe the Witch is going to be huge.
Yeah, this is a fantastic, fantastic composition for Cyberswipe. If you think Autumn City, you think these three characters as characters that will put in a lot of work, do a lot for the team. But there's one thing that is a little bit worrisome, and it's that it's kind of hard to be consistent with this composition. They really need to be on point at in every second of the game here, Cyberswipe. So we'll see if they are. If they are, then I expect a pretty comfortable win for them.
Yeah, like you said, really interesting because it feels like one team, their characters are much better suited to this map, but they might not have been expecting it. Whereas the other team, even though it's suboptimal for them, for whatever reason, they went for it. So hard to say who's going to be more comfortable, the one that was expecting to play Autumn City or the one whose characters are way better for it. But yeah, either way will be a much different game, I assume, from than last map. And we'll see how the rune, which Khalil just dominated that first game, like we said, but so much harder to do that on Autumn City, and not exactly a super strong pick if unless you can scale those sparks. Not a super strong starting awakening, that is. But yeah, sort of going for the momentum boost, so no eject button here. And yeah, just a lot of size rounding out brawlers and the Mako. But yeah, like we said, Cyberswipe with a very strong composition, and we'll see why, maybe find out why Cows was so comfortable picking this map. But both barriers are open, as is customary for Autumn City early on.
The Rasmus put in a lot of value, like we mentioned, of course, always a great pick on Aten City. And I do think the rune can be good. A lot of back and forth on Aten City does end up being like pseudo lane-ish. It's easy to get sucked into hitting along the top or bottom edges, so if there's a pillar there, that could catch a lot of clears. My biggest question is assertive in this game. On a Juno goalie, on a map like Aten City, or just in general, especially in the Rasmus matchup, you need to be on point. You need to be aggressively stepping forward, especially without the eject button, and so far, we're seeing Tempo really just overwhelm the Juno goalie.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to consistently. You have to, like you said, be so on point with those clears. Unfortunately, Zoe ended up being the one hitting into the Rasmus primary there, so just so impossible here for Cyberswipe to find any consistently, and such a quick 3 points for Galactic Space Cows. You know, we ragged on the comp a little bit, but as dominant a 3-0 as you could possibly have there, pretty much.
Yeah, it's all about the confidence, and Galactic Space Cows have more than enough here. Hotshot going to be most likely denied away, or maybe a spark taken, but I'm pretty sure Hotshot deny is the way to go here, and indeed is. Of course, now the sparks can be arriving on the Junos. Strength plus focus is a really powerful combination on the Juno. I'm pretty sure the red cores in overtime will get a little bit spicier, and of course with something like the Manu, those red cores should be arriving very shortly. So not a bad pick at all, but the rest of the draft's a little bit awkward for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, whoever gets this third spark between the Juno and the Rune, who gets that speed, will be really happy with that. But I mean, overall, Cyberswipe just needs to find some offense and keep their barrier open as hard as it is on this map, because they weren't able to for very long at all in that first set. But now, having a bit more back and forth, but it is Galactic Space Cows once again who opened the goal up first.
Yeah, and a KO found as well onto the Estelle, and assertive Tempo Melon just winning yet another 1v1 versus the Juno goalie, and Galactic Space Cows, they're reducing this game to basically just a 1v1. It's just Tempo versus assertive, and it's really difficult to be confident in that on the Juno.
Yeah, and if the Rasmus plays it that patiently, there's really nothing the Juno can do. So really well played there. But finally, Cyberswipe finding the advantage here. Expo going for the primary, but not finding it. But they can find themselves comfortable here, maybe get a point back and start to find some momentum. Once again, assertive pressured in the corner, but that time able to find the clears. Zoe dribbling forward with all that size, but not able to hook anything away from Victory Bacon, who's doing well in the Mako so far, even though it's not a traditional pick of this map.
Assertive gonna have to flip out of this corner here. Zoe unfortunately unable to hook it, unable to bring it under control. An awkward spot now as Assertive does the self pass. Misses a strike unfortunately, slowing down the play as Zoe brought a little bit low. A flip combo could KO the brawler here, and Kaliel will go for the barrier. Zoe now pushing forward, flip available, looking for an opportunity, but unable to find a clean shot on the goal, and a great pendulum swing from Tempo will take the barrier, make it a much more scary point here. But wow, okay, great coverage with the strike. Victory Bacon gets faked out a little bit by Zoe the Witch's movement, and the coverage is beautiful there.
Yeah, I think any goalie would have been expecting Zoe to use the flip, and Victory Bacon did a great job to beat that, but the strike just got it on its own. So well played by Zoe there, who is low on energy now. And yeah, as you clear along these sides, it's going to be scary with Erasmus having the flip there. Now, Assertive going to have to play great defense, but is finding the clears here much better than that first set. The primary almost finds it, but the Mako's secondary just too much. That time, though, the Kazan does get the better of them, so Cyber Swipe may be finding some momentum here.
But they need to get these clean shots on goal. They need to get around Victory Bacon right now. They're really trying to force it through. An Assertive caught, stepping a little bit too far forward. A core flip bind game, and Tempo Melon just hits it to the open space. One more goal, and the Galactic Space Cows are only one set away from taking the series.
Yeah, and once again there, the key was patience. The Estelle ult could have covered that bottom angle that Tempo Melon did eventually go for, but Tempo just waited so long that all the cooldowns were gone, and it's sort of having to go for a risky clear there, and the goal does get open. Expo now going for the corner, missed strike by Victory Bacon, but it didn't matter. But Expo now does force the other corner, and now finds it. Zoe the Witch, though, pulled away. Great save by Assertive, so they're staying alive. Khalil now finally does use the strike, and Assertive runs ahead of Tempo, who now gets KO'd, and another chance for Cyberswipe to even this set and take it to 5.
They need to get these passing plays going, though. Khalil, though, doing a great job covering Expo, making it difficult for Cyberswipe to get that online. But without the passing plays, they're trying to force it right through the face of Victory Bacon, who's playing Mako, and that's not too easy right now. The pillars disappear, but a flip available, and Assertive caught, lurking a little bit too much towards the top side. And Cyberswipe, their teamwork not quite coming through here.
Yeah, maybe they were caught off guard by the pick, even though they might have a stronger character pool. Cows just look so much more comfortable. And so we'll see what they can find in this third draft to help them turn this around. They looked a little bit better in that set. Were able to find the first point, get the goal open a few more times, but it just still seems so hard for Assertive to play into this Rasmus now, who goes for the Deadeye rather than getting the size. Interesting pick, gonna do more damage, and they were finding KOs a few times. But yeah, interesting draft here, and the speed on the Juno, I'm not sure how much is gonna be able to help.
Yeah, I do like the side effect of the Deadeye, though. Making sure that Juno can't get it prevents the red cores from coming through from Assertive, right? Had to offer the stacks on stacks, which is great on Autumn City, but it is not the overwhelming core speed that can change the game when on a Juno. And so this set's going to be a little bit more of the same, and if it's more of the same, Cyberswipe are in big trouble. Another KO found, and Tempo in a 1v1 yet again. The Slime chasing down the core 4 now, but Victory Bacon, plenty of strike box to play with, and the cooldowns dwindling for Assertive.
Yeah, down primary, down secondary. So far winning these, though, even against the hot shot of Tempo Melon, who denied it from her earlier. But yeah, just having to play so much defense. Zoe not able to make use of that size when you're not on the goal line in the face of the Mako, who's just being able to sit back here, hold down the secondary, and help their teammates out. Cyberswipe just really needs to win these points early on, and if there's any saving grace, this point has gone on long enough that the stacks are starting to build, but that is a concern with the stacks on stacks, is that these points have just been so quick that it seems hard for that to get value. Still, Cyberswipe trying to push ahead, but not finding any luck getting the barrier. But there we go, Caster Curse, and they do.
But Tempo in a 1v1 yet again. Assertive, almost a fantastic save, but the angle just a little bit tragic there. That could have been the save of the tournament perhaps, but unfortunately it will be Galactic Space Cows just marching on 2 more points to advance the grand finals here as Assertive banished away, but the barrier still stays alive here for Cyberswipe.
But Zoe now finds the barrier on the other side, and almost 3 flips for the side of Cyberswipe. They don't quite have any yet, but Assertive gets the orb and finds it just in time. Other goalie uses the orb, but Expo with an unfortunate secondary, and it ends up going right into the hands of Tempo Melon. He opens the goal. It feels like Cyberswipe has to score this here. The momentum shift is just going to be too much from where this point was looking.
Yeah, that's a little rough. Cyberswipe seem a little bit uncomfortable on the Autumn City map, and Cal's map pick coming in huge here. A flip available top side, but blocked away by a million abilities from Victory Bacon. Expo Chan pulled away with the Deadeye hook, and overtime approaches shortly, but Tempo trying to score before that happens. The pillar making it awkward, but a great flip out. Zoe the Witch now in a 1v1, but Victory Bacon just stands there as Zoe hits it right into the Mako's face. Tempo converts. And one goal stands between the Galactic Space Cows and grand finals of the North American Strikers Training Grounds.
Yeah, once we're hitting overtime, just these full court shots from Galactic Space Cows, and the Juno doesn't have the quick enough reach. The Slimes take a little bit too long to cover the other side of the goal, but Expo doing a good job to get the goal here open. They're going to need to find 3 points in a row, and that would have been a great chance to find the first one now. Tempo Moen and that Rasmus pushing into the corner where it's been so hard for Assertive to defend all game.
To get it out of there, Assertive now unlocked from the corner, unleashed with the stacks on stacks, looking for an opportunity to send the core forward with some speed. Overtime still 30 seconds away, still not a possibility for the Juno at the current moment as the banish is evaded. Big opportunity now for Cyberswipe as the banish is gone. Tempo is away, but the flips are available for Victory Bacon, and Kaliel, last second flip, is cleared away and saved the point to make sure that this set can still be a sweep for the Cows as Tempo Melon tries, but the Whiplash will send it the wrong way. And now Cyberswipe still trying, but it's looking so difficult. Finally, a blink by Expo Chan to find the goal, but that was an exhausting point.
Yeah, it seems like they have to work so hard for what Cows has been able to find so many times much easier. The Juno is about 2 hits away from getting the full stacks now, so that'll be something. You might be able to have more full court coverage, but Zoe does a great job, finds just the corner of the barrier there, so they have it open for the first time once again for the 3rd point in a row, but they're going to need to convert 2 more times. Assertive pushing ahead. Expo has the flip now, and Zoe looking for the dribbles. Long range hook and finds it into the corner. The size coming in clutch there, and a perfect shot from Zoe. So now we have a chance for Cyberswipe to extend the game another set.
Definitely not an impossibility at this point. The meter looking really good for Cyberswipe, but they need to find control of the core. Early barrier take is great, but the flip out to avoid the banish now. It's Tempo Melon's turn to shine, but the Slimes will send it away from the Rasmus. Create an opportunity for Zoe the Witch, who is almost there, almost at a flip, but Kaliel is building up energy quite rapidly as well. Assertive with the flip available on the other end. Zoe, flip available, but no flip required. It's Expo's Crystal Thorns, and Cyberswipe survived to live another set.
Fantastic coverage there, and at the top of the broadcast we talked really about the resiliency of Cyberswipe, and it was found there in that first set, or in that last set, sorry, down 2-0 and just looked as dire as it possibly could be, but suddenly they found all 3 points back to back to back, looked consistent doing it, and Kazan is going to be rewarded with even more size. Even though it's only a single barrier map, the demolition is still going to make it so difficult for the Mako to clear now. The extra special going onto Rune will be something to deal with, especially, you know, those 2 sparks with the focus. So many ultimate abilities going, but no perfect form taken, and the missile prop going on the side of Juno is going to be very interesting.
So Missile Prop Juno is actually something that I take a lot when I play Pauldron's Juno, which is crazy to say, but on non-eject Juno and with no strike shot, it's actually a decently comfortable range to play as goalie, and I like that Assertive took it here because a lot of the power enhancers are gone, so to try and build up core speed, it's really difficult at this point in the game, and Missile Prop was the only option to do so in this game. But the downside of Missile Prop is that you have to play even more on point on the defense. It is even more difficult. So you're kind of trading a lot of your defense for additional offense, but it looks like Assertive is on point so far.
No one can give the Pauldron's Juno analysis but you, Saya. But
it's not even Pauldron's,
point
it's Mom
found,
Boots.
Yeah, this time Mom Boots, but applies from Pauldron's. Now they have a power play, one of the first for either team this game. And Cyberswipe looking to find it. The dash almost finds it, but a lot of energy on the side of Cyberswipe, even though they don't find it immediately there. Zoe gets banished, but not going to end up being KO'd, but the flip from Expo is not able to find anything. Zoe trying to dribble, trying to find an unfortunate flip from Assertive, but they do stay alive. So much energy being burned there for nothing really, but they're still staying alive. The resiliency for Cyberswipe as Zoe tries to push ahead, but this extra special on the Rune feels like the 4th banish of the point already as we hit overtime, and the core speed is just too much. Victory Bacon holds onto the flip, and Zoe finds it right in the middle.
All right, looks like the offense has been unlocked. The additional size on Zoe doing so much work with the Demolitionist as well, of course. The Demolitionist part of Demolitionist not finding too much value on the single barrier map, but the size is finding some great value. But an early barrier take means it's going to be quite difficult as Tempo advances forward, mixes up the angle, and that's a quick goal. Just 10 seconds for Galactic Space Cows.
Yeah, I think everyone in the lobby thought the pass was going up to the rune with flip there and likely ultimate as well, but instead Tempo just finds it in the bottom corner. If Cyberswipe can win this set, there'll be a third spark for the side of the Juno and potentially more size for Kazan, so this would be huge. Cows really would like to take it right now if they can, but the offense from Cyberswipe, like you said, unlocked. They're finding so much pressure, but now Tempo Melon, the slime in the perfect spot to save that, and Cyberswipe doing a great job evading these banishes and staying alive. But now the core speed staying up from the hot shot, from the Rasmus. Zoe might have to score this before they can get it back to Tempo, and she's trying to, dribbling around. A slime gets in there, makes it even more difficult, but Victory Bacon just holding on with all these cooldowns and this flip.
Oh, and they can't quite get a clear offensive opportunity. Zoe trying to find it here. Looking for an opportunity on the bottom side is Expo, but it's flipped away by Victory Bacon. These slimes getting a little dangerous, though, with Missile Prop having a lot of reach on the offensive end of things. Kaldiel, though, with the pass opportunity. Expo cutting it perfectly, and a flip available for Zoe, but they're going to have to cash out soon. It's a dangerous spot to be in, and with this core speed, it's going to be difficult to send it to Zoe.
Yeah, survives the banish there, dribbling up now, but not able to use the core flip. Assertive has one of her own now and wisely uses it there. They're able to get it away from the secondary, from Tempo, and now the slime redirect right into the middle. Incredible to hold on for Cyberswipe there, and the offense finding its footing in overtime, 2 points in a row, and a chance to force it to a set 5 for Cyberswipe.
The Missile Prop value coming in huge here. You got to know how to play it, and Assertive seems very familiar with the Missile Prop Juno game at the moment. The slimes are being controlled expertly. Another slime strike almost finds value there, but it's still a dangerous spot, right? One opportunity for Tempo can take the barrier, can take the goal, and there's the barrier falling down. There's the rune pillar being set up. There's Assertive with a sword angle out of the corner, but it's Tempo who brings us to yet another match point for the Galactic Space Cows.
Yeah, and for all the momentum Cyberswipe has built, it could all be ended right here for Space Cows. They just need 1 point to put this away, not worry about anything in these drafts. Both sides have a good amount of energy, but no flips up yet, so for at least for the time being, it'll be just strikes as Zoe the Witch gets banished and put in the Mako cage.
Good slime by Assertive, and a great barrier take from Expo. One opportunity for Zoe is all it takes. Deflected away by Expo is the flip. A slime to the bottom corner. Not quite enough as Tempo finds a save, but a good strike will win by Expo. Another opportunity here in the corner. The flip from Kaliel. A weird banish. Not sure if that was the play there. So many cooldowns are burned by Kaliel. Huge opportunity for the Cyberswipe team here, but Tempo has Flip, such a dangerous player to have Flip on, and they got to get it out of the corner, but Tempo's taking a lot of chip damage too. You can't forget the damage pressure.
Yeah, Tempo just holding on to this for so long, has had a lot of chances on the goal and finding themselves pretty low. Now finally flips the air and maybe not going to find the KO, but Zoe the Witch pushing ahead, but it's the primary from Expo that finds it, and we're forced to a set 5. Cyberswipe once again finding the offense just when they needed it, and a third spark can go onto the Juno.
Oh, but this is such a scary draft, but I think this is the best case scenario for the side of Cyberswipe, because Fight or Flight is not available for a forward to take. That could be taken by the Estelle, and Among Titans also here, but the Brawler first instead of the midfielder. Fight or Flight, of course, denied here because it would be such a powerful pick. Among Titans, both are denied away, but that's still a size awakening for Zoe the Witch and a speed awakening for Expo. I'm liking how it's looking for Cyberswipe here.
Yeah, Expo was either going to get Fight or Flight or Among Titans, so you couldn't deny the speed there. But the fact that you did deny the built different, it denies, you know, the triple speed that they could have had, but now Rapid in prime time for Zoe is going to make it so difficult for a melee goalie to clear against in that corner. But so far, a lot of offense for Cows, and even though it's been all Cyberswipe, they could find it, but those hooks are just huge for Zoe the Witch, able to provide so much on offense and make it hard for them to get back on defense, but a KO not found in the corner. Cyberswipe playing a lot of defense against this rune.
Oh, they got to be so careful. Tempo's gotten so many free opportunities here, but Expo is looking so fast. The tiny Estelle moving all over the place, and Zoe, the size of half the field, covered the entire corner, and the follow from Expo finding the goal, and now 2 goals away for our Cyber Swipe from continuing the series, bringing us to a game 3, and their comp has so much offensive pressure on Authent City.
But what a primary to start with the hot shot there. Zoe gets banished, but once again, Expo has just been so consistently finding these primaries in the corner, but a flip, so many long distance flips have found goals for Cows here, and a perfect bounce off the corner by Khalil, and we're all tied up in this set 5.
Yeah, Galactic Space Cows still the ones with a lot of power here. Not too much has changed, of course. Cyberswipe has gotten more powerful, but so have the Cows. Their defense is looking solid. Tempo, notably, is massive as well. Similar in size, no. Looking actually slightly bigger than Zoe the Witch here. So a massive threat on the offense as Expo just gets primaried off. That's a Deadeye power coming through. Assertive now in a difficult spot, but finds a perfect clear with the Slime out of the corner as Zoe the Witch sends it away. The Slime not quite getting through, but the respawn going to be stalled out.
Yeah, in this Judo build, there's so many cooldowns, so much speed, so much core speed, everything you could possibly want, but it doesn't matter. Clears into the pillar, and it's found, even though it felt like Cyberswipe was in control of that point. Just one strike going in the wrong spot, and a great pillar by Khalil, and Cows is 1 point away from shutting down this comeback and killing the dream of Cyberswipe.
And the dream is looking very close to dead. It is looking like it's not long for this world, but that core speed, really good strike shot by Victory Bacon to make sure the barrier doesn't fall. But that's stalling out most of the respawn here. The barrier still standing, finally falls. A big opportunity now for Galactic Space Cows to close out this series, advance the Grands, the banish. Really tough spot for Assertive, but gets it out of the corner for now, and Khalil stays alive despite the pressure. Zoe now trying to stall out the drum and bass, unable to do so, and once again it goes into Assertive's side, and that's the Blobbo bounce also being lost as well. Really dangerous spot here, but the barrier's taken.
Yeah, just barely finding the edge there. Flip used up to tempo mode. This is going to be so hard to defend, but luckily the flip on the side of Assertive. Expo with a missed strike, but they're not punished this time. A great mix-up by Tempo Melon, but it is found by the flip. Not a lot of energy on the side of Cyberswipe, but they're pushing ahead. They're looking to find it. Not able to there, and the pillar in the corner sends Galactic Space Cows to Grand Finals.
Oh, it was almost a great comeback from Cyberswipe, but in the end, the consistency was there from Galactic Space Cows. They will secure it in the 5th set, prevent the comeback, prevent the 3rd game. And of course, wow, that was another exhausting game. Tempo credited with 10 goals out of 13. The Cows had to work for this one.
Yeah, enough can't be said about the fact that they came back and made that a game. It looked all but over in set 3. They were down 2-0, 2 points to none. They could have just gone down right there, but they did so much to bring that back, and it felt like the awakenings were so much. Really, both teams had to fight back from being down, but it is the Cows who are able to 2-0 this time. They turn around what happened in winners semifinals, so yeah, they got 2-0'd last time, but now they 2-0, and we're going to have a 1 seed versus 2 seed matchup for Grand Finals. Great season for Cyberswipe, who just made it into playoffs and then had an incredible run to get here, but it will be the Cows moving on. What a map.
Yeah, absolutely. What a map. It really was so hectic, and the core speed really picked up near the end. But unfortunately, I think it really came down to just composure in those high pressure moments. And as you probably heard from our, and especially my reactions, there were a few really scary misstrikes coming out from Cyber, and that made it quite difficult.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a few too many. And we talked about how the rune would be maybe, an important pick, but then seeing it was Autumn City, not sure. But it was the stray rune pillar that ended up finding the goal, the final one to send Galactic Space Cows into the next series. So a series that started with rune and is ended by rune. And that'll be it for this series. So Galactic Space Cows moving on to face Polar Cortex in the Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that. And thank you for watching playoffs of Season 2 of Nasty. Be right back, everyone.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Nast Season 2 Grand Finals. I'm Lego Mage, here with Cloak Oak now, and we're going to get into in just a second the undefeated Polar Cortex here in the Grand Finals, going up against the second seed, almost undefeated Galactic Space Cows. Cloak Oak, we have got a slobber knocker on our hands, I think. Galactic Space Cows looking for the bracket reset. They very well might be able to get it, but Polar Cortex looking for the sweep. And I mean, I think it's just as likely that that happens as well.
Yeah, these are the two teams that obviously were from the start of the season predicted to end up here in Grands, and we've watched them both dominate essentially everybody across the season. And so it's really no surprise that these are the two that we're seeing head to head tonight to close out. And yeah, I think that absolutely these are the two groups that deserve to be here. 6 incredible players, 2 incredible teams, and I mean we yap a lot about team synergies, how well these players match up with one another. I think these are probably 2 of the teams that we talk the most about synergy and the ability of these players to work as a cohesive unit, not as 6 individuals on the field. So we're about to see some seriously high octane gameplay. They're going to take us to 3 of the. I mean, they're kind of the most standard, but also as a result, the most interesting in terms of the variety of playstyles that you can play maps in our pool. Up first is Clarion Test Chamber, selected by, I believe, Polar Cortex. And just looking at the picks and bans that we have lined up here, what are your thoughts here, Lego?
We see the primetime built diff. The Kazan getting banned out here makes sense, and Cows actually banning out the rune against Polar Cortex. Interesting decision. We do know that they have Khalil, who's a pretty good rune player, but not wanting their enemies who have the first pick to take that away. So instead, Polar Cortex going with the Mako Kai Asher, and it's Rasmus, now Atlas for the other side. Tempo likely going to be on the Rasmus with the size start. It's going to be really, really strong, and you have the double healer, of course, backing that up, and the speed boost now. Prime Time is going to be really good here for the Atlas and the Now. I mean, this is just a strong start. It's a strong comp. We've seen something, similar like this when Tempo's been playing for Galactic Space Cows. It's a good composition. They play it well, and this is a really good start and a really good map for them. And over on the other side, I think it's a little bit more of the same. But we're looking, instead of playing around Tempo, or rather playing around their brawler, they're going a little bit more for some midfield presence, I think, building into the Kai with the speed boost, with the prime time, and just going to rely on the size Asher to kind of get it past the prime time Atlas when the time comes. So pretty solid drafting, I think, for both teams. I like what they've both cooked up.
It does look like it was actually a little bit backwards, so it is Cows running the Asher Mako Kai, and the Now Atlas Rasmus is falling to Polar Cortex here. But, I mean, it stands as a testament that both of those comps were believable for both of these teams. They're both so well-versed in all the stuff that is at the top of the meta right now.
Yeah, Name Chaotic and Tempo both tend to rock the Rasmus, so no big surprises there. But yeah, I mean, off to a bit of a slow start here in point 1 as we take a look at our awakenings. No huge surprises. The Brawler's going size, everyone else on that prime time. Name Chaotic did take Slicks over Mom Boots, which are the other forwards went for. So I guess something to keep a note of there, but still battling over this first barrier as we see Tempo has been left out of the play quite a bit. Taking quite a bit of chip damage. Cows doing a good job so far. Or sorry, Polar Cortex rather, doing a good job so far controlling the core.
Yeah, I think Polar Cortex has the majority of the tempo here, but that flip from Khalil will grab a first barrier for them. Tempo does get sent away right there. And it does seem like Polar Cortex are doing a really good job of keeping Tempo out of the play, like you said. They're putting constant, just every few abilities that they send go Tempo's way, and that power play will award them the first point of the series, as well as lining up 3 core flips moving into this second point. A nice start and burst of momentum for Polar Cortex.
Solid point. They get a pretty decent energy advantage here as well. They're going to have 3 flips to, well, spend a little bit there, but they're still going to have 3 flips likely to work with. So they're in a pretty comfy spot going into this point, too, just continuing to take it slow and steady. The Fool should be able to give Name Chaotic just about as many tries as he needs. Primetime Atlas is no joke to deal with, as we can see here. I think Polar Cortex just looking to lock in and play a real consistent game on this one. Getting a lot of chip damage out on this map as well. Tempo has been kind of forced back quite a lot. Name Chaotic actually picks up the KO there. Now it's another power play here for Polar Cortex, trying to get it past Khalil. Dribble with Name Chaotic. Forces out the core flip from Victory Bacon. Tempo will respawn. The pressure, though, is still on this barrier. It's going to be able to slip right past, and it's an open goal on Cow's side. Polar Cortex trying to put the pressure on, secure this second point.
Yeah, they once again have the goal cracked open, and Name Chaotic and I are just a constant wall of force. But Victory Bacon and Khalil are holding on for now, and for once, there's nobody staggered on the side of Space Cows. They are still having to defend here, and they are at a barrier disadvantage, but they're making stuff work, and this Mako speed is giving them a little bit of an advantage that Polar Cortex doesn't have. Name Chaotic finds himself staggered. A nice elusive there from Tempo, but she does get taken off moments later.
Yeah, keeping up the power plays here. Name Chaotic with the Whiplash, going to be able to sink that one in. Cows faced with a little bit of a predicament. Polar Cortex, it seemed like they wouldn't initially be trying to look for KOs, but they've been able to rack up enough chip damage pretty consistently on Tempo Melon that they're able to end up playing for them, and we're already seeing the level disparity start to take hold. They're just keeping Tempo out of the play as much as possible. It's absolutely paying off for them. Like some good, efficient game of OS right now. You see Tempo with the core here. A gonna flip that one, get out of her hands. Snare drum's coming out in the midfield here as it bounces around the center on this Maelstrom map. A nice primary was set up there by A, and it will secure the second barrier off of Cows. His name Chaotic. Brings a core to the top side. Tempo trying to recover. Converting over to the other side of the field. Putting some pressure on Polar's barrier. Khalil trying to force it through the barrage, but able to get it around. Khalil looking for another shot here. But Tempo is staggered yet again. They do have 2 core flips to work with. This Asher has to be so careful to just not get KO'd. Victory Bacon trying to keep the core up in the center. Tempo picking up the orb. Does get pretty big here, but he still hasn't fully recovered yet. The password comes in. Goes for the dash and flip. Is actually going to pick up a KO of her own. Now it's Cow's first power play of the match so far. Core flip here from Khalil's going to get stalled out. Does bait out the Fool's flip, but that barrier remains standing. Khalil going to go for another try in the corner. His name Chaotic respawns, but so far it's been nothing. A nice shot from Tempo, finally breaking the curse, and now both sides are opened up. Tempo will force it through, but Fool going to rotate it around. Khalil to the center is going to find it right past the astral projection, and Cows able to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, that kill from Tempo Melod was really the turning point of that point we just watched. It is difficult to find KOs like that up against this comp. I mean, Tempo essentially had to dump her whole kit with that era orb buff in the span of, just a second in order to find that KO, because you have 2 healers on this comp, and Atlas has the resurrection on his ult, right? So there's just a lot of war of attrition possibility from the comp that Polar Cortex is playing, where Tempo, just by nature of existing on the board, is going to take more damage than, Name Chaotic will, just because Name Chaotic has 2 healers at his back that Tempo does not. Like, just now, we see the Atlas ult comes out. Name Chaotic was almost staggered right there, but it just doesn't matter, because he has so much healing potential on his team.
Yeah, it's definitely making a difference, and to get to our 1 barrier setups yet again here, Tempo does have flip available. Really putting a lot of pressure on this top side, but A and the Fool with the double prime time are pretty much able to hold in the 2v1, and now putting the pressure on Victory Bacon here. We see the drum and bass get burnt. A pass to Name Chaotic. Tempo getting back in time. Barrier beam that one away. And now it's Khalil trying to get the core off the side of the field. We'll slink it past here, but no one able to capitalize, and we'll just go right back to battling over midfield. Core flip here from Name Chaotic. Just going to skim the side of that barrier and open up the goal now. A on the positioned up on the top side, and Name Chaotic on the bottom. trying to make it work, but Tempo back on the defense, making things difficult now, though, in the 2v2. Named Chaotic with the hook, bringing up Khalil, able to cut that pass off. Named Chaotic taking over again with the whiplash. A pass up to A, has a primary setup. Back down to Named Chaotic, back up to A, going for the shot. Victory Bacon able to block that one. And a pass now down to Khalil on the goal line. Some nice defensive moves here, but almost sneaking in on a demon angle. Victory Bacon able to recover there and get it back up to the offense, trying to force it in. A nice strike war from Tempo Melon, and now that's both sides opened up. But Named Chaotic with the core in a dangerous position, and Death Touch to bring it forward. Core flip from Khalil, but it's not going to go very far. It's now A in the midfield, trying to battle past Tempo Melon. The Tempo Melon so far, the Asher proving difficult to get through. A pass down to Khalil, going for the bottom of the barrage to secure it, and just like that, Cows have tied it up.
Yeah, some very nice navigating from Cows around the playstyle that Polar Cortex are executing. Victory Bacon constantly holding some orbs on the back line for his forwards to come back and grab. That is going to be absolutely imperative with how long these points are going and how willing Polar Cortex have been to just throw an ability out to stop the healing of the enemy forwards from time to time. It is a constant battle of the stagger bars for Galactic Space Cows.
Set. Looking like it can go either way here, and now on Bounce House Central. See which team comes out. We have 2 core flips up for each. Named Chaotic able to force through the drum and bass. It's a quick open goal on Cow's side. A did burn the flip here relatively early, but didn't get very far on it. Now Tempo with the core. Still hunting for these barriers. And Chaotic making it hard against Khalil on this top side here. Now rotating down to the bottom. A just trying to get it out. Been some pretty efficient defense over on the side of Polar so far. They don't look to be cracking anytime soon this point. The Fool over to A, gonna pass to Named Chaotic. The Snare Drum's gonna shut that one down. And now a core flip here from the Fool, but Khalil able to block that, and on the rebound, Tempo gets him one barrier, flipping for a second. What a nice angle on that, and now it's both sides opened up. Pass here to Tempo Melon. Will get blocked away, but now it's A and Named Chaotic taking over in the top corner. Death Touch from Named Chaotic into the bottom side. The angle off the bumper is going to be just fast enough to where Khalil can't catch it, and Polar Cortex will close out set 1.
Yeah, an incredibly close set 1. Space Cows almost brought it back, but it is Polar Cortex coming away, and I already at level 7. A level or 2 ahead of the rest of the lobby across the board. Some very, very impressive midfielding here. And lots of fantastic stuff to pick up. Is going to opt for the aerials. A little bit more range on those primaries, but also range on the ult and some speed on the secondary. Lots of value out of that awakening. Interestingly enough, the big fish denied away by Khalil, which means that Named Chaotic will settle for perfect form. Not really much of a compromise. That's still a fantastic pickup for Rasmus. Tempo Melon doesn't really have too much on the board by the time it makes it back to her, so she'll settle for Twin Drive. But that does mean that Victory Bacon gets a little bit of extra haste on that Mako secondary. So Tempo and Khalil are going to be running fast, and there he goes. He's popping it already. Look at them swarm the field. As that builds up over the course of the game, because, I mean, there's still more speed awakenings for Mako to pick up one more on the table. That can become one of the most pivotal abilities in the game. But these power plays are not stopping. Polar Cortex are back at their shenanigans.
Nice Giga Blast here from Khalil. Buy some time and get a barrier, but the Fool's up in the midfield now. A is back, holding down the barrier. Core flip from the Fool, trying to get some Named Chaotic. Tempo Melon to get a timely respawn there. Try and get it back out. A nice and snare jumps for Victory Bacon to shut down the potential Death Touch play. Now the Fool with the core. Making a decision, bringing it up to the top side here. Not a lot Named Chaotic can get done in the 1v3. Now Khalil going to waste the Giga Blast, unfortunately, goes a bit wide. As we go into overtime, Khalil up to Tempo Melon will avoid the Astral Projection, but now the Expanse in the way, but a nice angle in return, and will be the barrier down. Both sides opened up here. 2 flips on Cows, but some energy coming up for Polar soon. Khalil first to flip, sends it around, but the Fool will get a nice strike shot to deflect that one. We go for another interaction. Pass down to Named Chaotic. Going to dribble up with the primary. Core flip here from Victory Bacon. Passes it down to Khalil. A nice angle. Gets to Tempo Melon. Looks for the ricochet, but can't quite get it in. Now A with the core. Trying to get it past the midfielders yet again. Khalil looking for a barrage snipe, but doesn't even need it. Just going to be a shot to the top. Beautiful strike placement there to sink it right between A and the Fool. And that will be Cows striking first.
Yeah, Cows with the early point here, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they're well aware of how much this haste on Mako is kind of their win condition. Tempo is really playing a lot further back when they don't have Mako secondary up. And then as soon as Victory Bacon casts that secondary is really when Khalil and Tempo swarm on the enemy net. And I'm guessing that that's going to be their strategy. Like here, right now, they're going to get this huge burst, and immediately they are just on top of the Fool and Eye and able to collapse on them and get those barriers. They know what their win condition is, and they're getting flips out and right on the goal line.
Now, Cal's in a very advantageous position, one they haven't seen too much of this series, but they're going to take advantage of it now that they're up a point here. Nice pass down to Khalil. Will get blocked here, but the expanse cooldown getting burnt. The pressure still staying on. Tempo Melon with the twin drive dash up. Going to be able to stuff it right in. Cows now taking a lead here in this set, looking to tie up the game on set point, and they just might be able to do it.
That is one big thing about Asher having size. In addition to her naturally having a bigger strike box, just getting a lot more benefit out of those size awakenings. I do think that something that's often neglected is the Asher secondary can hit multiple targets at once with size. You can hit the core and the goalie at the same time, a heck of a lot easier. It allows for just some additional scoring opportunities that you don't really have without that built different. The barriers are down for Cows early, but Tempo Melon flips to even it up here, and both goals are now open.
And Khalil just looking to take it away. A quick blazing pace right there. It procced the Mag Souls, and then Khalil immediately activated the secondary to just run up. He saw the opportunity where Polar weren't able to get the core in time. Great opportunity, assessment there from Cows, and well, that will lead to the set win, and Khalil, the MVP. He's got a lot of really good options. See the fight or flight, the rapid fire. It will, of course, be the double rabbit for the Kai, which is going to be very, very strong here. Fool going for the second spark. Will be the spark of strength, but that leaves peak performance up for Tempo Melon. Traditionally, a very strong awakening. Stagger Swagger here for a Might of the Colossus going over to Name Chaotic for a bit more size on the Rasmus and rapid fire. Falling to Victory Bacon Cloak. What do you think of this draft? Because I'm thinking cows may have come off like bandits on that one.
I'm inclined to agree as well. In a game where it was primetime start and 4 of our players started with primetime, seeing rapid fire fall to 6th pick is baffling, to say the least. But I'm sure that Victory Bacon is well pleased to have rapid fire primetime. Even though he was last in draft that go round. Yeah, and I mean, tons of speed. Like, this is a massive, massive momentum shift for Galactic Space Cows. I think that was a huge draft for them. Absolutely.
So far, paying some dividends. Khalil's just running so fast and getting hit by the center and then activating Mag Souls. I mean, he's getting a lot of speed out of that, a lot of value out of that fight or flight pick. And now, core flip here from Tempo on the open goal. It's just going to go right to the top side. No astral projection available for the Fool. No strike shot, nothing. And Cows now look to be in a bit of command of this game as they're starting off the lead in this third set.
Yeah, one thing I will say is Polar Cortex definitely have a lot more damage potential after that draft. They denied some survivability away. They got extra power on Name Chaotic and the Fool is threatening. Some very nice spark synergies. There's still 2 sparks on the board for the rest of the game, and he's already got 2. So they did get some valuable stuff that draft, but for now, I think it is going to be Cows running away with it. And they're actually pressuring some kills of their own now, just with the sheer amount of speed that they have, and Tempo Melon having a little bit more survivability at her disposal.
Absolutely, and see a little bit of fighting going on over this center orb here. Looks like Name Chaotic's gonna be able to pick it up. Be dangerous, but so far Cows mostly controlling the core and keeping it on Polar Cortex's side of the field, not allowing that size to do them any favors. His energy's about to come up here. We see a big push there from Khalil. Giant speed boost, burns the flip and everything, but the barrier remains standing. Name Chaotic gets a shot to the center. Gonna go for another one down to the bottom. Misjudges the angle just a little bit. The pendulum swing also blocked. We'll get it on the 3rd try. Big KO attempt coming out from Tempo Melon. Gets rezzed, but Tempo gets the KO with the pass splitter anyway. keeping the pressure on, and now it's Cows in the power play. Khalil going big with the big orb. The second barrier is gone, and Khalil positioning on the bottom side yet again is going to be able to seal the deal and take the point. Galactic Space Cows on set point, and Polar Cortex in a rare position where they seem to be on the back foot.
Yeah, it is really fascinating to see, like, almost this, like, rinse and repeat. Like, the power play was nice there from Tempo Melon finding the power play was big, but honestly, I think that the bigger pattern that we're seeing here with the way Cows are winning this game right now is just Tempo Melon coming back on defense when she needs to be on defense. Like, she runs back right now when the core comes to name Chaotic, and then uses the Mako secondary to just immediately convert and apply way more pressure than the enemy was just a second ago. So, you know, as long as the opportunities end up being approximately equal between these two teams, I have to imagine that this speed is going to make the difference. There it comes out again, and the flip on the goal line is enough to make a 3-0 set for the Galactic Space Cows. Yeah, they are absolutely running away with it right now.
And now getting into this draft yet again, Khalil's build is starting to get very scary. And looking at this Among Titans pickup here, which seems to be what Khalil wants, that's more speed, and you have the size to offset. So, I mean, this guy's going to be running really fast. Hot shots here for the Fool. Pancakes for Tempo Melon for running even faster. Catalyst dropping actually all the way down to name Chaotic, which could be decently valuable here. Explosive entrance on A, and 1-2 punch going over to Victory Bacon. But I think once again, just getting that double speed now, and of course more size on Tempo because of the Titans, is it's still looking really good from Cows, like in terms of the builds. And I don't know. I'm curious to see what Polar Cortex does to try and slow them down here.
Yeah, I mean, the XP difference doesn't lie either. Like, you can tell how much the Fool has had to do, sitting at level 10, compared to Victory Bacon, who is still sitting at level 8. 2 levels beneath most of the rest of the players in this game, only just now hitting level 9. This guy has been able to sit back in his ivory tower, clear the core super quickly, always has his cooldowns up with this rapid fire prime time, and then just pop a secondary and let his little forwards run forward and score. It is, like, seriously some incredible drafting from Galactic Space Cows that have netted them some real serious advantages, multiple advantages in this match.
Yeah, but now name Chaotic here, bringing down the barriers, does get Victory Bacon's flip as well as we head into overtime. Core flip here from Khalil, looking to bank it off the bottom wall to get the bottom side of the barrier. A nice shot, but now name Chaotic looking to recover a death touch to the bottom. So far, Cows holding on, going for another shot. The German base going to block that one. Now up to the top side, Khalil racing back to try and get into position to defend this. A, an assault on the top side, but Victory Bacon holding. Now name Chaotic can pass up to A. They'll get it around Tempo Melon. They're looking for a chance to burn this flip, but just can't find it. Cows is keeping it away, and now they're converting the offense to the bottom corner here. Tempo Melon looking for the hit stun's going to find it on A. The Fool went for the back pass, but a bit of a risky play, and Tempo Melon made him pay for it. Cows, they're going to score yet again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not even Cows at their full power for the set. Tempo Melon hasn't even hit stacks on stacks yet. She just procced it just now. That is a 580 speed Asher normally, 630 speed Asher with the Mag Souls proc. I mean, no, almost 700 speed on Asher. What the frick is this build? Yeah, speed is an insane stat on anybody, but I'll tell you who I'd hate to be running fast at me is an Asher, especially if that Asher is being piloted by Tempo Melon. And it will be a power play here for the side of Polar Cortex, but Tempo still just gets to rule the midfield here.
Core flip being burned here, and they've basically stalled out this power play now as Khalil comes right back online. And look how fast this guy is compared to A, just blazing past them. It's so scary to see when a Kai is absolutely built like this. A nice death touch, though, from Name Chaotic will bring down the second barrier. Now dribbling to the bottom side. A bit late on the pendulum swing, but they still have possession of the core. A sending it back up. You're making able to get it past the Rasmus. And now is once again Cows in the bottom side. The Fool with the Astral Projection sends it wide. And now a core flip here from Name Chaotic. Easily finishing it off. A big fast play from Polar Cortex to find an explosive point there. And they'll be able to tie it up here in the set. They haven't been counted out just yet as they continue on with this.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out either, and I definitely think that if they win this set, it becomes a lot more scary for Galactic Space Cows, because they've still got the Spark threat from the Fool. They've got more size scaling on Name Chaotic, and I mean, already that size scaling is massive. Off of the Air Orb right there, he gets 255 power. This is a freaking spooky Rasmus with on this map variant especially. So definitely Polar Cortex still have win conditions under their belt if they could just make the miracle happen this set.
And now a single barrier up. Tempo Melon able to get it past the expanse here, but Name Chaotic is big mode and has a flip available. Going to burn it right here. Blocked by Tempo Melon, who gets back in time. And now Cal's looking to recover Khalil on the bottom side. The Fool is going to get it around. And now Name Chaotic looking for the breakaway in the top side with the Whiplash. Gets it past Tempo Melon here. Trying to force it through Victory Bacon, but having some troubles. The pass splitter now in the way. Tempo Melon going back to the center. Try to get it past A, but just 2 flips up. A gonna burn it first, send it right down to the bottom. The Fool trying to clear it back, but Khalil is too fast and gonna keep the core up in Polar's face. But a nice Strike War win will buy just a few seconds of time. Just touch sending it back in the middle. It's gonna bounce wildly for just a moment. But Tempo Melon has gotten the center orb and is now going really big, trying to force it through. A nice rotation here from the Fool in overtime as A bringing it down to the bottom side. Core flip from Khalil, trying to get it past the Tempo Melon and the path are coming in, but the Fool able to dodge it with a flip, and now it's stuck in the bottom corner. They're trying to force it through. Tempo Melon going for the barrier beam, but it's just too much defense in the way. Too many bodies stacked up. And A able to buy some space. Core flip from Name Chaotic. The bottom is blocked, and A gonna go for it once again in the top side, but Khalil just keeps up with this core even when it's moving this fast. And A with the Strike War. Khalil couldn't get back in time. And it will be A picking up the point. Polar Cortex now on set point and looking to go to a set 5.
Yeah, they're looking strong. They seem to have remembered that part of their win condition is keeping Tempo Melon out of the play, and I'm sure she's happy to keep her stacks around. She did manage to stay alive, but still, just the threat of losing that speed applies a lot of pressure to their win condition. But it does seem like the bounce house is falling in the way of Space Cows this go round. Tempo does have a flip in front of that second barrier there, and the snare drum's actually coming all the way up to the front. Tempo falling low, gets staggered out of the way of the orb. It is spooky for her and for Space Cows as an extension, but she stays alive for now.
Now, barrier going down here. The flip burnt by Name Chaotic as well. Looking for the top sides. That's what the pendulum's doing perfectly to sink it in and gets the goalie KO. What a way to end out that set. And Polar Cortex have brought it back now. A set 5 for them in game 1. A gonna be the MVP. We see 2 more sparks showing up here, as well as some creations, some size, and heavy impact and spec as well, making their faces shown. So I have to see how this one goes.
Not surprised at all to see heavy impact, the first pickup on this now, and more size on Name Chaotic. The double spark deny from the forwards of Space Cows, which means that the Fool will have to settle for Siege Machine and Glass Cannon on Victory Bacon. So both goalies, not crazy insane buffs here, but they're both not unhappy. I do think that Siege Machine on Atlas is still really nice. But yeah, definitely nice denials by Space Cows, but that was still a big burst of scaling for Polar Cortex. This is going to be a heater of a 5th set, a slobber knocker, some might say.
Yeah, I mean, we might say. But already, I mean, set 5 in game 1 tends to set the tone for these kind of things, and energy's coming up pretty quickly all across the board right now. We've been locked in a stalemate over in this midfield. Only one barrier has been taken so far. Core flip here from Name Chaotic's totally shut down by Galactic Space Cows. They're going to go for it again. They will be successful on that push. That bottom barrier falls, but Name Chaotic getting put in jail for just a bit. A little bit of breathing space now as a bit of a death touch, making it go a bit wild there. Body healing coming out as Name Chaotic almost got KO'd, but some timely Atlas ults will hold it down. Now we head into overtime. The speed, though, still coming online the longer these points go on for Tempo Melon. You already see Khalil keeping pace with this core. Going to burn the flip right here. Doesn't get too much off it. It just kind of sends it wild. Now Khalil pushing this bottom invisibility lane rather, and still 3 flips available for Polar Cortex. They haven't spent any more of them since Name Chaotic got it back. Core flip here from the Fool, blocked by Tempo Melon. The barrier goes down. Flip here from A, past to Name Chaotic, who flips from the barrier, gets nothing in the ensnare drums. But now Cows with a chance to score. They're going to get a KO onto A, forcing them right off the side there. Now Victory Bacon sending it back up, and with the red core, the 1-2 punch is too fast. Let's go right into the bottom. Cows gonna strike first in set 5.
And a nice body block of the Atlas Expanse by Tempo Melon there. You could tell how scared, and rightfully scared, the Fool is of this offensive duo that Cows have managed to come up with here, because he is having to burn cooldowns left and right just to stay afloat. He does have a lot of cooldowns on this Atlas, but they're not unlimited. He does still have to watch out for those cooldowns, but Khalil and Tempo are forcing a lot out of him. Name Chaotic and I, on the other hand, seem to just be working through the cooldowns of Victory Bacon and Khalil. Like, when they score, it seems to be in spite of those abilities, which is honestly pretty impressive. But we're just in a neutral state right now, both teams trying to find the upper hand. It is Khalil staggered in the midfield for now, as Cows try to find something with their flips.
Back 1v1 in terms of barriers here. A and Khalil trading flips, running out of energy, but Khalil running out of health and just trying to run around to stay alive. It's going to be hard, I think, for Polar to KO. Okay, like not getting a good angle on that hook. Will just settle, staggering the Kai yet again. Core just continues to move fast, finally able to pick it up with the whiplash as Khalil went for the orb here in a power play for Polar Cortex, forcing up core flip from Name Chaotic, gets to the KO on Tempo and the barrier. Victory Bacon flips as well. It's an absolutely huge payoff as just the passing plays will come out from Polar, and that will be enough to find the point. What a way to make it happen. Polar playing calm, play so long, and then when they see their chance, they absolutely strike in the blink of an eye.
A double KO, and along with it, Tempo Melon stacks. That's not going to stop him from getting a double barrier off of kickoff, though. The Cows are showing them that they're still, well, caster curse. Tempo Melon is dead again. This is highly unfortunate if you are a Galactic Space Cows fan, but it's Polar Cortex's time to shine and solidify their lead in this set for the first time in quite some time.
And now both sides opened up pretty early on here. We see Khalil and Tempo looking to position aggressively, try and score. Name Chaotic coming back on the defense here. A nice Giga Blast from Khalil to send it back in. They're facing this top corner. Tempo looking to force it in. In fact, she will with the dash. Now Galactic Space Cows are on match point here for game 1.
Yeah, nice secure of the match point. That was a spooky point for them, but they managed to pull it back, and now we're back on the Era Orb variant. As always, is going to be a war over the center here. Currently, it's Tempo Melon and Name Chaotic, though, that are warring in the midfield. The first barrier to fall is brought by Name Chaotic. There's a second one that flipped right in front of the net. It's stalled out by Victory Bacon's Mako secondary, traded by Khalil's, but I, with the third core flip, will win the exchange, taking us to a set 5.5.
So many core flips coming out here, and it's all coming down to this. The final point of the Slobber Knocker for real, but once again on the Bounce House Castle, it's going to be a quick barrier here for Cows as the pass splitter Tempo Melon will put on the pressure. Tempo with the flip available, burns it here, but the Fool with a nice reaction. The Astral Projection is going to block that one away. Name Chaotic with a whiplash gets able to get it past the Mako and trade up the barriers, though, to be even moving forward at the moment. Leo, a nice barrage defensively to hold it down, but all members fighting over his midfield presence. The snare drum's coming out, but Name Chaotic with a pendulum swing, gonna hit it outside the wall, and that's an open goal on Cow's side. They're looking for this flip. They're looking to end it as soon as possible. But hey, now with the core trying to get it past Khalil. Tempo Melon dashing down to the bottom. Flip here from the Fool, looking to pass to Name Chaotic. Burns the flip now, has the flip available, but Victory Bacon trades a flip in return and gets it back out. Name Chaotic looking for the dribble and the pendulum. Khalil able to dodge it here, but Victory Bacon on the back foot, making some good passes to get it back out to Tempo Melon now. Who's going to put the pressure back on Polar Cortex. The core slipping away just a bit from her. The strike shot as well sends it back to Name Chaotic. It's going to be no dice as we go into overtime here. Khalil pass to Tempo Melon. A able to cut it. Going to go for it again here, but A blocking the barrier yet again. Some good defense here. Death Touch coming out with the barrage cutting the pass. Continue on. Name Chaotic dribbling up in the midfield, trying to find a shot pass, but Tempo and Khalil still just move too fast to keep up. A forced to bring the core flip here, a pass down to Named Chaotic. They're looking for the shot, but just can't quite reach it with the strike as it gets down to the forwards of Cows. Blocked away, though. Temple Melon going to have another chance on the return here. A flip on the bottom side. The body's in the way, but able to sneak it through somehow. And now Khalil, a pass up to the Asher. A with the secondary is going to block that one off. And Chaotic pushing up hard. Gets a KO onto Victory Bacon. It's a goalie power play for Polar Cortex, but Tempo trying to buy as much time as possible. And Khalil holding it down in the backfield so far. A to the top side. Puts up the primary. Trying to get it past it. Khalil wins the strike war against Nate Chaotic. Core flip here coming out to buy even more time. And Victory Bacon back online. Cows holding it down so far. Tempo looking for the top side. Able to get it past. The now secondary not popping quite in time. And Galactic Space Cows will take game 1.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my. We
They
have
actually
got a
defended that.
contest.
Cows actually
did.
defended that power play. I thought as soon as Victory Bacon died, I was like, oh no, it's freaking over for them. But Tempo and Khalil held that down, and then even brought it back. By the time Victory Bacon was back on the field, I don't even think he needed to really touch the core again. Tempo and Khalil just ran away with it, found that opportunity in the back of the net. What a long first match as well. That was a 33-minute game. Over 420 redirects on both of our midfielders here. Some absolutely insane numbers, some insane plays, and just like the most exciting fifth set that you could possibly ask for. And this is just the first game of the series, Lego.
Oh yeah. I mean, I find it hard to believe that the following games will be anything short of this. We have an absolute contest on our hands right now. A real match, to be sure. This is going to be... I mean, if Cows want to win this as well, they have to get the bracket reset. They have to go on the long haul to beat Polar Cortex. But Polar Cortex are not making it easy. 420 redirects on A. 432 on Khalil. 432 redirects. We don't see numbers like that very often at all. And I mean, everyone in this match just kind of put those up pretty regularly. I mean, the only one, maybe Victory Bacon, didn't have to. Victory Bacon and Named Chaotic, I think, is where the big disparity comes in, right?
Which tells you where the core was, right?
Yeah. You know, like,
it was not on offense for Polar Cortex that much.
Yeah, Cows kind of dominated like the time of possession pretty thoroughly, but I mean, the defense from Polar Cortex was just really, really consistent that it made it so difficult, and they ended up dragging out for so long. But ultimately, more shots on the goal, more chances will eventually win you a game, and that's kind of what we ended up seeing from Cows as they eked out that one in set 5.5. So, I mean, it's going to be a movie continuing on here. It's going to be Night Market Cows map pick.
Yeah, that was Polar Cortex's map also. Yeah. The Clarion. Yeah, we're headed over to Cows map pick now. And I mean, we see the kind of stuff that they like to play. I think that Night Market could not be a better pick for them. You kind of can't go wrong with all the brawlers that Tempo Melon is the best at, or all the brawlers that are the best on Night Market. And Khalil is just going to consistently set up dash punch opportunities or, you know, perfect bell ringers or whatever. I understand perfectly why Cows want to play Night Market. What I want to ask you, Lego, is what you expect Polar Cortex to whip out moving into Game 2.
Man, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what you expect to see, because, I mean, this is kind of a team that can sort of do it all. I think we expect to see the Rasmus in this draft. Named Chaotic, I assume, is going to want to get that again. We also have the Kazan to think about. It did get banned last time because of the primetime start, but I mean, it could very well show up here. Another popular character, I think, between these two teams we saw banned last time was the Rune. They're mostly banning it away from Khalil, and I don't see that changing unless there's some, like, insane start. Like, I don't know, like these, like, explosive entrance, and it's just something else that, like, Rune just really doesn't like, and there's like just better characters, then
Yeah.
they could ignore it. But I think we could very well just see like Rasmus and Rune get banned out here. And honestly,
Who
Polar
gets
might
to
just run
pick
it back.
first here?
I think. Well, they get to decide actually who's red and blue team. The team who like wasn't that last time. So we don't know yet. We presume we can guess that cows will pick blue team, but I don't know how that actually started, so I can't say for sure. And okay, Polar picked red, or I guess Polar is red rather. I don't know who picked what, but Polar's red, so cows is blue. So cows is picking first, so they might go for the Rasmus, honestly.
Yeah, they might go for the Rasmus. I could also see a world where, I mean, you brought up the Rune pick. There's a world where I takes the early Rune here, right? I mean, if you're so scared of Khalil's Rune, I guess they're not going to have an opportunity. They're playing red. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
My little
cows
faulty
first
logic
pick
there.
the rune, then yeah,
Yeah.
it's cooked.
Cows will get the first opportunity. You're absolutely right.
So I honestly,
yeah.
I think A is just gonna go back with the now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's now Atlas again for Polar Cortex. I think that's just a successful
That seems to make sense.
pickup.
Yeah.
I think this team has good success with that, and I don't see a reason to change that. Like it's gonna always be consistently good. And here's the draft actually now. It's Timeless Creator Stagger Swagger start, and it is in fact Atlas, but it's picked up by Cows as their first pick. Mako and Kazan are banned out here, so it's gonna be interesting. See how this goes. Of course, now and Rune still on the table, and with the Timeless start, there's the Rune pickup coming in. Polar Cortex will be denying that away from Cows.
Yeah, I really like the bans that both of these teams have picked. I mean, obviously, we understand don't want Name Chaotic on the Kazan, but the Mako ban from Polar Cortex, I think, is really smart. I do think that Victory Bacon is most comfortable on Mako. I think that's probably the goalie that he likes the most. And so forcing him onto something that he's a little less comfortable on could, give you an edge, especially because it seemed like he was really efficiently defending that last game. Like, it really didn't take all that many abilities to clear it generally. Hence why he had such low redirect numbers. It didn't take much to get the defensive job done. There is the Rune coming out for Polar Cortex. They're going Rune Julie as this offensive duo. This is Name Chaotic on the Julie. I'll be honest, this is a pick that I haven't seen him play that much. Usually you see him on the Rasmus and the Kazan almost exclusively, and then occasionally he throws out like a Zentaro, right? So I'm interested to see what the Name Chaotic Julie looks like. And then, yeah, on the other side, it is actually the Atlas Now duo that you were talking about, picked up by Cows this go-round, running a little bit of a kitten comp there for Tempo Melon's Asher. And it'll be Dubu following in the goal box of Polar Cortex. I like this draft from both of these teams. I think that it's well drafted for sure.
Yeah, I think Dubu isn't a character we honestly have seen too much of like lately. As like interesting as that sounds, it feels like Mako and Atlas kind of take over that role just a little bit more. But with Mako out of the draft and Victory Bacon on the Atlas, we get to see the Timeless Creator Dubu come out, which can definitely be good here. I assume it's gonna be Timeless Creator. We could see the Stagger Swagger come out just for a little bit of speed and play more ice skates that way. So there's a couple avenues we could go with this, but it will in fact be Strike Shot Timeless Creator. So we got some offensive soups coming out for sure, but with Stagger Swagger on all the forwards and Mag Souls as well. Name Chaotic once again though going for the slicks on the Juliet here. A bit of a more common pick on that character. So we get right into it. I mean, this is going to be a fast-moving match. I don't think we're going to see too many KOs, except a few ledge KOs by Name Chaotic, maybe some banishes from A, but for the most part, I don't think chip damage is going to be much of a factor at all.
Yeah, no, chip damage, no longer really a threat. But I'll tell you what is a threat. You were talking about this Dubu pickup by the Fool. One thing that I do happen to know is that Tempo Melon despises Dubu. And I think it makes sense because I think it's kind of a direct counter to her playstyle. She really likes, stunning the goalie and kind of getting up in the goalie's face and screwing around with him. And Dubu doesn't really have a problem with you doing that. He'll just sit on top of you. A counter specifically to Tempo Melon's playstyle, and one that I've heard her complain about before, definitely seems like a smart pickup for the Fool and the rest of Polar Cortex by extension. But yeah, already we are seeing that Tempo Melon is no longer a threat of being KO'd by Stagger. The only reason that these players are going off the field is if they get banished by the edge or dash punched.
There's a nice pillar there from A to actually pick up that second barrier with the overtime speed, but there's Cal's goal that's opened up first. We do have some flips available on goalies and forwards, but I'm burning them just too much. A lot of rotations coming out here. Nice strike from Khalil to get out of that dash punch, but a pillar now getting set up and give Name Chaotic another chance. The Expanse blocks it. He's back around to Tempo. The Fool with the core flip. Name Chaotic to the bottom. The strike shot blocks that one away. Go for another dribble here. A pillar in the way. Tempo coming back. A dash punch. Blocked out. A core flip from Victory Bacon. Banish now. Coming out onto Tempo Melon. A lot of damage, but the Stagger Striker should be good. However, A teleporting down. Has the flip available. Is able to wait out all the projectiles and take the first point here for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, very nice play from A and Name Chaotic there. I also want to compliment Tempo Melon getting out of that Banish into Julie combo. It could have been absolutely disastrous for her, but did manage to drop the Path Splitter down in enough time to push Name Chaotic away. So far, though, I will say Name Chaotic is not disappointing on this Juliet pick. He's pretty much playing exactly the kind of textbook stuff that you can expect from any Juliet player, but on top of that, is getting pretty creative with where he's using these dashes and, you know, starting to do the dash strike combos as well. So I'm enjoying the Name Chaotic Juliet so far, to say the least.
Flips coming out there from Name Chaotic to open up Cow's side yet again, as we see the Fool with a nice pass, but Victory Bacon strike shot is going to be able to send it back around to Tempo, who'll be able to trade that second barrier to open up both sides here. See a lot of rotations coming around is with the corner brawlers like this and strike shots on the goalies. They'll be pretty easy for the goalies to kind of just get the core away. A nice redirect there from the Fool going back up. We saw the rotation from Khalil to the bottom side. The Tofu Fortress getting committed here into this bottom corner. Polar Cortex looking to clear it back out. Khalil quickly falling back to get hold of the core now. A with the pillar in the midfield, trying to get it past Tempo Melon, but the Path were able to block that one. Core flip here from Khalil, gets a night market angle. It was almost an own goal. We got lucky on that. It didn't quite go in. However, there's a flip down, and now a pillar set up there from A. Victory Bacon catches the rebound, but Name Chaotic standing right there and is able to redirect that into the goal. And Polar Cortex now off to a good start on set point.
Yeah, I will say I'm impressed with how well the slick kicks pickup is going for Name Chaotic right now. It might offer a bit of a disadvantage going into like the later game when like you do want your Julie to be able to come back on defense more and really like control the walls by threatening dash punch, right? But for now, it's actually proving to be quite a bit of an asset, as like every time A and the Fool are able to feed the core up to Name Chaotic, he's able to just kind of go ballistic here and get so much work done just by striking. Like, he doesn't really need to dump too many abilities to make some magic happen in the goal box. They're already 2 points up. The Expanse is barely enough to keep it out of Cal's goal box. And on set point here, Polar Cortex are threatening to bring this one home.
Yeah, it's not looking great with two barriers up. Name Chaotic a dribble into dash punch here. Didn't quite grab the core. And Tempo is looking to bring down some kind of barrier, but a flip from the Fool is going to say no to that. Now A and Name Chaotic taking over. Khalil, a nice redirect off the secondary, but they're struggling to get it off their side of the field. Tofu Fortress coming out as well. And Pillar now getting set up on the top side for A. Khalil gets it around, actually gets a barrier off of that. And now Name Chaotic's got a flip. And this could be scary for Cows if the core ever gets back. And in fact, it will now. Name Chaotic looking to set up shop on the bottom side as A on the top here. Now in the top corner, core flip comes out, gets stalled out. Victory Bacon able to live through the punch. Able to redirect that one back around. Now A with the core yet again. Strike shot it away. Might have another opportunity here, but Tempo and Khalil pushing up close into the bottom side. Looking for the barrier beam. Won't find too much as Khalil looking for the primary. He's going to be able to find the barrier instead. Now Name Chaotic dribbling up the field, looking for the breakaway. A shot to the top will be good. As Khalil can't quite back in time. Polar Cortex will take set 1, 3-0.
Yeah, and again, impressive Julie stuff from Name Chaotic, like countering the high range of that Atlas primary just by dashing into it to confirm it actually makes it through. Just nice stuff. This draft does skew, even though Galactic Space Cows, did lose the set. Victory Bacon did manage to snipe that second draft position away. We'll come away with Glass Cannon as a result of it. 3 Speed Awakenings are the first things picked up among Titans, stacks on stacks, then that Glass Cannon. But that still leaves the Fool with Extra Special. This year has Strike Shot Timeless Extra Special. Kind of the best early game soup build you could possibly ask for. Really, Missile Prop would be the only other thing you would maybe want to slide in there. Other interesting stuff from this draft, Tempo Melon coming away with the first spark of the game, and Name Chaotic opting for Explosive Entrance on Julie. Always, interesting when a Juliet player opts for that because you could totally make it work. It just changes the way that you have to play the character a little bit. So far, he's already demonstrating some creativity with these abnormally long dashes.
Yeah, I mean, that extra special Timeless Creator might be a little bit of the bane here. You mentioned it earlier. Temple Melon is going to have some difficulty against this Dubu, and as Asher especially. We've already seen that defense kind of come on lock for Polar Cortex, and it's really only getting harder from here. As in a very similar situation, Polar just has their barriers and Cows don't, and Name Chaotic able to get it in. Cows just cannot generate the pressure that they were last time, and you got to think the Timeless Creator starts really helping them out quite a bit with the strike shot and the extra special now. I mean, the Fool has these gates are just absolutely locked up.
Well, and it's not just the Fool either. I mean, oh wow, what an insane night market angle to come out of that. I also want to compliment though. This rune is being seriously oppressive, and now with the Among Titans, has even more mobility to work with. That was a nice shot attempt from Tempo Melon there, but the Fool does defend it away. But yeah, I mean, the midfield is being largely controlled by this rune. Is pretty much everywhere that he needs to be at all times, and seems to be really frugal with these cooldowns. But this is power play for Cows, an opportunity for them to make a play, and Tempo Melon finds the shot around the Fool and Well played by the Cows, putting them on the board for the first time this game, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first point they've gotten all game, and do a little bit a bit of a fluke there with that double barrier. It's not something you can always rely on, but a point is a point and a buffer is a buffer. They can absolutely take this game back into their own hands if they're able to actually get the core past the Fool. But so far, I mean, well, Dubu literally just sits down and drops out a bunch of soup, and by then the core is just back on the Cow side of the field where A and Name Chaotic is kind of taking over. We see some core flips getting traded here, but A is, I mean, honestly, kind of quietly taking over the midfield, is making it so difficult for Khalil to really do much, just dropping a pillar every time, covering one side of the field and using the pillars to just cover the other side. It's been pretty oppressive just defensively, but this is what Polar Cortex seems to like, a real slow game that they know that they will win. And we got energy coming up here for Name Chaotic very shortly. So we'll have it confirmed for this point soon. Going for the dash punch. Didn't quite find it, but A will pick it up on the rebound. Setting up a pillar and precarious spot as well. Polar Cortex now back on track here to taking this set as they'll be up 2-1.
Yeah, well, and to your point of Polar Cortex kind of just playing this defensive powerhouse game, I also think it plays really nicely into Name Chaotic once more, signaling with these slick kicks. Hey, I'm not going to help you out in midfield out of the match. Like, I might come back, grab the speed gate, maybe I'll threaten a dash punch in there, but for the most part, I intend to be up in their face. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. Gets all of Victory Bacon's cooldowns out, and then its eyes flip that secures the second barrier there. I mean, if you've got these two massive defenders that Khalil and Tempo are having so much trouble getting through on your back line, you're totally fine as Name Chaotic to just sit up there and wait for your teammates to get it to you. You know they'll get it to you eventually. And you have this Dubu soup behind you that's going to make sure that the enemy's not getting barriers. It is a very nice game plan that Polar Cortex have put together, and they're executing it to a T.
And now Name Chaotic with the core yet again, 2-0 on the barriers. And it's just looking so rough here. As Cow's trying to get something going, but that top push just getting shut down immediately. Khalil does have a flip to work with, but Name Chaotic is coming up shortly as well. Khalil goes for the flip, and it's just shut down by the Soup in the midfield. The Banish coming out here as well into a pillar core flip here from the Fool. Doesn't go too far, but an A will be able to reconvert now. Name Chaotic looking to reposition. A few more hits to Energy Burst, but just needs to win the Strike War actually against Khalil. Prime opportunity to find a point, and Polar Cortex will take set 2 now. And looks like this game might be going a little bit differently from the last one.
Yeah, Polar Cortex seem to be back in the swing of things. It is a guaranteed spark for Tempo Melon here, which is a very nice boon for the Galactic Space Cows, but of course there are a million other good awakenings here that Polar Cortex are going to be able to capitalize on. Mainly that fight or flight on Name Chaotic. I mean, that is... He's already got Slick Kicks. Here's Slick Kicks 2. He's going to be zooming around like crazy every time he gets his hands on the core. And it doesn't really leave all that much for Khalil. He'll be opting for size in the back. And a very funny pickup here is that specialized training on Dubu. So now, I mean, already Soup hurts pretty hard, but he goes for the kill right there. He was trying to take Tempo out. Someone's going to get caught by that at some point. We're going to see somebody get absolutely smashed into the wall by some tofu at least once this game. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the spec training Dubu lore goes pretty nuts. You'll love to see it, but it will be a first barrier here actually for Cows. The Name Chaotic responding pretty quickly, and now an Expanse coming up as the pressure, though, staying on from Polar Cortex. Takes all 3 members from Cows to get it out. Now the Soup getting dropped, covering this bottom lane. It's Khalil and Victory Bacon just scrambling to keep his barrier alive. They will, in fact, and get it back around to Tempo Melon, but an easy out clear here for the Fool. Now, though, Khalil pushing up on the bottom side, gets to the flip. The Pillar able to block that one. Insta-flip dash punch from Name Chaotic, blocked by the Expanse here, as both sides keeping it on this bottom lane. Core flip from the Fool is blocked by the barrier beam, and that Asher's going to punish that Dubu for the flip. As it's Polar Cortex's goal. Now opened up, core flip here from Victory Bacon will send it back around to Tempo Melon, losing control just a little bit there. Khalil trying to recover, but A and Name Chaotic trying to work back up the field. The Fool a nice clear down to the bottom. He'll be able to get it past the Soup. A and Name Chaotic now looking to put some pressure on. Name Chaotic's pretty hurt here, and just trying to survive, it looks like, getting staggered and bounced around just a bit. But we'll be able to recover off of that orb. So far, both teams just trying to establish themselves in the midfield. A big pass to Tempo Melon, finds the flip, past the roll, and Cows out of nowhere going to pick up that points. Put themselves back up on the board. Polar looking a little bit shakier at that point, but still one set out from taking game 2.
That was a very nice maintenance of the barrier advantage there by Galactic Space Cows. That's really what kept them in it there. And I will say, though, I did a little bit of cooldown counting on this Tofu Fortress that the Fool is working with. It is at least a 30-second cooldown. It might be slightly shorter than that. I'm sure that I could math it out if I knew the actual cooldown of Tofu Fortress. But he did use it 4 times last point. So, yeah, this Dubu has a lot to work with. But it's another power play, and the somersault misses. That's a 2-point lead for the Galactic Space Cows in the face of everything that Polar Cortex are working with. They're making progress here.
Yeah, not good for Polar Cortex, as seems like Galactic Space Cows defense has been able to kind of adapt with all these creations that they're dealing with, scoring a little bit quicker as well. Polar Cortex now going to start out good on this point, getting both barriers to none. Keep it going. Name Chaotic looking to make this a short one. A pass up to A to the top side. We'll confirm it. Nice textbook thing there. Polar Cortex now right back to it. They'll put themselves up on the board now. They try to regain some control in this set.
Yeah, I mean, that is, again, just the amount of influence that Name Chaotic has shortly after striking the ball is insane. He's walking away with almost a 50% speed boost. It is a 50% speed boost when you take into account Stagger Swagger. And so shortly after striking the ball at Victory Bacon, like Victory Bacon has to either make a choice. Am I going to try to clear into this Rune, who probably has like a million tools to score against me? Or am I going to clear into this fast Julie, who is not only fast, but probably also has a dash punch that she can send my direction? It really does put the defense of Galactic Space Cows in a really tough position when Named Chaotic is able to get his hands on the core. And he's actually able to force a flip and dip there, get the barrier. I mean, this Julie is an insane force of nature to deal with right now.
Yeah, Tempo dumping a bit of damage on Named Chaotic here. But still, it's 2 barriers up for Polar Cortex. They just can't seem... Cow's Kicks can't seem to find a way to consistently bring these down. The Fool versus the Rune Pillar. Who wins? The Fool. As it's still 2 barriers up as we go into overtime. Tempo trying to change it, but A makes the clear. And keeps it held down. Chaotic covering core. Now Tempo looking for a shot. We'll get 1 barrier off the top side, but A bringing it back down to Named Chaotic. The Expanse will shut down the corner play. It rotates back around to Tempo Melon. The Fool making the clears now and bringing out the Tofu Fortress here in the midfield. Chaotic trying to dribble up the field. A finds a banish on Cleo, but doesn't quite have the core. Going to go for it here on the top side. And Chaotic looking to recover. Wow, an instant redirect off the dash punch, but it will be blocked away. Now Named Chaotic with the flurries for the dribble. Has the flip available. Needs the core. Goes for the punch, looking for the double KO. The Fool almost gets it from across the map, but Named Chaotic coming up in time to recover. A core flip to send it in, and Polar Cortex now on match point. Looking to bring this to game 3.
Yeah, it is a slight energy advantage, though, after both of those flips burn. Slight energy advantage to the side of Galactic Space Cows. They're going to try to leverage that to the best of their ability to ensure that this game stays alive a little longer and allows Tempo Melon's Spark build to really come fully online. Wow, okay, that Doobu Soup just, like, it didn't exist. It didn't do anything there. Cows are able to just push it through, and only thanks to the somersault does the core actually get cleared there. Tempo Melon still with flip here, prepping to push it through and grab that second barrier.
And now barriers falling, though, for Cows. It's an open goal, a dangerous spot. They have to do everything to try and stay in this one. A flip from Tempo doesn't get much, and now the Soup coming out. Named Chaotic to the top side of Victory Faking, barely can't reach it in time. Polar Cortex stealing away game 2 very convincingly. And it'll be going now to a game 3 and an opportunity for Polar to just win it. Bracket reset is in play, so if Polar Cortex win game 3, they just win the whole thing. But Cows, if they win game 3, they will have to go to a bracket reset to make it official. A much shorter game than last one, only 19 minutes here. And I mean, Polar Cortex, I think we're in full command defensively of that one.
Yeah, it really does stand as a testament to how powerful creations are in the current meta. Like, especially on a closed map like Night Market, right? Because creations, once you place them down, they are just going to chill there, right? They are controlling the region of the map that you put them in. And on a big open map, that's not like a massive threat. You can work around it a little bit more, but on Night Market, you're kind of confined to those 2 lanes. And so if you get a Rune who's constantly placing pillars in the midfield, and you have to figure out how to work around those pillars with not a whole lot of space around those pillars, and of course you still got a fast Rune. So like Rune is able to shut down options in the midfield with the pillars, and then you still have to gamble on the strike war against the fast Rune in the places where the pillars aren't. So that's like massive, massive control of Night Market as a whole, right? And then sitting behind him, you have this Doobu who can just lock down an entire lane with the Tofu Fortress. And you put them in the hands of a team like Polar Cortex who are able to layer their strikes and abilities so efficiently and effectively. And I'm like honestly surprised that Galactic Space Cows even looked like they had a chance for a second there. It really is just kind of the perfect comp for Night Market. And we know that Polar Cortex is kind of the perfect team to be working a comp like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, their defense was on display last game, and it certainly was this game. So, I mean, moving into game 3, like, I would honestly, what if we saw a Doobu ban? It would be kind of nuts. Atlas's Lab is the pick, right? And a little bit more versatile map. It can be closed or open. But, you know, characters like Mako and Doobu can, really shut down what we're doing here. But we are actually going to be taking a short break before we get into game 3, it seems. So have a chance to get your snacks and refresh and refill before we get to the potential decider right now. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, we're back with Game 3 on Atlas's Lab here for our grand finals of Nast Season 2. This was the final pick as Cows banned Demon and Polar banned Oni Village. So getting into it, the draft should be starting soon, but we saw a defensive powerhouse coming out from Polar Cortex this series, and it really came online last game when they had the tools to absolutely shut down everything that Galactic Space Cows was throwing at them. And we're going to look to see if that will continue here or if Galactic Space Cows can get that speed, that offense going, or if we end up seeing someone go for KOs more consistently. A real damage comp, which you haven't seen too much of this series so far on Atlas's Lab.
Yeah, and as is always the case with Atlas's Lab, I think a lot of what we're about to see is going to come down to our starting awakenings here. So, I mean, there's very easily a world where Polar Cortex runs back exactly what they just played, and they try to get the rune pick again and a strong melee goalie, and you just hold it the frick down on defense, and then eventually Name Chaotic will score. Totally a strategy that they could play. But if we get a super damage-heavy start here, that might not be the angle that you want to take, right? Because you're not going to be able to take advantage of this defensive powerhouse that you have if you have an oppressive Galactic Space Cows team beating down on you with a bunch of damage, taking away your stagger for the whole point. It's definitely going to be very dependent on what the starting awakenings actually end up being.
Yeah, and we should be getting a look at that in just a moment here as the draft is getting set up. There we go. Atlas's Lab. Missile propulsion monumentalist here. Wow. I mean, talk about playing into your strength. This is a pretty good draft, I think, for Polar Cortex as we see the Mako and the Atlas getting banned out here. The Rune is going to get first picked by Cows, so they will have access to that on Khalil, but we see the Dubu and the Asher go over to Polar Cortex, Rasmus and Zintaro for Cows. Okay, interesting. I wonder if this means this is Rasmus goalie more than likely.
This is Rasmus goalie. This is one of the Victory Bacon mainstays. So I think it makes sense that they're picking it up here. And you can make it work on AtLab. You can make a lot of stuff work on AtLab. I kind of bring it up every time the map shows up. You can play a lot of stuff here, and it just kind of works.
Yeah.
The Juno is the last pick for Polar Cortex. That is one that I wasn't expecting, but I'm guessing that that's Eye on Juno, one of the characters that he has been playing for a really long time, and I'm sure still cooks on.
Yeah, Juno, Asher, Dubu. I think we're looking at something kind of similar, basically what they were doing last time, but now Cows, I think, have a little bit more of a way to contest with that. It's interesting. The Zintaro pick is kind of interesting on this start. Missile prop Manu, because it's not a good Zintaro start. It's not really a good Rasmus start either. It's like kind of eh. So it's interesting that Cows have decided to go with this. They're clearly looking to play into their strengths later in the game, focusing mainly around Khalil's rune. So I'm curious what the thought process was there and how this is going to end up interacting pretty well. They're going to have to look for quite a few passing plays and ways to get it around this Dubu. Maybe they're just looking for damage. Maybe Tempo is here to kill the Juno and just sit on Dubu, and that's the plan.
I will say, I think that Zintaro into Dubu is a significantly better matchup than Asher into Dubu because at the very least, Zin has a much better ability economy. So you can force out the roll a lot easier just because you have more setups as Zin, even though he doesn't have as much stuffing potential as an Asher does, right? So yeah, you get to force out a lot more abilities from the Dubu, and also your primary just counters his primary. Dubu log kind of doesn't matter in a lot of situations against Zintaro. It's a pretty good matchup for him, as long as your midfielder is there to keep possession on the other side of the roll and the Tofu Fortress, which are usually guaranteed to shut down any offensive advances. But yeah, I do agree. It's an unconventional pick for sure. I think that what it boils down to is Galactic Space Cows wanting to really play on characters that they're comfortable with. which I think is totally fine. I think it's totally fine to go for comfort here. You know, you're coming off of a loss and kind of a really steep loss as well. And so just wanting to play some characters that you know that you can perform at your top level on is a nice place for them to kind of reset as they are now potentially facing the brink of the end of their season.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as we get into Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Polar Cortex. You just need this one to claim it all and remain undefeated. Galactic Space Cows. Need this plus a bracket reset. Stay in this one and look for that coveted title. You got Monumentalist on everyone except for Tempo and Name Chaotic.
This is Dubu forward, Lego.
I was looking at this and I was like, and Name Chaotic brought Slicks, and I was like, wait a minute.
That's not the most interesting choice here. He grabbed Dubu.
He grabbed Dubu, yeah. Okay, so never mind. I throw away everything I said. Well, not everything I said, but a lot of things we were talking about, because this changes up the game a little bit significantly. Khalil did pick up a nice KO there with that pillar. But yeah, this is wild. I don't really know what to make of this.
Weirdly enough, I actually really like this draft with the way that Polar Cortex have been playing. If, you know, our whole idea behind, oh, you know, I am the fool, which they're doing it right now, make this fantastic defensive hold. Caster Curse, Khalil immediately finds it with the flip. But, you know, theoretically, they hold it down, super big, Name Chaotic just sits up there and drops the soup onto Victory Bacon. What is Erasmus going to do against a Tofu Fortress? He doesn't have a response to it. He doesn't have creations for it. The only thing that they have to respond to the Tofu Fortress is a Rune Pillar. And Khalil will have to be back there with cooldowns in order to make that happen. Like, that's a lot to ask for if Name Chaotic is sitting there with a Tofu Fortress waiting to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Victory Bacon's whole MO on Rasmus anyways to kind of stop the core from ever getting to Name Chaotic, so in a lot of ways I think this kind of just works like a few other brawlers like Asher or whatever, so I don't know. I think in my mind it still would have made more sense to have Asher forward and Dubu goalie here, but we'll see how Polar Cortex are able to play it out. I mean, they're a good team. They know what they're doing. So I'm going to trust this pick, but it is Cows who are able to strike first in a pretty long .1 there.
They're pretty consistently getting these banishes off on the Name Chaotic, though. I mean, they're 2 for 2. And this Dubu is very easy to brawl. He has a massive hitbox. No real abilities that allow him to evade with that massive hitbox outside of, you know, his energy bar, and he's dead once more. It is going to take some survivability awakenings for Name Chaotic to be reliably on the field for Polar Cortex to capitalize on. But they trade the KOs there. The Path Splitter will find Khalil on the edge.
Now in the power play here for Polar Cortex, Name Chaotic and A looking to take over. A timely respawn there from Khalil to actually save that barrier and block the slime. What the... Oh my goodness, that slime held onto that core for so long. That thing just ate it. Okay, but now the pillar's getting set up here from the Fool. Khalil able to bring down that barrier. Set up Cows with a scoring opportunity. The soup getting dropped here from Name Chaotic. A bit of a bad pattern. Khalil with the pillar. I mean, just like you said, Khalil was back there with cooldowns, and they were able to hold on to it. Tempo and
Missile prop!
That Missile prop, Zentaro. I mean, that's so clutch. The traded core flips gets stalled out. Fool was not safe from the knife. I mean, yeah, this match is a movie. Oh my, what a game 3 to have so far.
Oh, I'm so hyped for another missile prop moment. I'm hyped for more Dubu suit moments. Like, it is possibly one of the most like clip worthy comps. Like, both of these teams have picked incredibly clip-worthy comps with these starting awakenings. What the frick is going on? How did Khalil die there?
Oh, they got James. The soup KO'd him, by the way. But the Tempo immediately got the revenge kill, and now they're gonna come back online here. But it's still a bit of a interesting position with both barriers down for each side. Tempo looking to push up the field, doesn't find too much, and now it's back to Name Chaotic. and A in this top side. Victory Bacon going to rotate around to the bottom. The giant path splitter coming out in the midfield. Doesn't get very far with it. The pillar going to block that off now. Tempo dribbling up, has the flip, looking for shots to the top. Blocked by A. The Fool trying to get it past here. His name Chaotic falling back on the defense. Able to cover it out in the midfield. A pass up to the Slimes and a whiplash from Victory Bacon. You hate to see it. Polar Cortex able to pick up the point off of the Slimes from A. And go up on the board now. It's 2-1.
Yeah, those Slimes in overtime. Still a doozy for anyone to deal with. Will just straight up red core. Nice banish there to save the barrier. Especially because the Tofu Fortress did come out right there. And Chaotic will be without a lot of cooldowns to pressure the barriers for a while. But of course he's still got that massive strike box. Khalil and Tempo do make some progress there. Managed to get out the path splitter. But it is back in the hands of Name Chaotic and A on Cal's side of the field. The flip is burned by Name Chaotic. I'm not entirely sure how it whiffed, but certainly unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and Fool still has a flip available here. Get banished, but no core for Khalil to be able to do much with. Can run the flip here to send that one out. And just gets right back around to the midfield now. Tempo Melon looking for the slice and dice and the dash. The barrier beam going to shut that one down. Victory Bacon, bit of a whiff flip there, but we'll be able to get past the soup in time as we go back to a bit of a neutral state in overtime. Oh, a bad angle off the black hole. We'll see the barrier on Polar Cortex's side of the field go down, though. And now, Cows with the opportunity to get it past here. A nice strike war, but Fool sending it back into Name Chaotic, and that's both sides opened up. A banish coming out onto the Duba, looking for the KO, and immediate elusive from Name Chaotic. Will get past, but they both whip their strikes. Name Chaotic and the Fool letting that one slide. And Cows able to secure the set that way. Khalil going to be the MVP here. Oh, and a couple big awakenings showing up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Perfect Form is probably the pick here. Yes, it denies it from your Zentaro, but, like, you kind of don't want the Fool to have it either. The Fool's just going to pick up Perfect Form here, right? There's no way. Yeah, no. You're not letting Tempo Millid get Perfect Form Zen. It'll be Fight or Flight instead. Passing up the Super Surge, but making sure that I gets the inferior stacks on stacks Speed Awakening. That does still leave some additional size for Victory Bacon, which, with Might of the Colossus still on the board, is a pretty big threat, in addition to just, you know, the fact that big Rasmus goalie is nice to have. It extends his range of influence, right? So yeah, good draft from both of these guys. Honestly, the biggest thing was Name Chaotic getting Stagger Swagger there. That shuts down a lot of what Cows were able to do this previous set, because Name Chaotic now just has a much bigger chance to just be able to stay up and cause problems for them the entirety of a given point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a good awakening, and we're not really worried about the banished chip damage as much anymore. Name Chaotic now rolling up, going to get one barrier here. Slime's coming out there looking for two. A flip here from Tempo Melon into the double dash. We'll be able to clear that one out. Tempo continuing to pressure this top corner. Name Chaotic not quite dead off of the death touch, but might be dying soon as Tempo coming back through for the KO. A nice elusive, though, and healed right back up now. Fool and A holding it down against Khalil in the meantime, delivering it down to the bottom. Didn't find too much, and here's a soup coming out from Name Chaotic, but a little bit of a self-sabotage there as the core not quite able to get past the spread as we head into overtime. Victory Bacon passing it back up to the midfield, but A with the friend fling, not able to get it too far. The pillar getting set up now. Khalil, perfect pass to Tempo Melon. A textbook setup there in the triangle. We'll see a shot right between the Fool and A, and Cows gonna start off set 2.
Textbook pass, but impressively done with the pillar as well. The self pass with the pillar. It's kind of hard to get specific angles with the pillar unless you're the one who struck the core to begin with. So, I mean, again, mastery of these characters that we're looking at across the board. Nice flip there up to Name Chaotic from the Fool. And then a stalling of Khalil's flip. The soup comes out, goes wide, but the pillar is able to save it. Yeah, it is just back and forth every few seconds. We get an incredibly goofy interaction on both sides of the field. Like, both of these teams are just constantly sending out the stupidest abilities and having them go head-to-head against these barriers.
Nice double banish coming out here from Khalil to buy a little bit of space, but A quickly able to recover and keeping the pressure on. A core flip burnt, but they get nothing off of Victory Bacon and Khalil. That barrier is still going to stay up for the time being. Cows now getting the core back on the Polar Cortex's side of the field for a bit here. Heading into overtime, things get dangerous. A nice shot around A. Will pick up one barrier. Victory Bacon able to clear it past the Tofu Fortress and keep the defense held strong. Temple Melon looking for this final barrier. Doesn't find much as the Fool gets that one away. Back around now to name Chaotic and a ricochet off the back of the pillar. And now Banish comes through, roll on top, gets it past the pillar, and that's the barrier down, but traded as both sides opened up. Temple Melon takes big damage here, but almost has a flip available. Might just need another try. Victory Bacon trying to get it past this Juno. But A looking for the snipe. Name Chaotic gonna bring it to the top. The Blobbo in the way. Victory Bacon making a save on the line now. Name Chaotic with the roll past the Juno. Gets cut by Khalil. Core flip from Temple Melon. Waits out the barrier beam. And is able to sink it to the top side. Cows now on set point yet again.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be working really well. So many clutch clears by Victory Bacon. Just striking at the perfect time around this onslaught abilities that Name Chaotic dumps out every 20 seconds or so. It's impressive, to say the least. Like, it is just the perfect strike angle at the perfect time to make it work. Tempo Melon cooking, throwing out some board flicks in the midfield here. Doesn't find any barriers for it. A and the Fool successfully defending that one away. But yeah, I mean, again, we're just seeing so many fun interactions. The Dubu once more with the roll, catches the barrier. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. And a poor flip from Khalil gets the double though, and quickly responding with an open goal. Khalil looking for the core, looking for the pass on to the staggered Tempo Melon's trying to stay alive. Doesn't find the strike though in time, but might have it here. No, the Fool able to block that one. In the corner now, the Soup coming out. Victory Bacon scrambling for the core, gets it out. Core flip here from the Fool, but Oni's blade coming out on the line. The Fool strike wars it though and keeps it safe for the moment, but Khalil still putting the pressure on in this corner, has a pillar set up. Fool able to clear it back, and now in overtime, Waldo's getting set up and Name Chaotic in position to win the strike war against Khalil. Polar Cortex able to stay alive in this set and put a point up. They got quite a bit more work to do to tie this game.
The MVP of that pass point was the Fool, in my opinion. That was a seriously impressive stall of Tempo Melon's abilities there on the goal line. I mean, I saw the passive coming, and I was happy that, you know, the Fool, obviously a better goalie than me. Otherwise, I would be a nasty, right? The Fool spots the passive. I had no clue to know that the Oni's blade was coming, but the Fool backed up preemptively to catch Tempo's Oni's blade right there, stalling out the Zen ult as well. Some seriously impressive defense, and now with the power play.
Trying to get it past here, but Khalil and Victory Bacon doing a good job just buying time so far. Name Chaotic walking up with the flip. We'll be able to finally bring it down here. It's Stagger gets launched in the black hole, and that's the Dubu gone. Cows now responding with the power play of their own. Pass splitter coming out. Get it back around, but now Khalil pushing from the bottom side, sets up the pillar. A able to find the gap between the wall, and Name Chaotic will come back now. Core flip. Khalil is waited out by Name Chaotic, who will retain possession of that core, dribbling up, trying to get it over to A in this top corner. Pillar from Khalil gets it past here, but still in a dangerous position as the slime's coming out. Be able to clear it back around, and Khalil able to pick up the barrier on the way back. But now A pushing the top corner of the Soup, sending in the particle accelerator, breaks the audio for a second, but it will get back around, and now Tempo on the goal line with the Oni's blade, doesn't find much. Victory Bacon trying to send it back in here. It's going to slip right around, but luckily has a death touch to get it back. And a pass here to Tempo Melon. Going to beat A in the midfield, but no one's over there to capitalize for the point. The Fool just trying to rotate it back around to Name Chaotic. Gets hit, stunned by the pendulum, swinging out Tempo in the corner, getting wrecked by the pass splitter. Dashes in, core flip from the Fool. Will block that one. The barrier beam sends it back to Name Chaotic. But Victory Bacon keeping it away from the Dubu and Tempo Melon. Looking for the shot. The slice and dice doesn't quite connect though. And Khalil looking for another chance. Pass to Tempo Melon, dribbling in the bottom side. The missile prop to the top. Doesn't quite get it here. Doesn't have the core flip. Burns it too early. And now Dubu in the midfield drops the Soup to dribble it. And A gets possession. A shot to the top is blocked by Whiplash. And it goes back to midfield. Now Tempo looking for the top side. Oni's blade in the corner with the dribble to the top. An absolute FDR to the corner. And finally, Cows closing it out. They'll take set 2 here, 3-1.
Describe to me what an absolute Franklin Delano Roosevelt implies here.
Dime. It's a dime. It's a dime.
Okay, I see now. I see. So yeah, looking at this draft, we're denying away 1-2 punch from Juno. She'll pick up Siege Machine instead. Heavy Impact still on the board here, as well as 3 Sparks. Sparks are officially dead. Heavy Impact picked up by the Rune. More size on the Rasmus. Again, Might still on the table, but Cows are 2 sets up and looking pretty strong to just end it here. That's some speed on Name Chaotic and some cooldown on the Fool, but those are just single Sparks that they're cooking with. And peak performance won't show up until a later draft, if they even manage to survive until that draft. Cows are looking like they want to reset the bracket here for Lego. They're primed and ready to press the button, send us to even more matches.
Yeah, it's really looking like it. They want this, and we said this was going to be a movie. They're making it a whole, like, trilogy out here, for sure, with the way that they are playing this. Now, you're in the set 3, looking an awful lot like game 2, but this time in Cow's favor. A nice double banish coming out, but does get the core from Khalil. Does give him a little bit of time to keep the pressure on. Polar able to recover and get that back around. A nice close range death touch for Victory Bacon to hold the barrier and still in the corner. Close range defense goes hard from this Rasmus. Pass splitter coming out now from the Fool onto Tempo Melon. Core flip from the Fool to clear that one out of there. Over to Name Chaotic, looking for the shot. Will be able to get it around the backside of the barrier. Burnt the Tofu Fortress as well. But now it's back to Cows. Core flip from Khalil. Good looking for a bounce off the bottom wall into the banish. Doesn't quite time it right though. Won't be too much barrier getting going on there, but it will be a KO coming out from Tempo onto A. Let's see the power play from Galactic Space Cows. Name Chaotic trying to dribble off the goal gates here to just buy some time. Fool now pressed with the Rune Pillar in his face, not going to be able to get it past, and that's an open goal for both sides. Oni's Blade coming out, core flip from Tempo, a shot to the bottom, sneaks it past the slime, and Cows will strike first in set 3.
I mean, they're striking first in a lot of ways. I think that Cows are not letting up at all. And again, we're looking at this insane XP difference that corroborates that story. Victory Bacon and Name Chaotic sitting at level 8. Everyone else in the lobby at level 10. Really tells you who's getting to keep the core most of the time in this match. Victory Bacon only loses 1 barrier to the Tofu Fortress there. Name Chaotic not getting too much value out of these Tofu Fortresses. Meanwhile, Tempo Melon just finds a double barrier on the other side of the map. A lonely little Zentaro just kind of strikes into a slice and dice, and it just grabs both barriers. It's insanely high value plays from Galactic Space Cows, and they're finding KOs here, even in the midst of the Stagger Swagger on Name Chaotic. There he goes. Missile Prop Zentaro, everybody, into a goal. It's now... I mean, series point isn't the right word, right? But bracket reset point for Cows.
Yeah, they're looking like they could just take this one all the way. Just 1 point away, and the Polar has absolutely nothing to show for this so far. I mean, 1 quick barrier down on the side of Galactic Space Cows, though, to start out this point. They will trade 1. They do have some energy to work with on the side of Cows, looking to get it past this pass splitter. Just so far just taking it slow. Quick core flip here from Khalil, shut down by all the slimes in the way, but it's going to be a KO onto the Dubu as Tempo Melon burning the flip forward. A nice banish from Khalil onto the Fool, and they'll bring down the second goal. It's an open goal and 1 good shot away from the reset here. The missile prop almost gets it. The Fool able to flip just in time. But now going back to Tempo Melon here, the pillar will get blocked off, but a nice pass into Tempo Melon. The Fool able to block that one. And now Name Chaotic trying to wait it out. Khalil going to win the strike work, even in the bottom side. Tempo with a dash up into the slice and dice. The pass splitter comes to block and gets back to Name Chaotic here. He's dribbling back up the field. The slime's coming out. A picking up the second barrier now. Name Chaotic looking to get it past the pillar. Doesn't have enough hits though. And Tempo Melon now with the core on the bottom side. Name Chaotic going to roll on top. But it's a pendulum swing from Victory Bacon that sends it back in now. Tempo looking for the dash. Doesn't quite line it up. Might have another opportunity, though, but a pass up to A, who has a flip available. The Oni's Blade comes out. Core flip here from A is blocked away by Cows. And they'll continue to keep it up in the midfield. Khalil up to Tempo, dribbling on the bottom side. Another pass splitter from the Fool. We'll shut that one down yet again. Named Chaotic up to A in the top side, but a pillar in the way. The Monu is just too big. As once again, Victory Bacon clearing it out. Superverse pillar. Who wins? The pillar. Back around and a jump into the pillar. It's A down. Classic Juno Rune interaction. Core flip here from Named Chaotic to the top is good. And gets a flip out of Victory Bacon. What a shot from Named Chaotic to clutch up here. But they need more points. Polar Cortex are so far behind. They need to reverse sweep this one to win. And Cows, they're going to have 2 flips at this point.
Yeah, and that was a reset of A's stacks as well. Incredibly spooky here for Polar Cortex. It kind of goes without saying, but Tempo Melon and Khalil do make a push there, but it's defended away by the Fool. But that's another KO onto I. 1 flip still in Khalil's hands, and Cows are not letting up this offense anytime soon, especially not with the power play.
Absolutely not. And that barrier will remain standing for the time being. A nice slice and dice from Tempo. Gets around the backside. The Fool looking for the Sad Boys angle. Able to do it with the core flip there. Some nice timing. Just use that elusive to line it up and get it out. I'll keep the barrier still. A pass splitter coming out to force it down that bottom corner. Victory Bacon and Khalil look to recover. Setting up Tempo Melon yet again. The Oni's blade, but Polar able to force it out of there. The slime getting in the way and getting it past Victory Bacon. That's an open goal on Cow's side. And they still have a barrier to work with themselves. Named Chaotic now dribbling up the field with the rolling for a shot to the bottom. It's going to be good. Right past Khalil. Polar Cortex. They've tied it now on set point. They have the opportunity. They have the opportunity to bring this back.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the return of the defensive powerhouse right now. They are just letting Cows walk up and burn all of their abilities trying to get these barriers, but they're actually defending them now. Like, earlier on in the game, they were really struggling to keep their barriers up. The barriers are no longer falling for the side of Polar Cortex. And Cows are going to have to work a lot harder, be a lot more frugal with their abilities if they want to close this out and keep their hopes at a bracket reset alive.
Bit of an own goal or own barrier there from Victory Bacon. Looks like his Tempo goes for the dash, but the roll from Named Chaotic, the Dubu, just sitting on her. Oh man, the power play here for Polar Cortex as they're looking to bring down this final barrier up to Named Chaotic. Wins the strike war against the Whiplash, and that's an open goal. Named Chaotic in the top side. Going to go for the Tofu Fortress. Not the point, but gets the KO onto Victory Bacon. And now pressing the corner with the log. Khalil stuck in the banish animation. Polar Cortex steal the set, and we will keep Game 3 going.
This match is a movie.
This match
It's
is
a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie. Hot shot on the board and Among Titans. Honestly, I would not be surprised if Among Titans gets picked up here by Named Chaotic. That actually would be a totally fine Awakening choice here. Goes for the extra special instead. I think that's smart. You know, you play into your win condition as Dubu. I was hoping Tempo Melon would do this. It's Among Titans Zen, everybody. She's going to cook with it. She's going to cook with it. Cinema.
It is cinema.
Hot shot denied away by Khalil from I. Means that Glass Cannon is the only thing left on the table. The Fool denying away Might of the Colossus. Very smart choice, but Victory Bacon still gets specialized training. That's a lot of potential to shift around the enemy forwards, as well as just finish off kills. Like, that Rasmus hook is going to deal a stupid amount of damage now. There we go. Yeah, he literally just pulled Named Chaotic off of the core right there. Not much you can do, but an unfortunate bounce off the black hole is an early double barrier into an early goal for Polar Cortex.
Big log hitting hard from Named Chaotic. That's the missile prop Dubu right there. Launching Victory Bacon even with the pauldrons into the back of the goal box. They're going to strike first there in set 4, but a quick double barrier from Tempo Melon just launched in. I mean, this Tiny Zentaro is kind of fast. Shot to the bottom, blocked away there. But Cows kind of with the momentum. Polar Cortex looking to recover and get some barriers, but Tempo will recover the core now. Death Touch going to get sniped away by Named Chaotic, and that's the second barrier gone. We'll try and get this core out of the top side here. Doesn't look fair. Pretty lucky there. We'll get it back, but now Named Chaotic with the roll, pushing up in the corner, picks up the barrier, burns the flip, but on the rebound, the Fool can't catch up to it. Was caught too far out in the midfield, dropping the pass splitter, and Cows, they'll actually be able to tie up the set there with a bit of a misplay. Polar Cortex not so safe in this set any longer.
Yeah, cows have quite a lot to work with now, and I think this Among Titans on Tempo Melon, yeah, like the size debuff does almost nothing to harm her game plan here, and also makes her so much faster.
Yeah. Fortunate boys angle there as Victory Bacon missed the death touch. The both barriers will stay up here for cows, but it's a pass splitter versus the pillar there. Looks like the pass splitter will be able to stall it out, and on a very quick red core, that's one barrier down. Name Chaotic makes it a second one. Now, core flip from Khalil, looking for another bounce off this wall. Able to recover the rebound, though, and that's the second barrier gone. Tempo's not looking too healthy, though. But Name Chaotic with the core, A trying to recover. Tempo winning a strike war here and looking for the pass. Now sets up a slice and dice shot to the bottom, but Fool's going to be able to recover that. Bring it down there. Oni's blade looking for the top. A makes a save with the Soren angle. And now Name Chaotic with the core. Dribbles with the log, bringing it back up to the top. Tempo still trying to survive. Should be able to recover here, but Victory Bacon needs to hold. A nice death touch to rotate it around, and a pillar getting set up. The Fool able to block that one, and now in the corner. Yet again, Victory Bacon trapped in the soup for a second. Able to get out, though. A nice whiplash to keep it away from the Dubu. A pillar to beat A, and back around to the top. Core flip from Victory Bacon. A in the corner, trying to get it past, but Tempo now back on the defense pass on a name Chaotic. The pillar gets a shot to the top. The Fool blocks that one, and now Tempo Melon advancing on the goal right now. Khalil in the bottom, looking to get it past. The pillar also getting set up, but A and the Fool holding it down. Looking for the clears. Tempo with a Borg angle. Shut down by the pass player. Oni's blade in the corner. Shut down by everything. Trapped in the soup now and super low. Has to evade. Gets hit by a log. Still alive and running around. Looking for the point. Looking for the dash. But going to get punished for it. KO. It's a flip burnt by A. Flip by Name Chaotic. Khalil blocks with the pillar. And now it's a power play for Polar Cortex. They want this point so bad. They need it so bad. But Khalil teleporting up. Denied. Into the bottom. Cows bringing it to match point again.
11 out of 10 on IMDb. Certified 102% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Liked by critics and audiences alike. You cannot go wrong with this game. Oh my gosh, it's just moment after moment of people making insane saves for their lives. Saves on the core. The most insane barrier grabs and plays and double barriers. And it's everything you could ask for.
The movie. It's peak cinema right here as it's both sides opened up again. A in the top corner. Name Chaotic looking for the strike war. Is going to get what he wants as it goes right past Victory Bacon. The classic strike second. Polar Cortex now tying it up on set point, but it's bracket reset for cows. All on the line for a chance at set 5 for Polar Cortex. Can they get it done?
Jumping in, grabbing the first barrier with the full stacks on stacks. It's traded on the other side by Tempo Melon. The Tofu Fortress comes out and opens up the first goal box. Khalil and Tempo Melon both with flips here, but with nothing but air at their backs on defense. Juno Slime will catch it there and Name Chaotic with his slick kicks, making plays on the goal. Tempo Melon now with her flip. Still one barrier to get through on the other side. Does manage to find the clear though, and Khalil and Tempo now collapsing on the enemy barrier. Slice and Dice finds it, and a strike war will win it. Flip on the goal line here. There it is, the missile prop Zataro coming out, but the Fool has plenty of cooldowns to meet it. Victory Bacon with a defensive flip of his own now. Doesn't have to burn it yet. We'll just hook Name Chaotic out of the way. But it gets stalled out by the somersault there. The flip will not find the core, and instead, it is now both of these teams even 2-2, trying to close it out.
Core moving fast now in overtime is Tempo looking for the breakaway to the bottom here. The pillar just get a nice bounce now. The Oni's blade in the corner looking for the double dash. Is going to be able to find it. Galactic Space Cows close it out on point 5. They'll win game 3 and we are going to a bracket reset.
Cows are making sure that we're in it for the long haul tonight. They are not going to give up easy. They fought here to make it to the end of the season at grand finals. And a simple bracket reset in the way is not going to stop them from fighting it all the way tooth and nail to the very end. That's Khalil with 353 redirects and 123 shots. Taking the MVP for that match, a well-deserved MVP as well. Some insane stats for Rune. Not just in this game, but just tonight in general. Rune has really been shown off by both of these midfielders.
Yeah, I mean, Rune's been getting banned against cows. or denied away. No one's really been letting Khalil play Rune, and I mean, it's for a good reason. We saw what this guy could just do right there, especially with the Monu start, right? Those pillars were scary. And ultimately, they couldn't just hold on to it. Polar Cortex coming out with a real interesting comp, but just couldn't get it done. I mean, I don't know. I think they should have kept the Dubu on goalie. The Fool was cooking with it last game. I think they should have stuck to it and just picked the Rasmus as their second pick for Name Chaotic. I really don't know why they didn't do that. And I think that honestly came back to bite them because Victory Bacon's Rasmus goalie was very good that game into the Dubu. Just rotating the youth of the Death Touch there. Victory Bacon was not afraid to spend that to move the core a small distance just so he could reach it more frequently. And I mean, it paid huge dividends. It absolutely did. So, with
well, it
bracket
also allowed him to
reset-
damage the Dubu, right?
Yeah.
And keep the Dubu out of the play stagger wise. Yeah, it was a really tough game for Name Chaotic for sure. I don't think that was the map to bring out the Dubu forward, but you know what? We experiment. You've got a whole bracket reset to take that, into your calculation. And I mean, if we think that was, the thing that tipped the scales in Cal's favor, I mean, obviously Cal's also played very good there. We were glazing Khalil, rightfully so, for the amazing rune play. But even if that was, the rune forward or the Dubu forward was the thing that tipped the scales in Cal's favor, we've got at least 2 more games for Polar Cortex to remind us why they're here as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bracket reset is it's still another bracket that we have to go through. And I mean, Polar, I think they absolutely had the opportunity to win a best of 3 there, and probably could have taken it. So they're going to essentially get a second chance to prove that they're the undefeated team. But this does mean that Galactic Space Cows, well, they have kind of that same opportunity now to... The crown is up for grabs. This thing is wide open at this point, now that the winner's side advantage is gone. That's the first series that Polar Cortex has ever lost this season. They've been 11-0. So I mean, I don't know how we count that. I don't know if that counts as a losing series or not, but
I think it does.
I guess by technicality, yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is gods can bleed, and Galactic Space Cows are the first one to draw blood against the godlike team that is Polar Cortex. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they can deal the finishing blow as we jump into the bracket reset. These teams still have yet to draft maps. I'll be interested to see if the draft replicates itself. I'd imagine that at the very least, Polar Cortex are thinking twice about AtLab and AtLab as well as Clarion after losing both of those maps. But who knows? Maybe they know what they're good at, and they just didn't get a good chance to demonstrate it those 2 matches. We'll have to see. Jumping into a whole nother round of matches.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, I think we learned a lot from that series, right? 1, Khalil is very good at Rune. 2, Dubu is pretty good against what Tempo Melon wants to do. 3, let's not play Dubu forward anymore in Game 3 of Grand Finals, I think, when Rasmus is on the table. And 4, Victory Bacon's Rasmus kind of cooks. Also 5, I guess the defense for Polar Cortex is really strong. And 6 is that Galactic Space Cows are very good at speed when they run very fast. So
7,
7,
Missile Prop Zentaro is cinema.
Missile Prop Zentaro, Missile Prop Dubu. It's true. Yeah.
8, Rune is good.
Yeah.
Khalil is good at Rune, but Rune is also good.
I think Rune is good if you're good at playing Rune. I think if you're I think Rune is one of those characters where like Rasmus is good even if you're like not that good at playing. Like he's still just a good character. Like Asher is good even if you're not good. But I think if you're like bad and you're trying to play Rune, it's just gonna be bad. it's just gonna be bad. I think you got to be good at Rune to make Rune good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that he is like not a super popular pick, right?
Yeah.
He's a really weird character. Messes around with a lot of. I mean, you have like these weird point and click creations, but they come out on a delay and they have to fully form, or else they're not really creations. They're just kind of glitch pops that you placed on the board, and then he's got the banish where you could just remove people from the game for a chunk of time, but like that's also on a delay and it's kind of a skill shot. There's a lot of weird moving parts with Rune that you don't have to think about on any other character, both from the standpoint of playing against him, but as well as for the people who are actually playing him. It just always changes up the game so much.
Yeah, it really kind of throws a wrench around it. Because the other thing about Rune, right, is you got to be kind of good at playing against a good Rune, because he really changes up kind of the way, especially like goalies have to think. You're always gonna be like, he's gonna put a pillar there. I know it. You got to expect when he's gonna put a pillar there. You got to know when he's not gonna put a pillar there, right? So it can really be interesting interactions though, but
Yeah, any other character that catches clears like that, I mean, the classic one that I always think of is Aimee, right? You think of Aimee glitch pop. You get to actually see that travel across the field. So, like, Aimee kind of has to predict that. Like, you could preemptively hover your mouse over the area, and then maybe if they're making, like, a long clear across the goal box, you can react to it with a glitch pop. With Rune Pillar, you can just like kind of come out of nowhere with it. And it's like, okay, if the goalie doesn't take into account like, oh, the Rune has primary up right now, and especially if it's in overtime when that primary will just send it red core back in your face. Like you are constantly, when the core is in your goal box, you have to be on edge, because I mean that Rune can just at any second ruin your whole career.
yeah, absolutely. So I mean, we got the map bans coming in now. Polar gonna ban out. This is so tiny. Hold on, there we go. Okay, yeah, they ban out Tycho. Cow's gonna ban out Otten. Yeah, I mean, so far pretty normal stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Clarion or Night Market here for game one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's honestly just a run back of what we saw. Just the big three showing up. But I mean, Demons is still available. The other one is still available, Oni Village, and actually that's the one that Polar is going to pick. I mean, we came here expecting a slobber knocker, a movie, a long series. It's been a long series, and Polar Cortex just said, yeah, let's make the director's cut extended edition to that by doing a bracket reset, and now we're going to play Oni Village. Awesome stuff to see, guys. Okay, so we might be here for a bit, as it's going to be Oni Village into Night Market. DD getting banned.
And that's Cows picking Night Market after they got rolled on that
Yeah.
last series.
And then
They're
Clarion
wanting to come back with vengeance. And Clarion. Yeah, I mean, we're lining up. This first match is going to be a breath of fresh air. And then if we, game 2 is going to be a run back of vengeance for Cows. And if we make it to a game 3, we're going right back to where it all began. Back in Clarion Test Chamber. I like what we're about to see, and I haven't even seen it yet, Lego.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I don't like Oni Village. I don't like anything about Oni Village. It's a bad map.
No,
It's just
Oni's a good map.
It's a bad map. It's a terrible map.
love
I hate
Oni
watching it. I hate
Village.
playing on it. It's terrible. Take it out of the game. If you like a long, boring match and a stell in the game, then yeah, go ahead. But I'm not a fan personally. However, I guess these guys are, and they want to slug it out on the Brain Destroyer. So I guess we're going to be down for it. I mean, we have come this far. Why not? Let's go for it and see what they can do. But I mean, this is going to be, we're in it for the long haul now. We're in it for the long haul. This is, everything is on the line at this point. And Polar Cortex have shown that they can, in fact, be defeated. So we'll see if Cows can seal the deal and get it done, or if Polar Cortex are going to clamp up and take the crown that they currently, well, I guess they don't currently hold it, but They've come very, very close to holding it. They're the closest to sniffing it. They've been the closest to sniffing it, technically.
They got their noses
They
right up
got
against the
their
wall.
they got their sniffers out. They're taking a whiff of that crown.
Oh man, yeah, I have no. I mean, like obviously, I could sit here and like spout out hypotheticals about how either one of these teams takes it home. I cannot tell you which one of them is actually favored here, though. Like looking at it, I have very little idea who is going to even come away with what map. Like really, my only instinct is if the draft gets like seriously screwed up, Night Market could be like a sweep in either direction. I think other than that, Oni Village and Oni Village and Clarion are both going to be incredibly close matches, and Night Market has the potential to be a very close match for these teams as well. It really just depends on how smartly they draft characters.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be Atlas and Mako are gonna show up here. Yeah, we might see Asher. I mean, those have all kind of three been pretty popular so far this series, and I don't see that changing for Oni Village, especially when you're kind of looking at the goalie picks for this map, and those melee goalies generally being pretty favored for just holding that barrier forever. So we will see.
We already know what the brawlers are playing. You got the big three: Zen, Rasmus, Kazan. And then if those all get picked or banned, maybe you go a little bit outside of that.
Double midfielded up.
Yeah. I will say this is one of the maps where I like feel like Name Chaotic is like a massive. I mean, let's be very clear here. Name Chaotic is a massive asset to any team that he's on, especially with I and the Full at his back on Polar Cortex, right? But on Oni Village in particular, I feel like that's kind of where he shines. I mean, he is like the Rasmus and Kazan guy. Those are his two big picks. But just his playstyle in general, like this dude cooks with open space. You kind of can't give him open space, and it's kind of impossible to not give him some amount of space to work with on Oni Village. Like I don't know what it is about his dribbling and the way that he moves the core around, but it really is kind of unlike any other brawler. He has a very unique approach to setting up scoring attempts. So I think that it makes total sense that Polar Cortex are opting for Oni Village here because, I mean, we've seen Name Chaotic cook in all sorts of circumstances. Imagine what he can do when he's in the best map possible for his playstyle and character pool.
All right, here we go. We got the draft extra special monumentalist. Mako Kazan going to get banned out. Atlas and Rasmus getting picked up so far. No big surprises there. Polar going to go with the Atlas for the Fool on the Monu start. I mean, that's just going to be really, really good on this map. Tempo Melon going to rock the Rasmus, I think, more than likely here. We're going to see this second pick on the red side. I would go for a midfielder here, but it's actually going to be the Asher goalie for Victory Bacon.
Yeah, it is probably. Well, there's a chance that this is Tempo running Asher and Victory Beacon on the Rasmus goalie. I think that would be a weird pick, though. I hope that that's Asher goalie. Because I think that Rasmus goalie kind of suffers here. Like you said, you really want the hold it down, shut out melee goalies on this map to just hold the barrier as long as possible. This will be a reprisal of the Rune and the Juliet for I and Name Chaotic. I think, if you're going to go for comfort, I like that, especially because it takes Khalil off the Rune. I will say that's a bit of a tough comp to make work on Oni Village. I'm a little worried about their ability to control the map. The speed is definitely in the favor of cows moving into this game especially if that's a Rasmus brawler, they're going to have a heck of a lot more offensive pressure in terms of speed than this Rune Juliet duo will.
Yeah, and we're getting into it right now. So loading in the final series of Nast, no matter what. Well, of Nast Season 2, no matter what. This one is for the crown. Game 1, Polar Cortex versus Cows on Oni Village. And, I mean, this is going to be more of a movie. This is the sequel. We wanted the sequel. They gave us the sequel. Wrote it up. Filmed the whole thing. And now here we are. Getting into Game 1. Tempo Melon on the extra special. Victory Bacon as well. And Name Chaotic. Everyone else going for the Monumentalist. No big surprises on the gear or awakenings there. And we are off to the races on Oni Village.
I will say, this is a rare instance for Tempo Melon. She is giving up her precious magnetized souls in favor of slick kicks this game. I haven't seen her go off of mag souls in ages. Like, she's been in love with them ever since the mag souls meta came out. She's been one of the front runners. But she's going back to the classics, as I like to say. Both of our brawlers running slick kicks for this game. And this is a Monumentalist now and a Monumentalist Rune. So both of them, their creations have a lot more influence on this map than they normally would have. Usually, they struggle to control space on Oni Village, but if you have Monumentalist, your creations take up enough room. Plenty of room.
See a bit of damage there onto Name Chaotic. As Khalil actually trying to hunt that down, but a couple orbs and we're back to being good. Put on our diagonal barrier set up here for point 1. And heading into overtime, a nice strike from Khalil. Will open up the goal on Polar side of the field. And Tempo with a quick pendulum swing. Able to secure the first point here as Cows can strike first here in this bracket reset. You have a bit of energy coming up across the board. Should have 2 flips for each side, and the Fool not far behind either. Have to get into point 2.
Yeah, that was a nice call out from Tempo Melon on the 50-50. I mean, it's really easy to say that when it was, the thing that scored the goal. But I do think that was smart. Most Rasmus players, you see the core moving down, you think, oh, the goalie's just going to clear down, I'll cast the primary down. Tempo goes, nah, I'm going to call out the Fool, going completely against that instinct immediately, and cast the primary just right in front of him. And then, what do you know? It was a direct call-out, line for line. There is going to be a lot of time for us to talk this game, Lego. I mean, you said it. Oni Village is a freaking drag-out when it comes to the barrier offense, but there is a nice slip through there, and Victory Bacon is the one who's left without barriers first, so maybe this point will be faster than expected.
See, we have a flip on Name Chaotic. So far, Cow's doing a good job keeping it on the bottom side. Where he's coming out into the corner, not able to quite get a hold of it, taking a little bit of damage here. We'll be able to recover with the orb. Now setting up a pillar, but Khalil able to stop that one from spawning. A looking for the pass, but Tempo cutting it here in the midfield up to Khalil. And they'll look to push from the top side. The primary drone, A in the way, the expanse coming out, but not catching much. Khalil still holding on to the core here. Fighting the pillar now. Tempo able to recover. Not going to burn the flip just yet, though. So it's going to be Victory Bacon. We'll put up a little bit on the back foot. Still 3 flips available for Cows. Khalil first to burn it. Doesn't get very far, but does bring it down to the bottom speed lane. Potentially something to go on. A pass down to Tempo Melon here, but the astral projection from the Fool sends it back. And now A with the banish buys just a moment of respite for them to beat up Name Chaotic. 4 flip now from the Juliets. Doesn't get much. Gets KO. What a res from the Fool. Saw that one coming, and it'll stay back to neutral.
Yeah, and I mean, they are not only beating up Name Chaotic, but also burning a lot of abilities from the Fool. I think he's got at least a primary here to cook with, though, and we're back to the double defender shenanigans that Polar Cortex have been using the past few games. I constantly in the goal box here to face off against Khalil and Tempo, and somehow in the face of all of that, it slips through the midfield, makes it to Name Chaotic, who immediately makes a play for the goal. I feel like this is such an unconventional way of playing the game. Like, the ideal scenario that most teams go for is we're going to get the midfielder onto offense and try to set up a 2v1 of some sort, either on the enemy midfielder or on the goalie, right? But Polar Cortex, like, I mean, yeah, they're not afraid to do it. Here we go. They're trying to set up a 2v1 right there, and that strike war is exactly what they needed to get a point. But that's not where the majority of their scoring potential comes from. It's literally just, you know what, Name Chaotic, you do your thing. We're going to just chill back here and make sure that our barriers never fall. I'm not terribly surprised to see this kind of strategy on Oni Village. Like, Double Defender is this was probably the map where it was first popularized. But seeing Polar Cortex pull it out like almost every match is a very interesting approach to this game.
Going point by point here. Polar down 2 barriers though. And Cows looking to be in a good spot to score. Tempo almost getting a good angle there with the Whiplash. We'll able to block that one here. Name Chaotic gonna fire off 1 barrier. Tempo with the pendulum swing, gonna dribble it down and break away. What a good play there from Tempo Melon to steal that core away and find the point. That'll tie it up now. 2-2 on set points for both sides.
Wow, Tempo's playing very smartly around the Fool this game. Really seems to... Yeah, I'm seeing her hook him out of position for barriers. As well as, you know, just save these pendulum swings to call out clear angles. I mean, it's nothing that we haven't seen Rasmus players do before, but Tempo Melon is executing the flowchart perfectly right now. And it's gaining them a lot of momentum. The Cows have tied the set back up. And on 5th point here, there's a decent chance that they could secure an early lead in their bracket reset.
Yeah, would certainly be helpful, to say the least. Name Chaotic throwing everything at the wall here against this barrier, and Victory Bacon just not giving an inch. Gonna flip here as well. Clear it back out. This is a good banish onto Tempo Melon, who went for the Death Touch, but the Resurrection was still available on Name Chaotic. So there will be no power play just yet. Now against the core, or against the goal gates, Khalil trying to just get it out of this corner and get some real control going on here, but on Oni Village that can always be a challenge. It'll be a nice clear to finally get it back around to Tempo Melon here, but the Whiplash going to run out just in time. Tempo with a bit of a back pass, but Khalil wasn't quite ready for that one. Now A, back up to Name Chaotic, looking for the dash punch, blocked by the barrier beam. I mean, this is where we just get into Asher's a really good goalie against Juliet because of plays like that happening, but also Victory Bacon is just not letting anything get past him at this point. We've seen quite a bit of pressure from Polar. Name Chaotic with the flip into dash punch, finally able to get it through, but Cow's immediately firing back with the second barrier. And now it's anyone's points as both sides are opened. The Fool to A here, looking for the top side, going to pass up to Name Chaotic once again for the top, pass back down to the Fool, but Khalil cutting that one away. Of course, still on the top side. Name Chaotic with a quick dash punch, looking for the punch, did not expend the punch earlier. It was just the dash, and there's the punch to sink it in. Some nice interactions from Polar Cortex, and they will take set 1.
And I already on level 7. It seems like no matter what we do, Rune just rules the game, and we'll get an early firefight here. I mean, that's going to solve a lot of any potential speed problems. But I mean, I'll say it. I didn't seem to be struggling too much in the speed department. It seemed to be getting everywhere he needed to be most of the time, and keeping up that defensive pressure really well. That doesn't leave a whole lot for Khalil. He settles for Siege Machine. Victory Bacon will get more cooldowns with the rapid fire, but I think for the most part, that was a solidly won draft by Polar Cortex. The Fool also grabbing a first Spark there. And Spark of Focus is probably the most valuable one you could ask for on an Atlas goalie. So they got a lot out of that draft, for sure.
Absolutely did. Firefly is just such a good awakening on this map where map coverage is everything. It's going to help out Polar Cortex quite a bit. And I think I mean, we saw it earlier, right? In a consistent game where everyone is just kind of thugging it out and keeping things relatively neutral, I think Polar Cortex will tend to come out on top. They're always vigilant. They're always watching, and I feel like they tend to prefer a nice, slow, consistent game where they can just play their defense and do their thing. I think that's what we're looking at right now on Oni Village. They are down 2 barriers, but they have 2 flips to work with as they're trying to get one. Bit of a whiff one there from Named Chaotic. Almost gets KO'd, but a flip from A will actually be able to open up Cow's side of the field. Now a pass here to Named Chaotic. Gets hooked away by Temple Melon. Khalil holding the core for just a second. Trying to get back to this Rasmus. A pass down, but blocked away by the strike shot. And they'll get it back to Named Chaotic with a nice dash redirect. Wow. A very early redirect during the dash punch for Polar Cortex. That was a big play from Named Chaotic to get it to the top side, and they'll strike first there.
Yeah, very well played from them. Some interesting differences that I'm noticing here. So first of all, Khalil is actually adapting to the double defender style and kind of matching it as well. So you'll see Khalil spend a lot more time in the Cow's goal box. And he's using this now ultimate as a way to get up in the face. But the offense of Polar Cortex is... I mean, it's doing a lot. It's interesting because we've been talking about like their defense kind of has this idea of we're going to win the war of attrition, we're going to hold this down, and eventually you won't have any abilities to contest us, we'll get it cleared to our forward. The offense kind of has the same idea. Like, Named Chaotic seems to be very frugal with his abilities, same with I when he's able to make it up onto offense. And it's really just this idea of, can I get you to burn your big cooldowns before I burn mine? I mean, we're seeing this Julie just throw out single dashes or single punches to try to make plays on the barrier and the goal here, and it's working really well. But that is Tempo Melon with a breakaway, a death touch to find the barrier, and then a flip to find the goal. Galactic Space Cows are still making plays in this game.
Tying it up yet again. And, I mean, A is level 9, by the way. Everyone else is like level 6. This guy has just been touching the core so consistently. We're going to see, well, I think over 300 redirects at the end of this game for A, no matter what. But right now, Cow's off with the first barrier. Looking to bring down a second one, but bad bounce on the rune pillar, and it'll be Named Chaotic taking over. Get one instead. The flurry's onto Victory Bacon. Burnt the flip as well, and still didn't bring down that second barrier. Victory Bacon holds on tight. And now it's back to Tempo Melon and Khalil looking to take over in the top corner. Tempo with the pendulum swing. Doesn't quite find the core. As Named Chaotic going to dash punch in, but a little bit far out. And it'll be a simple clear here, but A covering here with the pillar. Banish coming out on the Tempo Melon. Another pillar getting set up, but not going to get too much. And Victory Bacon in the top speed lane, trying to get it past here. The Fool just going to make a quick rotation as Khalil with the dribble off the top, and Named Chaotic grabbing hold of the core, and A setting up the pillar in the bottom. Doesn't get too much, and it's back to Tempo Melon as we go into overtime. Continuous Oni Village gameplay. Not too much going so far, but 2 flips available, both getting burnt way too early on the side of Polar Cortex, and Victory Bacon burns one in return as we keep it totally neutral.
Yeah, I mean, keeping a neutral state in overtime is absolutely insane. And this is where you kind of have to like pick a lane and go for it. So it looks like the side of Polar Cortex, they're going to grip both of their forwards up on offense here. Kind of let the Fool do most of the feeding up to the front. And I mean, if everybody's sending the core at red core speed, it's really easy to get the core from one side of the field to the other in the blink of an eye. A nice bait of so many abilities by Named Chaotic there, but doesn't find the barrier, just barely misses it. I will find it there on the rebound with the pillar. But yeah, and then we're seeing Khalil kind of stay a little bit back on defense, saying, you know what, I'm going to act as kind of a linker here between the midfield and the goal box. And Victory Bacon will get it back to me if need be. That is still another goal for Polar Cortex, though. A nice slide around all of the abilities on defense will put them up another point.
Bullet shot from Named Chaotic. Put them up on set point here. I think if Polar Cortex are able to win another one and get another good spark here on the Fool, another good awakening on A, it might just be game, because at that point, how do you get it past this Atlas? And I think they'll end up winning the slogfest that is this match. We'll have to see, though. Galactic Space Cows, of course, the opportunity to bring it back. We do see another 2 flips showing up for Polar Cortex here. A going to burn it pretty quick against the Pass Splitter. Tempo going to take over with the Whiplash, but doesn't find anything. It's a nice clear from the Fool. Now in the top speed lane, Flurry's coming out from Main Chaotic. Going to flip on the line, and that's the second barrier gone. A with the core in the bottom corner. A Pillar trying to pass it up. A little bit bad on the redirect. And not going to get too punished for it. Khalil to Tempo Melon, looking for the pendulum swing, but the Fool able to read that one. Sends it the other way. Tempo back up to Khalil again in the top side. The now primary coming out, and that's going to be enough to force that second barrier as we head into overtime on Oni Village. The classic is A, and Name Chaotic in the bottom corner. Core flip from Victory Baking gets caught in the flurries. They'll rotate it back around to Tempo Melon regardless. The strike shot, though, keeps it away from the Rasmus here. Death Touch into the hook, into the top side. The Fool burns the flip, though, able to get it away just in time and keep that one safe. Name Chaotic, another dash punch redirect. Really fancy there, but will get blocked. As Khalil and Tempo Melon looking for another point set up here to the top corner. Khalil with the flip, gonna whiff it just a bit. Didn't get the bounce that he was looking for. Death Touch from Tempo into the top side. Just barely able to beat the strike shot. As Galactic Space Cows tying it up on set point yet again. 0.5 every single set on Oni Village. We're here for it.
And not only beating the strike shot there, but Timberland also beating out the astral projection. I mean, that is some crazy tight timing that you have to get in order to win that interaction. And she's making progress on the second barrier as well. The Banish has to come out in order to stall it out. I want to mention, though, Tempo Melon, as she gets a KO here, has a lot of scaling left to do. If, as this game goes on. Like, the longer this goes on, the more of a threat Tempo Melon becomes. She still has all of the size awakenings on the board, and specialized training would be an absolutely massive buff for her. She's already got this extra special, and she is making some devious hit stuns onto the Fool. With spec training, those become even more dastardly, because the Fool is just stunned and whipped so far out of position that there's almost no recovering from it. So, I mean, the longer that this game goes on, the more those pivotal awakenings can show up for Galactic Space Cows, the more that they stand a chance to stop the momentum that is the Polar Cortex.
A nice barrier here from Name Chaotic as in overtime, everyone's seeming to move faster now. Core flip from Victory Bacon, but A, passing Name Chaotic, dribbles with the punch. Khalil gets up there in time. Brings it down to the bottom. Tempo looking for the dash. Able to find it. A nice Spanish from A, and they'll be able to recover the core up to the top. Khalil able to block that one, and Tempo is still hunting for a good position. Dribbles with the pendulum swing here, looking for the bottom side, but doesn't quite get the angle she's looking for. Now it's Name Chaotic dribbling back up the field. A, backing him up. Core flip from Khalil, tries to pass it in. Tempo goes for the hook, but the Fool able to use the expanse to shut that down, and now Tempo with the dribble on the Whiplash into the top side, looking for the pendulum swing. Not close enough to hit stun the Fool, and that just gets cleared back out of there. Name Chaotic. The dribble down to the bottom. A with a pass back up. Gonna get blocked by the now primary, though. A does have a flip available. Tempo's working up the field. A core flip from A. Too far away to make anything impactful, but Name Chaotic with a dash punch onto Victory Bacon. However, Victory Bacon able to recover in time and get it back out to the midfield. And Khalil versus A in the midfield. Khalil gets a nice angle on there. The Fool was not expecting that one and got a bit out of position. Galactic Space Cows able to take that set away and tie it up here. Khalil the MVP. And we are still going along. Titans showing up. Peak Performance showing up. Twin Drive showing up. Timeless Creator. Quite a few good things.
Yeah, I do think... Well, Timeless was not at all what I was expecting there. I was expecting the Peak or the Among Titans there, but... You know what? It's a creation build here for Khalil. That's size on Tempo Melon. That's an absolutely massive pickup here. Pun intended. Yeah, that is a game changer. There is Twin Drive now, though, on the Fool's Atlas. That's a lot more cooldowns to have to get through it, and it'll be Spec Training falling to Name Chaotic, actually. This Julie ult is a little bit more devious now. It's tough to say who came out on top of that draft. My instinct says that Among Titans on your Rune and Twin Drive on your Atlas is a little too good. But I think that Cal's got a lot of really important scaling out of that draft. And so I think that seeing as we're going to have at least one more Awakening Carousel this game, thanks to Cal's taking the last set, there's still a huge chance for Cows to just scale out of control here and run away with the rest of the game. But we'll have to see. We're in set 3 now, and the game is only getting hotter from here.
Only hotter indeed. We got 2 flips up for each team. Name Chaotic dashing in, going to insta-burn that one and bring down the barrier here. Tempo hunting for this barrier. Has a flip of her own to work with. Bouncing off the pillar now. In overtime, Khalil trying to work up, goes for the flip of his own, and the Fool able to block it with the Expanse. Name Chaotic in A, pushing back up. This dash range on Name Chaotic has been helping out quite a bit, I think. Cover a lot of Juliet's mobility weaknesses on this map. See the banish come out here from A. Burns the flip as well, but doesn't get too far off of that one. But now Name Chaotic pushing up, going for the dash, was trying to snipe the cross clear there from Victory Bacon, but Bacon will find it. Nice use of the core flip to get it past the punch there as well. But Khalil and Tempo Melon haven't been able to find a gap yet onto Polar Cortex's barrier. And it's just more and more times that Victory Bacon has to defend against Name Chaotic. And more chances of Name Chaotic to drift in and get it. Finally, with a bad Expanse, barrier will fall. And as both sides opened up, Name Chaotic with a pass down to A, a pass back up, but doesn't get anywhere. Now Khalil trying to get it through, but it's a KO coming out onto A from Tempo Melon. And it's the power play for Galactic Space Cows. Tempo working up the field. Expanse in the way. Core flip from the Fool. Doesn't go far, but Tempo still trying to find the point. Name Chaotic coming back on defense to hold it down. Tempo looking for a fun death touch play. Blocked by the Expanse, but Name Chaotic getting enough core speed racked up there to sling it past Victory Bacon. Wow, I mean, that was a redirect. It was a red core off the pillar, and then the Flurries redirected it to like just keep it going really fast.
Yeah, a little bit of a momentum carry moment there. And I didn't even think about this, but that is size on this Julie and Atlas, thanks to the Among Titans. It's not just a speed awakening for the person who picks it up, it's also a buff for your teammates. So this Julie is a little bit larger now. Tempo is really getting some nice value out of this size, though. I'm seeing the Fool have to burn a lot more abilities preemptively just because he knows that she has that much more range on him now. That many more opportunities to make a play on these barriers, but he's still defending very well, and I and Name Chaotic are still getting plenty of opportunities to make attacks of their own on the other side of the field. Both of these teams are holding their own on Oni Village. They are doing their best to come out on top, but there's a reason that this game is going on so long. How long do you think we're going to end up seeing at the end of game timer here, Lego?
Well, it's been like 20 minutes so far, about.
Has it really? And we're
yeah.
only on set 3.
I think it's been a little bit less. It might be more like 15, but it's been really long. This has been insane. Whoever picked this map, by the way, I hate you. This is terrible, but yeah, this has been one of the longer games of Oni Village that we have definitely seen, unless one of these teams just has a generational meltdown and just lets everything get by. But they're both like so evenly matched that they're both having such a hard time scoring on each other. Finally, Khalil able to get a nice setup there. Like, it takes plays like that before something finally happens, and it just goes right back to being tied again. It's been point for point this entire game. Every single point's been overtime, and every single set has been 0.5. This might be hell. I might be dying. But, I mean, hey, this is part of the movie, though. It's absolutely part of the movie still.
Yeah, this is... I don't know if the critics are going to be liking this one too much. Especially if they happen to be first name Lego, last name Mage. But name Chaotic will give us a bit of a reprise from hell. A 25-second point found with a Julie flip into punch. Hopefully we get more points like that, but I think it's unlikely. Like, these teams are just too good. It's like, it's a little sad because like they are making really good plays, but the fact that they're making really good plays means that it is just staying like 1-to-1 barrier for ages.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Victory Bacon is just winning these interactions, named Chaotic, generally pretty efficiently. in this matchup. It's taking Name Chaotic having to do all these fancy moves to get it around him on the open goal, and the barrier is just so difficult to get around, and the Fool on the giant Atlas expanse with the cooldown with the twin drive. Oh my. It is a goalie. I mean, this is a good goalie's dream, though. Like, the better goalie is going to win this game. Absolutely. The more consistent goalie, the goalie who doesn't get fatigued or tired or stuck in a rut is going to win this game. But it's definitely going to be mentally taxing on everyone for sure in this match. So right now an open goal on the side of Polar Cortex, though. A nice pillar from A, but Victory Bacon sharp with it, saw it coming. And that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. They'll keep the barrier up. A nice dash from Name Chaotic, finally able to clip the edge. Now it's a flip for the forward and for Victory Bacon. Tempo dribbling up the field here. Looking for the point first, but not quite able to get close enough. Name Chaotic looking to recover in the top corner. The flurry to stop the core. Pass down to A. Victory Bacon able to find the clear down the center. Tempo Melon almost has enough energy to make the flip happen, but they need to hold on for just long enough. The Fool able to beat the Whiplash, but Tempo gets the flip just in time to recover and sinks it to the bottom. Galactic Space Cows tie it up yet again on point 5.
Tempo's getting a lot of value out of Glass Cannon as well. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen the indicator circle go down. She's kind of not getting hit with anything ever. Just kind of always has that speed at her disposal. Putting her at a constant 504 speed, and then if she's proccing slick kicks off of that and getting the Rasmus secondary up, it's almost 800 speed that she has to work with if she's traveling at top speed. That's a lot. That's a lot. This is a very fast Rasmus, even with not very many speed awakenings, but that's the value of slick kicks, I guess. And what a hook! The Death Touch finds it, forces out the flip thanks to the Sentry Drone on the goal line there. And Cows are the ones with the barrier advantage and the energy advantage to potentially close out the set.
Yeah, now both sides, though, opened up for the set here. Core flip from Khalil. Nice pass to Tempo. The Death Touch to recover now. The Fool in a bit of a precarious situation. Makes some smart moves and clears it out. And now A, Name Chaotic, pushing back up. And Melon with the pendulum swing almost gets to the bottom. The Fool just fast enough to catch it. But Khalil back to Tempo, pushing up with the Whiplash. The Astral Projection forces them back. But now a flip available for Tempo. A pass down, looking for the dribble. A flip here, going potentially for the center. Waits it out, though. And the Fool gets the clear that he's looking for. But now Khalil on the top side. A able to block that one. They can't get it out of the goal there. Finally, a nice pass to Name Chaotic. A dribbles, a dash punch, redirect. Name Chaotic putting on a show with the Juliet. If there wasn't so much time between points, this would be insane performance by Name Chaotic. It still is, but it would be so much flashier if this was happening in a quick succession. But Polar Cortex will seal the deal here. And Demolitionist, if that ends up falling all the way to the bottom, which I don't know that it will, could be huge for Name Chaotic. Also,
yeah, there's a second spark here on the board for the Fool. Doesn't get denied away by Khalil. Will opt for the Catalyst instead. So the Fool has more speed and more cooldowns. More speed on Victory Bacon as well. And Demo does fall all the way down. It was the only thing that Julie could really pick up. But that is definitely a good compromise to get at the end of the draft. Yeah, both of these teams very happy with what they got to pick up. I still think that was a slightly Cortex-favored draft. But I think Tempo and Khalil are both also pretty happy with what they got out of that draft.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good awakenings showing up there. But I think the Name Chaotic Demolitionist, once they're able to get that second barrier, they might just be able to go straight for the goal very shortly after. It could be the difference maker here, honestly. We'll see how they're able to do it. But yeah, I mean, Name Chaotic, we have time to talk about it for a second. It's been putting on some insane moves, some insane tech with his Juliet. I mean, the long dash punch with the explosive entrance. And you never know when the redirect is coming during that. Sometimes he's done it at the end. Sometimes he's done it right at the beginning. And he's just been real consistent with it. And I think he's had plenty of time to practice it during this game for sure. Oh, and a nice flip for the barrier there. Almost got it directly into the goal. But there's an open goal now on the side of Cows. And we'll see if they can seal it out.
Tempo Melon is massive now. And I mean, she's getting to make a lot more plays. Like, she's just kind of soloing the offense here for Space Cows. But the Fool has so many cooldowns at his disposal that it kind of doesn't matter. Tempo can keep possession for ages, and the Fool still has abilities on the other side of that. What a freaking dash punch through the path splitter. He eats the Now primary to make sure that the Fool's flip goes in. Name Chaotic doing just some insane stuff. I mean, like, Julie is not a particularly popular pick on this map. She's viable. But she's not one of the big three, you know? You can play her, but you don't expect to see plays of this magnitude usually. Name Chaotic is the one to make them happen, though. This is some seriously impressive stuff.
It absolutely is. I mean, they're making it happen in Polar Cortex. They only need one more set to win. Now, up a point here. They could seal this out. They'll get one barrier. They're going to have 2 flips up as well, and how efficient they've been. A nice backward dash puncher named Chaotic actually recovered the core there to keep it going. They're going to get shut out by this Expanse. I mean, the Fool's Atlas build is just... I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so difficult to score on this guy at face value, and especially now on this map. The barrier coming down and Khalil burning the flip as well. And Chaotic dashing in, shut down by the barrier beam. And now A with the core. They're going to send it back up to this Juliet. A pillar in the top side, a second pillar in the top side. Stop Khalil's advance. So far, Cal's holding on to the core. Tempo looking for the shot, but no. Bounce back to Name Chaotic. Goes for the dash punch. Doesn't quite line it up. It still has the flip available as long as the Fool and A can hold on and give him another opportunity here. Looks like they will. A bounce off the bottom. Going to dribble with a punch up to the top corner. A pass up to the Juliet, but going to get hit stunned and not able to do too much. They'll have to go back around yet again. And now with a missed strike shot, this might be the opportunity. Name Chaotic with the dribble. Goes for the dash punch, but blocked by the Now primary. And they'll have to go for a third try here. A down to Name Chaotic in the bottom corner. There's the flip. Catches it. Got to wait out the pass splitter, though. And Tempo coming back on the defense is going to say no to that one. And it's back to Khalil and Tempo trying to get it through this top corner. Core flip from the Fool. Pass to Name Chaotic. Goes to the dash punch for victory. Bacon clears it to the top side. Core flip here from Khalil to send it back in. But the Fool just has infinite expanses. You can't get it through when this guy's got a cooldown available, which is basically always. And it's just still going back and forth with no luck from Cows on getting this barrier. A going to give Name Chaotic another chance. Doesn't even need to touch it. The angle, the demon angle is just good enough. And Polar Cortex will bring it to match points.
Yeah, match point with a flip to their name. They're not at an energy advantage per se, because Victory Bacon has a defensive flip of his own, but I have to imagine that this game is not going to last too much longer. I mean, the win condition of Galactic Space Cows is a bit of a miracle. You have so many Atlas cooldowns to get through. And, I mean, we haven't even been mentioning the rune cooldowns. Like, it's been so long since we mentioned I. I is also just a second wall they have to get through with these massive rune pillars. And he's got, but he doesn't even have prime time. How does this guy always have rune pillars? I don't understand. He just has an infinite supply of them. Somehow, though, he's always got pillars to respond. It really does just kind of seem impossible. And then Name Chaotic is just biding his time until he gets the perfect setup. There's not too much more that can be said. Like, maybe Cows pull it out, find a way to turn the game around. But it's looking less and less likely as the barriers go down for Victory Bacon.
Nice core from Name Chaotic, and we're just looking for one good dash punch away from getting us out of this Oni Village game. Victory Bacon makes a nice save against that red core, but Name Chaotic can have another chance here. Dribble with the punch, looking for the dash punch. Khalil saves that one, but A still with the core in possession in this bottom speed lane. Victory Bacon gonna make the clear out. Tempo rocking up, but once again just running into a wall, a literal wall of this Astral Expanse. It's just been quite rough. 2 flips available though, defensively. Well, one now, Khalil burnt it. But A with a flip of his own available. Pushing up, gonna flip it here. It hits the pass splitter though and just gets bounced right back. And Chaotic still hovering this top corner. Just waiting. The core will come eventually. The Fool will get it up to you. Just be patient. And now Name Chaotic dribbling a dash punch dribble. What was that? I mean, now he's just showing off. Didn't even go for the goal. Just went for an insane dribble tech. Horflip here from Tempo gets shut down by the Expanse yet again. And A up to name Chaotic and dribble off the top, and A able to recover it. And that will be game 1. Polar Cortex going to end it out in set 4, thankfully. And we can move on to game 2.
That final interaction there tells the entire story of the game. Tempo Melon flipping in front of the barrier that the Fool has, and the Fool being comfortable enough to burn 2 Expanses and his own core flip, which didn't touch the core, mind you, in order to clear it against Tempo. And then it's the Atlas primary on the other side of all of that that actually ends up clearing it off of Tempo. And it just sails over to the other side where Name Chaotic... What the frick? 532 redirects?
I thought we would be at like the 300 mark, and this would be like 4 sets. Now, it was 4 sets, and this guy got 532 redirects. This guy, Fudgy Horizon, just about everyone in the lobby, I guess, barely except Khalil, and then doubled the redirects of like 2 people. My goodness, wow, okay, yeah, I mean, the announcers are silent in disbelief right now. This is insane.
That's exactly what's going on. Like, I'm actually at a loss for words. And 100 saves as well, mind you. Like, that is double defender at his finest, getting almost as many saves as your own goalie, and then also getting 157 shots on top of that. And getting 8 goal participation. I mean, like, it's no surprise at all. I pulling away with the MVP for that game. And honestly, the MVP for most of these games that Polar Cortex have been coming out on top of. That was an impressive performance from Cows. They took a set. I thought they played very well. But you can't beat that. Like, it was just defensive perfection. Like I think when we started calling Polar Cortex a defensive powerhouse team, we weren't even really doing them justice. That was like, you can pull out the superlatives, because like Iron Wall, defensive powerhouse, it doesn't even begin to describe what we just watched. They're impenetrable. Like, there isn't a superlative word that you could get that's better than the words that we already use that describes the incredible performance that we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, how do you score on an Atlas with that many cooldowns and that big of an expanse? The Fool had expanse for every single interaction against Tempo that game. How do you score on that on Oni Village? That's insane. That is actually insane. I mean, Polar Cortex. The fact that they were able to just like, the fact that Name Chaotic was just able to like be that patient and just wait it out for his chance in the sun, and then put on that performance on Juliet as well to confirm all those goals. I mean, yeah, these guys are undefeated for a reason, and it's that right there. But finally, I mean, we're out of we have been freed. That was the prologue. These guys, they are right. They wrote cinema, right? And for their sequel, they wrote a 34-minute prologue to the movie that is just like this narrated bit of like the camera panning over all the scenes, the opening credits, and now we're into the actual movie. But you don't realize it at the time, but afterwards you sit back and you think, wow, wait, that intro was actually a masterpiece. They took their time. They cared.
The exposition is all part of the narrative journey, right?
Yeah.
And the scene is now laid. We're building up to some rising action right here, and potentially a climax, as Polar Cortex could just win the next game and end it right here. But Cows are eager to make sure that the storybook doesn't close quite yet. They want to write some more words on the page, and in order to do that, they're going to have to pull it off on the map that they got swept on last series. We're headed to Night Market next.
Yeah, this might be also a close game, but hopefully not as much of a slog. Even if it is long, Night Market is at least still a a cool map. But I mean, Polar Vortex basically owned this map earlier today. I say earlier today. It literally was like almost 2 hours ago at this point. It feels like, so it kind of was earlier today, but earlier this series, and they put on that big defensive performance, and I think we're just going to continue to see that again. Atlas and Dubu will be, I think, the go-to picks. And how do you stop that? Victory Bacon's going to get one or the other and just keep it on, or not Victory Bacon, sorry, the Fool is going to get one or the other and just put it on absolute lockdown. Nothing gets past this guy.
I don't think you can ban out the Fool here.
Yeah, you can.
But you might... I think you'd have to be stupid to let I have Rune again. This guy's a little too good at Rune. He's a little too good at Rune.
It's like you have 2 Rune players in this lobby. You might just ban Rune if you're not picking first.
Yeah. I think you kind of have to. I mean, has Rune lost a game this series? I think Rune has won every game.
Yeah, this series,
Rune's been played in.
Game.
Yeah.
He's either been banned or won. Okay, there it is going to be banned out by Polar Vortex. It looks like Cow's going to ban out the Kazan, and they will first pick the Mako for Victory Bacon on the rapid fire Spark of Power start. And we'll see here. I mean, this might just be an Atlas. This might just be I don't know if it's going to be Atlas or Dubu. It's going to be one of those 2 incoming. Look out, guys, for Polar Vortex. And might just be now on the other. But it's actually going to be Juliet here. I still expect to see a goalie. They could just save the goalie pick for the last pick, honestly. It's not like it's going to get denied away. So I think this is smart. They'll take the Juliet Atlas. Or sorry, the Juliet now first. And then they're guaranteed either Dubu or Atlas unless Cows just go full psycho mode and take both of them and just run that. But I don't know how good that would go. But yeah,
I mean, Spark of Strength. Spark Start is always going to set the stage a little bit, right? Especially on Night Market, you get Spark of Strength. Immediately, Julian Asher players get neuron activation. Freaking, they're freaking chomping at the bit. I'm wondering if Tempo is going to opt for Asher again here, or if she'll go for something like X.
They took Atlas. Wait, they took Atlas forward. It's happening. Guys, it's happening. Is this Atlas?
Or is this Mako forward?
It could be.
What's happening here?
I don't know what's happening. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Okay, no. Yeah, I don't know what's actually happening, though. It's there's the Dubu, by the way. No surprises. Yeah. It's basically the same comp they ran last time, except with now instead of Rune. So I think we know what we're getting out of Polar Vortex, but... Yeah, it's either Mako forward or Atlas forward. I think this is Tempo Melon Atlas forward and Victory Bacon Mako goalie. I think that makes more sense. But we could be wrong. It's rapid fire start, so I mean, it is what it is. If this is Spark of Strength Atlas forward, though, I mean,
that's one way to beat Soup.
It's one way to beat Soup.
You drop down your Expanse and freaking have at it. I think there's also a world. I know that Tempo did play Mako forward for a while. She's pretty experienced on the pick, so there's a decent chance that it's Mako forward. But I think that would be a misdraft if they're planning to play Mako forward. I don't think that the Mako into Dubu matchup is particularly favorable. Usually, you play Mako against a goalie that has like a few like I'm going to win this strike war type of abilities, because Mako just has more of the I'm going to win this strike war type of abilities. She doesn't really work too well with the Soup in her face. It is the Tempo Melon Mako forward though. So you know what? All bets are off. All bets are off. She knows something I don't. That's the only explanation for this draft. The Galactic Space Cows coming to a head here on the brink once more of the collapse of their season. But if they can make a miracle happen here, they're on their ways to becoming out the champions on the other side of this. It's 0-0 now. We're in what's now the 5th game of the series, and I mean, we've said it once, we've said it twice, we've said it a billion times at this point. This series is cinema, and the movie is only continuing from here.
Yeah, fitting we got the popcorn start here all around. And, I mean, Tempo might, honestly, I think we're just looking at Brawler Mako, right? We're playing for some damage, if we can, because it's going to be real difficult to get this past the Fool. I mean, we've already seen it in this point so far. A nice ensnare drum's coming out. Khalil with the barrage, but still, they're getting nothing off of this guy. Khalil able to set up a nice redirect and finally skim the barrier to open it up. Tempo looking for the point, but the Fool with the roll will deny that. Now A dribbling up the field. Has a flip available, and Name Chaotic pretty close to one as well. Khalil steals the pass away, looking for the breakaway in the bottom corner. Doesn't find too much. Might have another opportunity going to overtime. A pass to Tempo. Core flip from the Fool, though, to rotate it back around. And now core flip from Khalil, looking for the demon angle around the Fool, able to find it, just barely out of range. And Cows gonna steal away the first point.
The way I see it, this is going to be a game of adaptation for Polar Cortex if they want to win this. Because the biggest advantage that Mako Forward has is that no one plays her often enough for anyone to really know how to play against her. In almost every single Mako Brawler matchup, there's always this dynamic of, I know more about the matchup than you do because I've played Mako Forward a billion times. You've only played against me on Mako Forward maybe once or twice. And so that's probably Tempo's biggest advantage here, is that the Fool is just kind of clueless. Not entirely clueless. I'm sure he's played against Mako Forward a few times, but Tempo Melon has more knowledge about how Mako Forward is going to work coming into this match. And that could be the edge that's provided. I mean, that was what started the big Mako Brawler heyday back when she was first released, or shortly after she was first released, was just goalies didn't know how to counter a Brawler on Mako. So it'll be a test to see if the Fool can really adapt to this unconventional pick. And if he can, Polar Cortex are going to close it out. But Tempo Melon might have made a smart drafting decision here that can give Cows the upper edge.
We'll snipe there from Tempo. Get that first barrier, and the snare drum to the drum and bass, but not going to find much. And now Name Chaotic up the field with the dash punch. Victory Bacon making the clear. Still staying 1-1 in overtime, but energy is going to come up for just about everyone on the field. Core flip first here by the Fool. Blocked by Tempo's primary, and a core flip there from A in return. The barrier will stay standing for both sides. Back to Victory Bacon. Bit of a whiff flip there from Khalil. Thought he could catch up to it through the midfield, but couldn't quite. A lot of damage on the Tempo Melon here. Having to run back and get the orb. Doesn't want to step on the now primary, though. Dodges Name Chaotic's dash as well. Still alive, but still staggered, and no energy to be found. And the snare drum's coming out offensively, but just getting knocked around as Mako is. As the barrier does fall during the fighting on Polar Cortex's side of the field. Victory Bacon and Khalil need to work to get this core back up, but Tempo is just so hurt and trying to dodge everything right now. Slowly healing back up, and we should be good. The Fool going to roll on top, though, and Tempo caught up in the flurries. That's going to be the KO finally coming out. The power play for Polar Cortex, Name Chaotic to the top side. A flip on the line. We'll find the barrier and put some pressure on. Victory Bacon got a flip to get it out of there. And the Fool just rotating it back around. A shot to the bottom. The strike shot goes wide, and that's going to be the point. Polar Cortex tying it at 1-1.
Yeah, that was close, though. That point easily could have gone the way of Cows if just a few more interactions went their way. I'm not hating the Mako Forward pick here because Tempo Melon seems to actually be doing a lot with it. These abilities have been pretty high value, and she's also applying a lot of damage. She's only got Spark of Strength right now, but she's sure to get even more damage potential as the map goes on. That being said, we are seeing, just because it's the more traditional comp, I and Name Chaotic are making a lot of progress this match so far. Not really having any troubles fleshing out Victory Bacon's cooldowns here, but it's a nice purchase for Cows, and they're actually the first ones to grab the barrier, and it's just a strike war to give them another 1-point lead. They're making it work.
A nice strike war there from Tempo Melon. And we'll be 2-1 here for Galactic Space Cows. as they look to take a set off of Polar Cortex on this map. They haven't been able to do it tonight. They might be able to here as the defense definitely a little bit shakier against this Mako forward. I mean, counter big creations and stuffing corners with big creations and stuffing corners, I guess. And it is definitely working out. Core flip here from Named Chaotic. The dash punch gets the second barrier. That's an open goal for Space Cows. Meanwhile, the Fool still holding on to both of his barriers. Hey, trying to get it back up to Named Chaotic here. Tempo trying to force it out of this corner, but the Fool now up in the midfield. Gonna drop the soup here. Named Chaotic trying to get a hold of it. Khalil and Tempo Melon so far holding on. Named Chaotic can pass up to the top to A, and A bringing it right back down. Named Chaotic will win the strike war and send it back in. Polar Cortex tying it on set point.
Yeah, nice thread of the needle strike from Named Chaotic, and a nice little dribble pass there as well. I mean, Named Chaotic gets so creative with these angles. I mean, it really is clear how much thought this guy puts into every touch he gets on the core. And, yeah, it's just making for even more fantastic moments in this series. Which, I mean, we're seeing Mako forward. We saw Dubu forward earlier, now we're getting to see Mako forward. We got to see a Julie on Oni Village. The like, just wacky hijinks of this series keep getting weirder and weirder in the most delightful way possible. Khalil flips on the goal line here. It's blocked out by the Tofu Fortress. The barrier advantage is on the side of Cows for once, and they might be able to grab an early set here, keep their story alive.
Yeah, with an open goal, opportunity arises. Tempo Melon, strike shot willed by just a bit of time, but Khalil going to pass it back into the center here. Going to go for it again. The Fool going to flip to clear that one off as they Named Chaotic racing to catch up with the core. We'll hear from Named Chaotic into the flurries. Has the flip available. Looking for the barrier, but Victory Bacon flips first. Going to pass it over to Tempo Melon. Drum and bass in the corner, but the Fool finds the angle. Khalil running up, wins the foot race, and is trying to get it into this corner, just trying to keep the pressure on. But A and Named Chaotic falling back here on the defense. Keeping things held down. Tempo Melon looking for the shot. A able to block it. And now Khalil with the barrage. Gonna find too much. He's back around to this Juliet with the flip available in the face of the expanse. Goes for it. Goes for the dash punch as well, but the core just getting stalled out and doing nothing. Flip here from Tempo Melon. The snare drum's coming out, and the Fool, there's nothing that you could do about that one. Walking back for the core that was already flipped. Tempo Melon, the classic. Gonna sink it right in. Big plays from the Mako forward, and Khalil the MVP now, as Cows will take their first set against Polar Cortex on Night Market, and they'll be in the lead.
And this is a massive draft for Cows as well. 2 big speed awakenings for Khalil to pick from. He'll opt for Among Titans here. Tempo Melon has 2 sparks on the board here, and it's unlikely that both of them get denied away, especially because Named Chaotic is going to want the other one on the other side of that. So, but that is Rezil picked up by Tempo Melon. A big, big buff, especially considering she's been being beat up quite a bit by the forwards of Polar Cortex. Size on Victory Bacon is not a massive buff. Perfect form on the Fool is. So definitely the goalie of Polar Cortex, you know, won that draft as far as defense is concerned. But I got to admit that Khalil and Tempo Melon got some very, very nice pickups from there. I certainly Named Chaotic and I also, you know, got some good stuff. But Pow's got some momentum with that draft, for sure. They're feeling pretty happy, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Offside's getting some good stuff there, but Polar Cortex looks like they're back to their old ways. They've got both barriers pretty easily and have 2 of their own. Named Chaotic right there with the punch, able to secure that point pretty early on. And now Polar Cortex looking a little bit better, a little bit sturdier this set. You can keep the core over on Cow's side. Tempo is kind of forced to go back. And as long as Tempo isn't up in the Fool's face constantly, Polar Cortex can kind of dominate these points. But it's when Tempo gets the space to work with that Cows start to take over. And we'll see if that trend continues as Polar Cortex, 2 flips available, 1 barrier to 1 barrier.
Yeah, the Fool seems to be sitting a little more comfortable in the net this set, especially because his forwards are just an onslaught. That was a very quick double barrier, 2 flips spent to get that goal, but they're not upset because that's also a 2-point lead here in the second set. I mean, I did say that Cal's got a lot of momentum there in that draft, but it was Polar Cortex that came out on top. And, I mean, they're still going to cook with these builds to no end. Some very nice plays being made here in the midfield by both teams, but it is Name Chaotic and I that are pressing up in the faces of Victory Bacon and Khalil and taking barriers here.
1-1 again now, but Polar Cortex, a strong lead in the sets. Oh, Core almost slipping past the Fool there. Luckily, it had Core Flip to save that one and keep the barrier alive. And now Khalil and Victory Bacon with some flips of their own. Gonna make things happen. Khalil in the midfield with the flip, finally banks it off the wall and brings down that barrier here, trying to get back up to Tempo Melon and force a point in. The bottom, but Name Chaotic is back in the defense. Here in the midfield, gonna win the strike war. Dash punch to keep control, and now in the bottom, A can recover. They're looking for this barrier. The expanse in the way though, and Victory Bacon to Tempo Melon. The Fool able to block that one. No flips burnt there. Still 2 per team. Looking for the opportunity. Name Chaotic now dribbling, working up the field, goes for the dash punch as Victory Bacon flip from A in return, but Victory Bacon able to block that one. And now a flip here from Name Chaotic, right point blank, that'll get the barrier. Now A, pass down Name Chaotic, finds the bottom side, and Polar Cortex seal out the set. They are so back. This is their map, and they take that one 3-0.
3-0, tying up the sets. And if they keep that momentum moving throughout the rest of the game, this will be coming to a close not too far from now. Some massive awakenings for Julie on the board here, so she's guaranteed something incredible, and that is Monumentalist now on the table. Victory Bacon does get Missile Prop Atlas, but that kind of doesn't compare to a 1-2 punch Juliet. That is a big, big threat that Name Chaotic is now. I mean, even more so. This dude has been pulling out absurd core control plays with Julie. And now with 2 sparks, one of them being Spark of Strength and 1-2 punch, he's also now ruling the sides of the map. I mean, if we were to draw a map of Name Chaotic's territory on the map, you could probably just give the entire enemy goal box to him. That's not Victory Bacon's goal box, that's Name Chaotic's goal box. And now you can also give everywhere that's like, I don't know, 10 meters from the side of the map also belongs to Name Chaotic. That's pretty disgusting. That's pretty disgusting on multiple levels. But Tempo and Khalil are still making plays on the barriers here. They're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, cooldown Dubu, though, is rough, as we have seen against Cows. It's going to take a lot, I think, for them to consistently bring down these barriers, especially with the tempo that Polar Cortex have been able to muster. Core Flip's going to get traded there as they get back to Name Chaotic, but Chaotic still has not brought down any barriers at this point so far. A may have a chance here. Nice Giga Blast from Khalil. But won't go very far. Name Chaotic right in overtime, gets the red core, and that's the first barrier gone. A looking for the second one. A pass to Name Chaotic, and a back dribble, looking to keep it held up, but a flip from Victory Bacon slows that down. The soup coming out. Bit of a bad spread from the Fool, though, and it's going to be a bit of an own barrier. Tempo gets in there as well. Bit of a whiff flip from A, and now a flip here from Tempo. Stalls it out and can't find anything, but the core is still up in Polar's goal box. Khalil with the Giga Blast trying to keep control, but Name Chaotic able to get a hand of it, and now dribbling up the field. Doesn't land the dash punch, and it's Khalil with the barrage going back up the field. The flurries from Name Chaotic. And dribbling at the midfield. A looking for the pass. And now Name Chaotic with the flip available, dribbling in the corner, going to burn the flip here. Victory Bacon and Khalil waiting it out, though, and there's no options, no angle to go for. It's right back to the midfield here. Khalil up to the top side. Tempo can't get there quite in time. And it's going to go back to Polar Cortex, looking to bring down this final barrier. Name Chaotic able to find the strike around the defense. And now in the corner yet again, the Fool able to make the clear. Name Chaotic with the shot to the center, doesn't get much. Now with the dribble, another dribble, looking for it. The barrage from Khalil slowing the core down, but it's back to A in the midfield. He's bringing it to the top. The flurry's on the goal line. There's nothing there's Victory Bacon can do about that one. And Polar Cortex take a point yet again.
There are actually quite a lot of critical awakenings that I didn't even talk about from that last draft. The Fool grabbed extra special again. This is extra special Dubu.
Yep.
And on top of that, so, I mean, Cast to Last Kai, that's whatever. You get more speed. It's good on him. Whatever. What I'm eyeing is Tempo Melon on the Super Surge Mako forward. It's really easy to forget that Mako forward you can still buff your allies. I mean, look at her. She just charges that full secondary duration, and Khalil and Victory Bacon are able to have a defensive power play. It's the reverse idea of a Mako goalie, right? When it comes to using that secondary, you want to buff the defense of your team, essentially, so that they can get the core up to you. And Tempo is kind of using that perfectly, and the Super Surge is allowing her to get even more value out of it. But it is a power play for Polar Cortex here. Tempo Melon doesn't really have a whole lot of influence in the midfield, so it is a spooky power play indeed.
Absolutely. And Tempo Melon walking up, was just looking for the strike roll on that barrier. Going to burn the flip now, and that will get it. It's an open goal on the side of Polar Cortex, but Tempo getting KO'd in the process. And then Chaotic need to bring down this final barrier on this power play to make it worth it, but the core just keeps slipping away from them. Khalil doing a good job just disrupting the pass with all of this speed that he's got. Core flip here from Victory Bacon and gets stalled out, but the Fool now trying to keep it away from Tempo Melon. A nice roll to save it. Doing a good job keeping it away from the forward now. And then Chaotic looking to cook yet again in this top corner. But Victory Bacon will make the clear. Damn Chaotic with the dribble and the dash punch doesn't find much. Tempo Melon with a shot to the bottom. The Fool has to flip, and that'll be the barrier on that one. Both sides opened up as the core gets rotated around the world. Flourish from Name Chaotic. Dribble off the top side, but it gets back in the hands of Tempo Melon, who goes for the shot. The soup coming out, but it's a bad angle. The core strap behind it. Khalil walking up with the Giga Blast with the Fool. What a save on the line. And it'll get back around to Name Chaotic here. The now primary sending it in, and it's just going too fast. It splits the uprights. The point goes to A. Polar Cortex keep on winning, and now they're on set point yet again.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you think that cows have done it. They've cracked the code. They're going to break through, score, tie up the set, and then it's just this stupid clutch defense from I and the Fool. Like, you can't beat that. You can't beat that. At least not super consistently, but it's a power play for cows this time, and Tempo still has a flip at her disposal. But I mean, just like a power play we saw last point, it gets stalled out pretty effectively in the reverse power play. Shot away from Tempo, and the barriers stay standing.
Still one barrier up. Still two barriers up for cows. Polar Cortex not as efficient bringing them down in these later points, it seems, but they've been scoring regardless, as the Fool has just been putting on very solid defensive performance yet again. And Sandrum's coming out here, still can't get it done as A with the flip. It has to be the flip from Tempo that gets that barrier down. But now it's an open goal on the side of Polar Cortex. Tempo with a shot to the bottom of the Fool, saving the flip for just this time. A crazy night market angle, and it brings down Cow's second barrier, named Chaotic. Looking for the point, looking for the dash punch bounce off the wall. It's blocked, but at the top, A able to recover the primary, beats out Victory Bacon, and that's another set one going to Polar Cortex. 3-0 yet again. A the MVP, and if something crazy shows up here, this might just be the draft to end it all.
Yeah, I mean, this is Polar Cortex rolling up on what could be the last draft and the last set of the game. Dying Twin Drive away from Atlas is a very fine boon for them, especially when that Twin Drive is going on a Monumentalist now. On a Monumentalist Fighter Flight now. Fighter Flight resetting 2 secondary charges on a Monumentalist now secondary is nothing to sneeze at. Name Chaotic reprising his explosive entrance to Juliet. And the Fool grabbing peak performance on Dubu. I mean, you have speed and energy on Khalil and Tempo Melon respectively, but nothing super transformative picked up by cows there. It's going to come down to them just executing cleaner this set if they want to stay in this, if they want to write another page of the script. Keep the film rolling, and this power play is the first line that'll allow them to do that.
I agree with you. It's going to just be execution things. I mean, so far the Fool and A have certainly been, and Name Chaotic as well, have just been executing extremely solidly throughout these points. We do have a flip available here for Tempo. Gonna hold on to it for the right moment. The soup cooldown getting burnt there. Here's a bit of a window, but Tempo going for the flip to find the KO on A instead, and now Khalil working up with the power play. The ensnare is coming out for the Fool, but hitting it outside with the core, the hitboxes extending past the walls, and the Fool will hold it down. The flip to buy more time, and A right back online. This Dubu is insane. And they're just right back to pushing for this final barrier. Polar Cortex looking to get it done one way or another. Core flip gets burnt here by Victory Bacon as A passes it back in. The flurry's on the line. The barrier goes down. Flip the expanse from Victory Bacon stops the point immediately. But Tempo in the midfield. The Fool caught strike shotting, and it'll fly right in. Cows finally the first point in quite a while will put themselves onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, that point did go the way of Cows, but you can see the gears turning in the Fool's head. This dude is starting to figure out the Mako brawler bullcrap. Like, that interaction striking through the wall of the ensnare drums to keep the core out of it, you could tell that he's starting to figure out some tricks here. And it's rare that we get to see this kind of cookery afoot. Speaking of cookery, it's named Chaotic back with the dash range Juliet tying up the set.
Quick one there from Polar Cortex to bring it right back. A little bit of an energy advantage here for Cows, especially since A just burnt an early flip there. I might be dying, but we're all good. We keep going. Soup coming out here from the Fool in the midfield, and still 3 flips available for Cows as they're looking to bring down some barriers. But so far, both goalies locking it down. Core flip here from Named Chaotic finally gets one. Trades for Khalil's flip as well. Going to be a big trade. Victory Bacon also going to burn the flip. A dash punch from Named Chaotic opens up Cow's side of the field, and this is not looking good for them. A familiar spot for Polar Cortex. That's a Soup in the face of the Mako. A and Named Chaotic trying to recover. Bit of a missed kick there. It hits the center and buys more time here for Cows to work with, but the Named Chaotic able to recover, eventually bring it down to the bottom side. Melon running down through the speed lane, gets one barrier. Named Chaotic with the flurries in the midfield, looking for the shot to the top. Khalil able to catch it in time, but now it's A pass to Named Chaotic. The strike shot from Victory Bacon saves that one, and Khalil and Victory Bacon on the goal line trying to hold Named Chaotic to the bottom. That one's blocked, goes for the dash punch, but Tempo's in the way. And soon there will be 2 core flips up for Polar Cortex. They're just buying time, really, and holding onto the barrier. Another Soup, a tofu wall from the Fool, shuts it down, but Tempo gets it around, and that's both sides opened up now. Khalil with the barrage, trying to get it past A here. The Giga Blast to hit stun Tempo, not quite in core flip range. Core flip here, though, from A. Sends a bit of a night market angle. Named Chaotic looking to recover. Flurries on the line. In a elusive from Victory Bacon. Flip from Tempo Melon. Flip from the Fool. Those get traded. And now Khalil with a breakaway in the bottom side. That's now secondary from A, though. Gets it right to Named Chaotic. It's a core flip for the 50. That's going to be Polar Cortex bringing it to match point, series point, tournament point right here.
On the edge of closing out the season here, writing their own climax in the script right now, a quick barrier to start off their final act. Polar Cortex closing in. What they're hoping is a soon-to-be swift victory, but Tempo Melon here to stop that. Finds the double barrier in the face of that Dubu that she so fears. Closes in for the net, but the Fool manages to clear it on the out clear. Now Tempo buffing up her teammates from behind. Khalil and Victory Bacon saving against the Tofu Fortress, but it's not enough to get it through the Flame Flurry. Khalil has a flip here, will burn it, takes the shot to the top side, and the Fool is out of position. Catches that Dubu just at the wrong angle, and they'll tie up the set. Again, Galactic Space Cows not letting this one go down in the history books just yet.
What a crazy shot from Khalil's. 0.5 now in set 4. I mean, we still have a heater on our hands. We still gotta watch the movie. But Named Chaotic dribbling up in this top side. Baits out Victory Bacon's core flip, which is a pretty big earn there. Fool will lose one barrier. And Khalil is looking for a second with this barrage, with the Fool with the log able to block that and hold it down. Tempo Melon with the strike war against A gets the barrier though, and it's Polar side is opened up first here. Named Chaotic looking to even it up, but Khalil holding it down. And now yet again, the Soup coming out offensively here. A in the foot race, trying to find the angle, skims the bottom of the barrier. And it's a core flip available for Named Chaotic, looking for the dribble. A shots at the top. Core flip from Named Chaotic. An elusive coming out. Core flip's getting traded everywhere, but it just gets stalled out. And the Fool able to recover that one and bring it back around. Victory Bacon looking for the setup to try and clear it out, but Named Chaotic dribbling. A pass up to A in the corner. No cooldown to force it through, though. Now Tempo Melon back on the defense here. Core flip from A. Cut the pass, though, by Tempo Melon. Gonna pass down to Clear, looking for the breakaway in the corner, but the soup coming out is gonna stop any hope of that. Now here's a log. Doesn't go far. Tempo Melon and Khalil trying to recover, but Name Chaotic as well, sticking onto this Kai like glue for the opportunity. Barrage walking up to the line. Core flip from the Fool, barely able to save that one. And now Khalil versus Name Chaotic in the midfield, trying to get it past. Name Chaotic wins the strike war here, looking for a dribble. The soup coming out, but it's a bad spread again. Luckily, the Polar Cortex will not be punished for that one. Khalil almost finds it to the top. The Fool barely able to save that one. And now Name Chaotic in the bottom side avoids the strike shot. A shot to the top. It goes through. That's in. Polar Cortex are your Nast Season 2 champions, going undefeated, save the bracket resets, and they will take the crown.
You know, they weren't able to do it all in one take. Had to go to the bracket reset. But it doesn't matter how many takes that it takes. If you've got a team as strong as Polar Cortex, you're going to get the perfect shot, the perfect cinematic ending to the series, and the perfect cap to the season. Consider my slobber knocked, Lego Mage. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, slobber knocked indeed. I mean, that match was a movie. That series was a movie. 366 redirect on A, by the way. 340 on Khalil. Normal numbers at this point. That was also almost a 30-minute game, 26 minutes. Yeah, absolute slugfest of a series, and I think one that we deserve. The Polar Cortex, they are Seed 1. They were Seed 1 for a reason, and this is why they own Night Market, by the way. That is their map. And that Dubu, I mean, that was scary. That guy was like... That guy was Fort Knox. The Fool was not letting anyone in, not letting anything out. Crazy stuff. I mean, it's usually we're talking about like the offensive teams and like how good teams' offenses are, but I mean, Polar Cortex, their defense is so consistently good, it's wild. And then you have Name Chaotic at the front every time, who's just gonna keep getting tries and eventually will get it through, because he plays a really mean Juliet.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's really nice to see a team whose like big strength is you're not taking our barriers, like, ever.
Yeah.
And I mean, so we talk about synergies, right? We talk about synergies a lot. I want to really point out, like, not just synergy in the way that like these players approach a given game, but I want to point out how well just the like players and play styles of Polar Cortex complement one another. And in particular, I'm eyeing Name Chaotic because like we've talked a lot about how cool the defense with I and the Fool were. But, you know, if you're going to be spending that many cooldowns and that much time on defense for your midfielder and your goalie, you need a brawler who can get it the frick done all on their own. And Name Chaotic is the guy for the job, like, through and through. It was insane how many times, like, he essentially just soloed offense. I mean, that last point, the point that won them the season right there, was literally just Name Chaotic in a flash of brilliance, dribbling, stalling out some cooldowns from Khalil and Victory Bacon in the enemy net, and then shooting it through with a dash at an angle that Victory Bacon couldn't cover. Like, this dude approaches brawling and scoring like no one that I've ever seen, and it is seriously a pleasure to watch. Like, Polar Cortex through and through were such a unique team to watch cook on the Core Strike field, and they deserve the crown. They deserve the trophy. That was an incredible performance from all three of them and from their team as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you. I mean, it was a movie. It was a movie, indeed. I mean, consistency through and through, everywhere. And yeah, I mean, gotta shout out the Shaolin kick. I mean, the Name Chaotic was going insane with that, especially on that Oni game. We saw it the most, right? Because Juliet is not normally like that one of the big three, like on Oni. And the utilization of the dash punch like redirect was was very, very creative, really good stuff there. So I think we're going to be getting an interview, winner's interview here in just a bit. At least we're supposed to be. So
We forgot to do that last season.
yeah, no, we forgot to do that last. Well, I think it was less that we forgot to do that, and more that we were just like didn't want to do that. So
We were
like, we didn't
tired.
plan for that or something. I don't know. That wasn't a plan ahead of time, but this time it was. So we're gonna like get them in here, I think. Yeah, so they'll be in here in just a minute. And we'll get to hear it right from them. Get to congratulate them on their win.
Yeah, I gotta cook up some good questions. I mean,
Yeah.
there's plenty of them floating out there because they're such a unique team. Yeah, I'm hyped, and I don't even know what half of these guys' voices sound like.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. Okay, we're gonna send it to like a minute break real quick apparently while we get that set up. But when we come right back, it'll be the winner's interview. So stay right there. Don't go away yet. All right, we are back with our winners interview. Our winning team, Polar Cortex, the undefeated Kings right now, and wearing the crown, guys. You went undefeated in the regular season, and Galactic Space Cows were kind of hot on your heels the whole time, and now facing them here in finals, they forced a bracket reset. A lot of real close games, a lot of real drawn out ones, but how does it feel to come out on top?
I mean,
yeah, it's great.
I'm glad we're in sync. I'm glad
Yeah.
we're in sync. It feels good.
It feels yeah.
It's a lot of peace, you know? It's like there's a lot of turmoil during the game. You don't know exactly what's going to happen, but once you hit to the conclusion, it's very calming.
Yeah,
Well said.
Absolutely. Some of those games were very long. I mean, talk to us a little bit about. I want to get into the Oni Village game, but the first thing I want to get into is, I mean, that bracket reset was wild. You guys picked Dubu forward, and Asher goalie. I fully expected it to just be the other way around. But what was like the thought process there? What inclined you to go for that pick?
I can take this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, we locked out every melee goalie from the start. And so Mako went down, so did Atlas, and melee goalies are very strong at the moment. And so we locked Asher and Dubu. And I picked Asher because missile prop Dubu into a non-melee goalie, very good. It's very hard to defend the ultimate. And Asher is also in a really busted state in the goal box at the moment. And so just picking those two characters together, I think it was a fairly solid strategy.
Yeah,
I guess the follow up there then is what went wrong that match? What threw y'all for a loop to where that game plan didn't win that game for you?
I think A knows.
Yeah, I know it might be a certain midfield pick that was picked many games throughout the series, but realistically, I think it was fairly close. I think it
was
getting everything that he had. I forget. Like I know Hotshot was on his build at some point. But even then, Khalil played it very well. So nothing against them at all. They played very well on the pick. But I think it definitely could have gone either way, regardless. So yeah, I wouldn't say anything really went wrong. It was just a matter of them playing better than us on that game.
Yeah. I got another good question. So we talked a lot on the cast tonight about kind of, it's not a new idea, but I think that y'all were very unique in its execution. Just like this defensive powerhouse idea. Like it seems like y'all are a very defensively focused team, and the name Chaotic is just kind of like the main driving force on offense, and like eventually if you get it to him enough times, he pulls off some insane play and puts it in, right? So how did y'all like kind of come up with that X factor for your team? What was the thought process that went into like, this is our play style and this is how we're gonna win?
Shaolin kick.
Shaolin kick.
Shaolin kick. I mean,
Shaolin kick.
Yeah. I think me and Zoro have a very good understanding of when he's supposed to strike the ball and when I'm supposed to strike the ball. And in general, I think we're both very defensive-minded players in a sense, and so it naturally it'll become me in the goal box, Zoro in the goal box, and then Name on the other side of the map, and it gets red cord, and he picks something up and puts it in the net. So
Don't put me in the net.
Don't put him in the net. Don't put him. We can't do three people in the net. It's just too many. So
too many.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of like we didn't really pick out that play style or anything. We were like going for it. It's kind of how it naturally happens, and worked out for us today.
Yeah. Additionally, I think it's kind of a meta thing because at the start of the season, I ran Kai and eject button and momentum boots goalies, and we played hyper aggro, and that went really well. But I can't really be locking Kai in this meta, I think, except if it's like Aten or Inkies. And so everything kind of just becomes more defensive.
Yeah. And I think that's a really smart, like, across the season adaptation, right? And it clearly culminated in a ton of success for y'all, especially tonight. And just segueing off of that idea of, adaptations, this was a freaking long series. I mean, y'all know better than we do. Like, yeah, we had to talk over top of it, but y'all had to actually play it. What kind of adaptations were y'all making mid-series? Because, I mean, y'all get to face these players in 5 games straight. You probably really got to learn their play styles pretty well. What did you start to notice and really work around that let you come out victorious there?
I think dealing with Mako and Rune, those were the 2 things. I legitimately dealing with Mako and Rune were the 2 biggest things that we changed. We at the start of set 1, we really wanted to focus on kind of like shooting victory bacon.
Mm-hmm.
But over time, we've discovered Rune is a little Rooney, to say the least. He'll ruin ya, and so we started shifting our attack more towards grabbing Rune and dealing with Mako on the side. And I mean, it worked out splendidly at the very end on that night market game, in which they locked Mako and Atlas, and they overextended. They were trying to get Mako so badly that they lost the ability to play a strong comp, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I have one more question for you guys. I mean, you played pretty exceptionally well tonight, and going off of that performance, I gotta ask, are there any plans for the future for this team?
We haven't really discussed anything, honestly. It's
discussed yet.
I think we've kind of just enjoyed our time together so far, and we've made a good team so far, and who knows what will happen in the future.
You always got time to decide, but yeah, it'd be awesome to see you guys make a return in some form or fashion. But before we go, do you guys have anyone you guys want to shout out, want to mention on the stream?
I mean, I got quite a few. Do you want me to save it to last, or
Just
what?
go for it. Just go for it. Just shout out whoever.
All right, I'll start us off. So, I'd first off like to shout out our subs: Trick, Nikki, Color, Flop, Boo, 20K getting a Nast championship. Who would have thought? 2025. Thank you to our coaches, Grant, for helping keep vibes kind of light throughout our season. Thank you to Vaughn, who's our honorary coach. At least for me, he helped a lot on my rune and stuff, which happened to be very important on this series. So that was very beneficial to get that coaching. And then special shout out to our other coach, Elo Tourist, who I mean, he's the reason that we're in this league in the first place. And if it weren't for some unfortunate circumstances, he wouldn't. I mean, he wasn't able to play the season. So very unfortunate that he couldn't. But this wins for him. Thank you to anyone that's watching, any friends that are watching. I really appreciate chat. I mean, everyone kind of shows up for finals, and it's nice to see a lot of people in chat, so that's cool. And thank you to anyone that like scrimmed us or people that I in-housed in the last week. Really helpful. Thank you to, or I mean, not thank you, but thank you for a good series. Galactic Space Cows. I mean, they played phenomenal. I predicted them 2-9 at the start of the season, which is insane. And so they they definitely proved me very, very wrong. So GG's to them. They had a really good series with us. And lastly, I just wanted to say, like, I have a huge appreciation to everyone that was involved with Nast. I don't really want to name names just because I'm definitely going to forget someone, but everyone really put in a really good effort this season compared to last. And even like referees, for example, they're doing 6 games at once and then doing it again. I thought that was really impressive. And like, that's a lot of time and effort. So I'm eternally grateful to everyone that was making this happen and putting in tons of effort and making this a great season. So I really appreciate that. Yeah. That's my expansive list of shout outs.
Are we going down the line now? Is it my turn to names?
Do it.
All right. I also have a very long list of people to thank. First off, I got to thank my coaches from OS throughout history. I mean, Blaze Tornado, Gumi, Vaughn, Soren. Soren's not really my coach, but like Soren is my coach, if you know what I mean. And so I would not be where I am in the game without those fellows. Shoutouts to the Fools. The Fools World. It is a Fools World today. I'm glad to have been able to create a nice league, and I'm looking forward to the future seasons that occur. Shout out in particular to a little this is a little tirade, but the STL Smash scene. The Smash scene from my hometown. I've met a lot of wonderful people from there, and Ziga in particular, one Smash player, recommended me this playlist called Open This Wall. and it's what I'm listening to right now. It's an amazing playlist, especially if you're trying to stay calm during heated sets. Beyond that, shout outs to the team, shout outs to A, shout outs to
I forgot that.
Chaotic.
My bad.
I mean, I kind of ended up here on a whim. My past my past 6 months were a bit troubled. I played very poorly in what was it called, Launchpad, and I ended up teamless and legaless, and things kind of just worked out, and I ended up here. So I guess even though my past wasn't the most beautiful, destiny was. That's about it.
All right. Well, with that, I mean, thank you everybody for playing, and thank you everyone for watching, and congratulations once again, guys, for winning it all. Y'all played great, as we have said, but with that, this will conclude season 2 of North American Strikers Training Grounds. It's been a movie of a season, and we hope for many more movies to come. So thanks for making this all happen right here on Seraphim Omega Strikers. We're gonna be dipping out for now, but stick around. Well, no, not stick around on this stream, but stick around in the scene, because we got NASA playoffs coming up, NASA playoffs coming up. Those are going to be awesome. And of course, many more seasons of competitive Omega Strikers to come. It's insane that it's been going on this long, but it's all because of the great players and the great community. So thanks to all the producers, Sykeen for running the stream, Malachi for organizing the whole league, and all the TOs, all the refs who do all the stuff behind the work, Saya and Weston for helping us cast this series, and all our casters that we've had. But that is all from us, everybody. Have a good night. And I don't know, Cloak,
One more
you have
thing.
a funny quip for this?
I mean, we got Launchpad on the other side of this season, and y'all better freaking get in there, because we got another season right on the horizon for y'all. But until then, have a wonderful night. Thanks for stopping by, and see you in the queues.
See you in the queues. Check out the after party on Sam_Zachinsky at twitch.tv/something. See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Don't worry. I'll raid him. You don't have to go find him. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.